Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The green glow scattered. From within, Xiao Chan's transformed body emerged, half a head taller than the others, his figure lean and powerful, like a warrior forged since childhood. But what set him apart most was the arcs of violet lightning dancing across his frame. Even the patterns on his body had shifted from ordinary yellow to a regal, threatening purple. I actually became this color of light. He lifted his arms. Violet sparks coiled around them, crackling with raw power. The energy surging within him felt limitless, ready to burst forth from any limb at will. This strength, it's far beyond the ordinary light. Even getting close is dangerous. One touch of these arcs, and you'll be fried. Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and the others instinctively stepped back. Each arc that leapt from Xiao Chen's form gouged deep scars into the ground, hissing and burning like blades of lightning. What's with this one? Why does he look so different, so much stronger than us? This pressure, it's terrifying, just like facing that cursed sphere. The lights muttered uneasily, their gazes wary. Only the champion of the clan dared stare back with unshaken confidence. Xiao Chen exhaled slowly, eyes sharp like drawn blades. Many of the lights lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Only the champion held firm, sparks flickering behind him like nervous sweat. "You don't know who I am," Xiao Chan said evenly. "I'm human. I can shift freely between man and this form. And I've come here to be your boss." The lights erupted in shock. "He wants to be our boss, but only the boss can eat the most batteries. No way. He'll devour everything if we let him." Unlike before, Xiao Chan could now understand their words clearly. He floated upward, violet lightning swirling around him like a storm. "So it's decided by battle, then?" His voice was cold, domineering. Whoever was champion just now stepped forward. "I am." The champion emerged, face tight with pride. "Good. From this moment on, your position is mine." The champion's jaw clenched. "What? I'll challenge you. I'm the boss. I deserve the most batteries." Then hear it clearly. Violet lightning flare brighter, Xiao Chen's tone like rolling thunder. "The final match begins now. The champion against me." The other lights cheered, rallying behind their leader. "The champion will win. He's the strongest of us." But Xiao Chen's eyes only narrowed. Doubts are erased only by absolute strength. The champion struck first. His palms flared with golden light, launching a serpent of electricity that scorched the air with blistering heat. The others roared in awe, praising their leader. And Xiao Chen? He didn't move. What's he doing? Frozen with fear? The champion's too much for him. But then, slowly, Xiao Chen raised one hand. He caught the golden current, as though plucking a tame snake from the air. The lightning coiled harmlessly around his arm, utterly docile against the violent arcs of violet already dancing across his body. His voice was calm, almost mocking. "Sorry, it's not that I was too stunned to dodge. This attack was simply too weak. I nearly fell asleep." The purple light twisted the golden current aside, like it was nothing. The gathered lights fell silent. Jaws dropped. The champion's smile froze. In that moment, everyone knew. No matter how strong their champion was, he could never defeat the purple light standing before them. The champion light still refused to accept defeat. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy his boss privileges, let alone devour a single battery. "No, it's not fair." Purple light folded his arms across his chest, gaze sharp. "What? Do you still want to fight? If you've got any honor, let me eat a battery first," the champion protested, his glowing face puffed up in anger. "I've been fighting all this time, and now you want me to face you half exhausted? That's bullying." "Yeah, he's right. That's unfair. You can't just crush him when he's not at full strength." The other lights chimed in, nodding in agreement. The champion had fought through many rounds, yet hadn't even had time to recharge. To them, Purple Light's victory felt unconvincing. But Purple Light knew, if he wanted to rule, he needed to earn absolute submission. No doubts. No excuses. Fine, he said decisively. Eat your battery. But hear me clearly. If you lose after this, you all acknowledge me as your boss. No problem, the chorus of lights shouted. As long as you beat me fair and square, I'll accept you as boss, the champion added firmly. Purple Light's gaze didn't waver. Then go. You have 1 minute. The champion darted off, snatching up discarded batteries from a nearby hardware store. With greedy gulps, he swallowed them whole. Sparks erupted across his body, his small frame bursting with renewed power until arcs of golden lightning danced wildly from his fists. I can do this. I won't lose this time. His voice was confident, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Purple Light watched, impressed. Alien technology, such tiny bodies, yet they can release so much energy. Truly beyond human science. The champion spread his arms wide, palms blazing. Electricity condensed into twin spheres of golden energy, which fused into a massive light wave bristling with arcs like blades. Bang! The golden wave roared forth like a thunderclap, tearing through the air. Whoa, it's huge, just like that cursed ball from before. The lights shrieked in awe and fear as the attack streaked past them toward Purple Light. But Purple Light didn't even flinch. His palms hovered calmly before him, no electricity condensed, his stance exuding utter confidence. Huh, fool. You can't stop my move, the champion crowed, already savoring victory. And then, silence. The colossal golden sphere froze the instant it touched Purple Light's hands. No explosion, no recoil, just stillness, as though time itself had been stopped. Casually, Purple Light raised his arms. The blazing sphere followed, lifted effortlessly above his head, before breaking apart into streams of golden arcs, which were instantly swallowed into his own violet lightning. His aura surged, brighter, fiercer than before. Behind him, the void shimmered with streaks of violet, like the shadow of a thunder calamity. The champion stammered, Am I on my attack? You just ate it? Purple Light's gaze was cold. Of course it failed. My current is of higher quality than yours. No matter how much energy you gather, it's nothing but food for me. A flick of his finger released a thin thread of purple lightning that split the air with ease, sharp and elegant. His strength, his tactics, even the very quality of his electricity had risen to a higher realm beyond the golden currents of this world. It was nothing less than a dimensional strike. The lights all stared, dumbfounded, chins nearly hitting the ground. Purple Light smiled, satisfied. They're stunned. They finally understand who's boss here. But then, what's quality? What's paper data? Is that some kind of fruit? A flood of clueless questions erupted from the lights. Purple Light nearly choked in exasperation. Mark and Tian Xiaoban exchanged baffled looks from afar. Of course, they couldn't understand his Earth language explanations. To the lights, it was like listening to nonsense from another world. Forget it. Purple Light spread his limbs wide, electricity roaring. All of you, attack me together. Use your strongest thunder. The little lights froze, stunned. What kind of request is that? I've never heard anything so weird. The champion's face twisted in confusion. Purple Light only sneered. You'll see it today. His voice cracked like thunder, overflowing with the pride of king. You don't have to worry about me. Just go all out. The Purple Light impatiently urged the still hesitating lights. They look at each other. In the end, I couldn't hold back the curiosity in my heart and release the current in my body. Countless currents are like strips of electricity floating in the void, sweeping towards the Purple Light spectacularly. The electric light that gathered together devoured his figure. In front of this large amount of electric current, his already small body became even smaller. Monument. Until countless currents fell on his body. A large amount of current burst out and even formed a ball-like, lightning-like existence, completely submerging the body of the Purple Light. He won't die. Impossible. Impossible. He shouldn't die. We all use electricity. How could we be electrocuted? It's all your fault for not showing mercy. I'm pulling my strength. Those lights are children who play the house and play the whole process. Seeing this situation, they're all panicked and fearful. No, are they really killed by them? Don't let this happen. Taste. The light from the sky suddenly dissipated. The figure of the purple light suddenly appeared in the sight of all that light. The electric current that had gathered on his body, as if it had vanished without a trace, had all disappeared without a trace. No, it's okay. Seeing this miraculous picture, the lights were all stunned 650. They all realized how powerful the purple light is. Don't worry, I will release the electricity that I gathered just now, all at once. The purple light didn't pretend. His face flushed red, and a terrifying energy was suppressed in his body. He raised his fingers tremblingly and aimed at a large forest in the distance. Yep, that's the main dish. What's the use of just absorbing current? No matter how much you absorb, it's useless if you can't release enough power. He wants to show how strong he is. Call out. Suddenly, a purple laser light jumped out of his fingertips. The light split the vast sky, and every place it passed was illuminated by light, like a thunder calamity prepared for the gods. There is an unbelievable, violent, and terrifying energy suppressed in it. Boom! The laser light fell like a meteorite into a forest. In an instant, the tiny laser light suddenly burst, feelings swelled countless times, forming a storm-like current. The violent current is like a purple wave, spreading overwhelmingly, covering a large area of the mountains and forests, countless broken pieces, broken soil, and sand and gravel, rolling outwards rapidly, like flying sand in the sky. It was also accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. Even the boss of Happy Country, who fled far away, was so frightened that he held his head in his hands and looked shocked. Did these little guys absorb the power of the nuclear power plant? So fierce. After a few seconds, the smoke on the forest that bore the brunt slowly dissipated. Only a bunch of flat ground remains. Countless trees and rocks were destroyed by the lightning, and only powder was left and drifted away with a gust of wind. That whole forest. They were all wiped out under the finger-like finger of the purple light that was like a prisoner of heaven. All that light, looking at the explosion area that seemed to be destroyed by an atomic bomb, were all icy cold. And at this moment, the emotion of fear enveloped their bodies. In their hearts, there's a deep awe that begins with the awe of absolute strength. So, are you qualified to be your boss? The purple light and wind lightly fell from the door in the air and asked calmly. Naturally, there was an uproar in his heart, because he did not expect that the power of the current could be so terrifying. Maybe the normal state is far inferior to the fire mage, the flame man, but the upper limit is very scary. Maybe it could be like the pirate king, Anilu. Boss. The light of the champion was the first to call out the boss. The strongest is also more aware of how far it is from the purple light, and it can feel how weak its own strength is. Boss. The other light also said willingly. Hey, you shouldn't be willing to go back to that rubber ball, right? The purple light nodded with satisfaction, landed on the ground, and turned to ask. Of course no, boss. It's so stuffy in there. Boss, we also count on you to help us find a new home. The answer, of course, was in denial, and everyone was in tacit denial, deeply tired of that damn place. Ro, the purple light frowned slightly. I'll find a way to help you solve this problem. But let me be your boss. Ahem, although there are systematic rewards that make him very excited, these little guys are indeed pitiful and need help. He kept the gang of lights standing still, while he flew in front of Mark and asked if there were any abandoned power stations nearby. For ordinary people, it may be difficult to answer this kind of question, but as a plumber of the Tiangong Union, Mark, even if he doesn't know, can easily investigate this kind of thing. In this regard, we still have to rely on Mark. Xiao Chen, don't worry, I'll check it out for those little guys. Mark naturally guessed what the purple light was thinking. He glanced at the purple light with approval, then took out the old man machine and turned around. Initiated a text message, which seemed very mysterious. After a while, he turned around and smiled. I found it. Just a few kilometers to the southwest, there's an abandoned power station, and there is still some electricity. Thank you, Grandpa, I understand. The purple light breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and flew back to the group of light. With the aim of finding a new home, he led a group of that light to the southwest. That light, as the name suggests, is the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of those lights flew out for several kilometers, and without any coordinates at all, they could keenly sense where the power station was in the southwestern suburbs. The flow of electric current cannot escape the eyeball of that light. When they arrived at the abandoned power station, there was no doubt that all but the purple light were ecstatic, not only because there was electricity, but because there were some magazines left by that kind of people. Everything seems so new. And the boss of the purple light, the status in their hearts has changed from the boss of fear to a real boss. From today, this is your new home, but I said in advance that I will set 2 rules for you. First, you are not allowed to go out to disturb humans. Just play here. Second, don't destroy any facilities. If you destroy, there will be bad guys coming to capture you at night. The purple light looked at the lights playing everywhere, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For the sake of safety, he still made some rules. And in order to enhance the credibility, he also used the way that adults scare children to scare that light. Really, they all shrank their necks one by one, their faces full of fear, and answered in unison, "Yes, boss." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The sound of the system sounded immediately, which also meant that the purple light had indeed handled this incident perfectly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus. Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. This is the most basic reward. But for Xiao Chen, 1 more minute is 1 minute of combat time. If it was the previous him, before he flew to this power station, he would have to change back to a human state in the sky, fall down and be half dead, but now he has been maintaining his transformation state. However, you can't stay here too long. The purple light's expression became serious, and he looked at the group of lights in front of him. Tell me, the boss has some things, so I can't stay with you. Boss, don't. Could it be? Are you going to get caught back in the rubber ball? Hearing this, all the lights reluctantly looked at the purple light, looking very unhappy. It is a pleasure to communicate with them, without any intrigue, just talk directly. I'm going to do something to save the planet. Do you understand? The purple light said solemnly. Isn't it like the protagonist of this comic? The champion took out a somewhat shabby magazine from the table, and the magazine read, "Furious Sumo Wrestler Fights Aliens." P.S. The Furious Sumo Wrestler is the most famous big IP work in the world, comparable to the status of the Marvel Universe. The discus mud in the minds of children. You are right. And I also told you that my body is a human being, the person who hosted the broadcast competition before. My true identity is to defend the Earth. It is also my duty to help you find a new home. The purple light looked righteous and dignified, patted his chest, and said, he talked about it anyway, and only persuaded these little guys. In the end, they all had tears on their faces, snot and tears. Boss, we will miss you. No matter who you are, thank you for helping us find a home. You are our boss forever. The champion still clenched his fists tightly, with a red ribbon tied on his forehead, and swore secretly, "One day, I will be as powerful as the boss." At last, Xiao Chan walked out of the abandoned power station in human form, and it was considered that these little guys were completely settled. It's really tiring. But it's full of benefits. The smile on his face is full of accomplishment. Obtain a new powerful alien hero and extended the transformation time by 1 minute, which can be said to be quite rewarding. Now, we have to go back quickly, otherwise Grandpa and the others will be in a hurry. Stopping a taxi, Xiao Chen took the taxi back to Mirage Paradise and happened to meet Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others at the door. Seeing him come back intact, everyone had to sigh, as expected of Xiao Chen. With the 4 of them, they can finally relax and go back to Mirage Paradise to have a good time. It is worth mentioning that, after the owner of Happy Country came back, after learning the ins and outs from Xiao Chen, Mark and others, of course, he concealed the fact that Xiao Chen is the purple light. He also congratulated these little guys from the bottom of his heart. They even included a free one-day trip to Mirage Park. Xiao Chen, who always got up early, also slept until 8 or 9 in the morning because of a day of play. After everyone got up in the morning and had breakfast, they politely declined the invitation from the boss of Happy Country the next day. After all, the summer vacation was full of plans, and there was a small plan to come, so we couldn't waste time here. Grandpa, wait a minute. I still have something to do. You wait for me a moment. Xiao Chan discouraged Mark from driving, but went to the door of the car, opened the Omnitrix, and took a picture of the light pattern. Become the purple light again. Xiao Chen, are those little guys running out this time? Mark asked with great confusion. No, before I leave, let's prepare some surprises for them. By the way, let the boss of Happy Country experience what a surprise is. The purple light opened the car door with a wicked smile and moved towards the boss of Happy Country. Flew over. About 7 minutes later, inside an abandoned power station. There are TV sets in the power station, as well as all kinds of new magazines, comic books, and each light is very happy. Only the boss of Happy Country, who diligently cleans and maintains electrical appliances here, can go back to be the boss after finishing these things. Okay, I'll be leaving here soon. I'll leave it to you. Remember, don't let them run away. If they're bored, buy them more comic books. The purple light looked at the boss, also added, buy some detective comic books, the ones I like to read. 4 flowers. No problem. The Happy Country boss answered in a very old-fashioned way. The purple light looked pleased. Congrats to that light. Like to mention a male mother. This boss is really promising. With such a responsible boss watching these little guys, he can leave here with confidence. Then, I'll take a step first. The purple light disappeared in place and hurried back while taking advantage of the 1-minute gap. The owner of Happy Country wiped the sweat from his forehead, and while playing with the lights, he thought, wait, why does this light speak human words? It's so strange. 0. Forget it. If you don't understand it, don't think about it. Taste. Old broken car window. The purple streamer penetrated into the car through the gap of the car and changed back to Xiao Chen in front of Tian Xiaoban and others. Xiao Chen looked at the reddish Omnitrix and heaved a sigh of relief. I'm almost running out of time. If it gets stuck in the car, it's going to be a big trouble. If it's all right, I'll crash. You will definitely be satisfied with where you're going today. Mark said mysteriously. Well, Grandpa is still the same. Likes to show off suspense, like those writers who write novels. No problem. Xiao Chen made an okay gesture and sat down on the sofa chair, taking a gulp of water when he was thirsty. Xiao Chen, what were you doing just now? Tian Xiaoban came over again, very curious. Well, when you come back with me in the future, you will know. Xiao Chen said mysteriously. Xiao Chen, when did you and Grandpa learn how to betray you exactly the same way? Tian Xiaoban grabbed a few of his hair and complained. Xiaoban, I haven't heard you talking about me behind my back. Mark said without turning his head, with black lines all over his head. Old broken car. Under the chatter of the crowd, they drove towards the new destination, driving through the suburbs, highways, and finally to the city, and is the most prosperous and characteristic city center. Billion, in the end, not only stopped in the city center, but also stopped at the entrance of a gorgeous hotel, surrounded by luxury cars and famous cars, and the old broken car seemed a little out of place in the parking space. Grandpa, did you take out all your pension money this time? Through the glass, Xiao Chen looked at the resplendent golden hotel and asked in surprise. Haha, Xiao Chen, you're exaggerating. It's just that the previous travel plans were all in the suburbs, and this time it's just a slightly more advanced place. Mark said while unbuckling his seatbelt. Tian Xiaoban almost burst into tears. Such a high-end hotel must have a buffet breakfast, buffet lunch, etc. Right? Of course, Xiaoban. Then we won't have to trouble Grandpa to cook. He is too old, and the physical work of cooking is not suitable for him. Xiao Chen also looked filial and tacitly exchanged glances with Xiaoban. 650 is filial to his grandson. Don't be sloppy. Get out of the car. You guys are exaggerating. My meal is obviously delicious. Xiao Chen eats the most every time. Mark walked to Xiao Chen's side and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder meaningfully. Don't you want to cook me a private meal after arriving at the big hotel? With this kind of unease, Xiao Chen got off the bus with the three of them and walked into the living room of the hotel with a suitcase filled with clothes. The living room decoration is also very luxurious, typical European style. The front desk is a blonde beauty, looking at Xiao Chen and others with a gentle face. Hello, this is the room number we booked. Mark reported the pre-booked room number, plus the mobile phone number. Booked for several days, which means you can stay here for the remaining days, or check out any time to travel. Very convenient. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban looked around with novelty. This was the first time they had come to such a big place. After Xiao Chen took a few glances, his mood was also much calmer. He is an alien hero after all, and he looks down on these mundane things a lot. If you really want the money, little raiders can hammer all safety nets and call out wonderful at will. After confirming the room number, Mark took the lead and headed to the elevator. Along the way, Xiao Chen suddenly found that Tian Xiaoban, who was standing in front of him, was not moving. Mark still walked to the elevator door. He didn't follow, just stared at the corner of the hotel in astonishment. Xiaoban, what's the matter? This hall has the air conditioner on, so it's not hot. Xiao Chen poked Tian Xiaoban's back lightly and teased. You don't see that. Tian Xiaoban looked at a part of the hotel strangely, as if he couldn't take his eyes away. What's wrong? Xiao Chen followed Tian Xiaoban's gaze. Furious Sumo New Game Conference. At the door of a large room next to it, there is such a line of words written on it. Is Tian Xiaoban's favorite violent sumo soft? And a big bald head wearing a suit, with an unusually strong physique, like a cow, stood fiercely in front of the gate, like a door god. Grandpa, Xiaoban may want to go there to have a look. Can you go up and put your luggage first? Let's go and see this new game of violent sumo first. Xiao Chen understood Tian Xiaoban's thoughts very well, and looked at Mark with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Come back earlier. Mark turned around and sighed lightly while holding his forehead, but slowly agreed. Great. Thank you, Grandpa. And, Chun. Tian Xiaoban cheered, stretched out his fist, and insisted on a fist bump with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was about to stay. Tian Xiaoban naturally made an excuse to keep up, and in the end, Mark took the big bag and the small bag to the elevator. The three came to the door of the press conference. The big bald head stretched out his arms and stood in front of the empty gate, looking a little fierce, but his tone was very polite. Please show your VIP card. Well, our VIP was thrown into the certificate room. Can I go in first and make it up for you later? Xiao Chen asked with a serious face, posing as if a child would not lie. Then you can only pass after you get the VIP card. Children, I hope you don't embarrass me. I only have this job. The big bald man's tone was cold, but he was also telling his own difficulties. Xiao Chen, who has also been an adult once, knows that this is not easy, and unfortunately shook his head. There is no way. Let's go first. Okay. Tian Xiaoban agreed glumly. The three took the elevator again, got on the 4th floor, where the room number was located, and came to the corridor on the 4th floor. The door of one of the rooms in the corridor was open, and Mark was carrying his luggage back and forth. Other than that, no one else. Xiao Chen, it's not as good as us. Tian Xiaoban looked at the green Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist. His expression became excited. You turned into a flash star and sent me in while the bald head was not paying attention. I see, go away. Xiao Chen just wanted to speak. Xiaoban, don't even think about it. This watch is not used for such boring things. Mark stopped carrying his luggage and said in a reprimanding tone, I just wanted to go in and play, and it didn't matter. The problem is that it's not right to abuse the capabilities of alien technology. Okay, you always have a reason to find out what's wrong with me. I can't tell you, okay? Just like the estrangement between the elder and the younger generation, Tian Xiaoban and Mark exchanged a few words with each other angrily. The smell of gunpowder was a little full. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiaoban's expression was somewhat nervous. One hand grabbed the corner of his clothes, and the other hand grabbed the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. At this moment, only Xiao Chen as a neutral mediator can persuade the two of them. Grandpa, you calm down. Xiaoban didn't do it on purpose. We encountered so many incidents a few days ago, and Xiaoban was also busy. Maybe it's been too long. That's why I talk to you like this. I asked him to apologize to you. He is my grandson and also a child. I won't care about him. Mark naturally didn't take it to heart, but he still had a stern look on his face. Old Mark also implements the idea of boys can't get used to it. Little class, listen to me. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban. His voice lowered, and his eyes kept gesturing at him. Although Tian Xiaoban's face was a little unhappy, but under the persuasion of Hamaji Xiao Chen, his heart was still a little loose, and he was angry before, so he didn't want to bear Mark. Yes, sorry. Tian Xiaoban didn't say this sentence very much, hesitating and hesitating. It's okay, Xiaoban. Mark looked at Tian Xiaoban and turned his anger into joy. He also thought about it for a while. I thought about it, Xiao Chen. It's true. I have something wrong just now. I apologize. I probably won't apologize, but well, you can hang out with Xiao Chen. Go out to play. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, and others were stunned together. Great. Thank you, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoban immediately jumped up and threw all the previous unhappiness into the sky. It seems I still can't rest well. Xiao Chen held his forehead and smiled helplessly. It seemed that Grandpa wanted to help him take a look. Xiao Chen, shall we go shopping together later? Tian Xiaoban said in high spirits. No, let's go play video games. There must be super good video games in the city center. Seeing that the two were about to argue again over a trivial matter, Xiao Chen couldn't help interrupting them. Let's talk about it when we go out, and talk while walking. The two just gave up, but they also stood on the left and right sides of Xiao Chen, not talking to each other, and they were angry. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and walked down the hotel with the two of them. As he passed the press conference of the new violent sumo game, Tian Xiaoban also glanced at him from time to time. Those eyes were full of longing. Wow, your violent sumo character is amazing. You're not bad. In this new game of Furious Sumo, the character's movements are very smooth, and the sense of attack is also very strong. And the picture quality is also much clearer, a true masterpiece of the next era. The discussion among the group of internet-addicted teenagers made Tian Xiaoban almost unable to walk, and only drooled. It was Xiao Chen who held him with his hands to carry him and walk all the way. After coming to the door, the hot sun shines on Xiao Chen and others. Man 16 Shin Su squinted his eyes and looked at the poisonous sun, then looked back at the two of them. Okay, now it's up to you to make a decision. Are we going shopping or playing an electric car? My violent sumo? Tian Xiaoban still looks lost and keeps talking to himself. See Tian Xiaoban like this. Tian Xiaoban also sighed helplessly and said, Forget it, let's go play video games on such a hot day. Even shopping will be very hot. When Xiao Chen sees her sweating appearance, it will ruin her image. Yeah, great. Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian Xiaoban in surprise and praised with a smile. Bookworm, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Are you praising me or scolding me? Tian Xiaoban was speechless. The three of them stayed in this state and came to a video game city near the Grand Hotel. Walking into the video game city, there are game consoles everywhere. Many teenagers are playing video games in front of the game consoles, including some bad teenagers. The sound is very noisy. Fortunately, no one smokes, and there is no unpleasant smell in the video game city. Boss exchanged 30 game coins. Xiao Chen took out a few bills, put them on the table, and said to the boss on tiptoe, Here you are. The boss took the banknotes, took a few glances, and then handed the 30 game coins in a small bag to Xiao Chen. Xiaoban, you can play whatever you want, let's go. Holding the heavy bag of game coins, Xiao Chen spoke a lot harder, straightening his back. Let's go, Xiao Chen. Let's try that first, the violent sumo game console. Tian Xiaoban's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to hold Xiao Chen and walk towards the violent sumo game console. It was a fighting game, and many people are playing. It can be seen that this IP is very well known. Xiao Chen accompanied Tian Xiaoban to play fighting games for a while, and then switched to FPS games, shooting machines, and even some role-playing games. During this period, Tian Xiaoban was watching quietly. When Xiao Chen, who played the knight, controlled the character to win the final level, he leaned against the wall lazily, his arms spread out, and his body was indescribably happy. The joy of playing games as a child. I'm back. It doesn't matter if the game is happy or not. The important thing is to play with you. Okay, there are only 3 game coins left. Tian Xiaoban looked relieved, stretched out his slender hand, and held the game coin bag. Well, play a few more games and go back. Counting the time, Xiao Chen has been playing for dozens of minutes, and Xiao Chen is also very relaxed. There's a good way. Maybe we can win money. Tian Xiaoban's eyes slowly landed on a game machine in the distance. That is a coin pusher filled with a dizzying amount of game coins. Please, Xiaoban. Anyone who is smarter knows that that is a scam. Tian Xiaoban put his hands on his shoulders, posing as a little adult, and there was an unexpected contrast. Forget it, Xiaoban. Let's just let Xiaoban play once. They're here anyway. Xiao Chen winked at Tian Xiaoban. Hurry up and let Xiaoban quickly lose these 3 game coins. Let's go back early. Xiao Chen, you're still the most supportive of me. Tian Xiaoban embraced Xiao Chen's shoulders full of enthusiasm and walked to the coin machine with his shoulders hooked. Come to the slot machine. Tian Xiaoban spotted it. It seemed to have a great chance, and the coin pusher with the most game coins piled up first took out a game coin from the bag and stuffed it into it. The game coins fall into a pile of game coins. Under the push of the machine, it seems that a large amount of game coins will be pushed down, but it is still a little bit. So close. Tian Xiaoban put in the second piece nonstop, still as terrifying. His heart was pounding, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart saying, it's almost. Out of nowhere, he dropped a 3rd coin. This thing is actually a bit of a gambling thing, making full use of people's greedy nature. Xiao Chen saw through the coin slot machine at a glance, and he had already guessed Tian Xiaoban's ending. The ending was, of course, unexpected. Tian Xiaoban lost the 3rd game coin, his palms slipped from the machine, and his face was unwilling. Damn it, this is a broken machine that cheats money. Give me back, boy. Willing to admit defeat, this is the rule. The boss on the other side responded provocatively when he heard this. Cut. This shop is a black shop. Tian Xiaoban muttered in a low voice. Xiaoban, it's just a game. Forget it, let's go. Xiao Chen comforted him gently, knowing that he was angry and unreasonable. Yes, they're black shops. It's not your bad luck. The machines in this shop have done tricks and no one can win. While the 3 were chatting, a rather gloomy voice suddenly came from the side. Xiao Chen and the others turned their heads and looked around curiously. It was a tall and thin boy with black hair and black clothes, leaning on the game console, with his hands on his shoulders. His eyes were full of depth, and there was an unknown darkness in the depths of his eyes. He happened to be located in a dark corner of the entire video game store, and the darkness seemed to merge with his black clothes and set off each other. What he said just now is naturally what he said. And that guy's tone is also ugly. I really want to Heitblast him. Tian Xiaoban also responded jokingly. Yes, me too. The tall and thin boy cast a look of approval. Unlike Tian Xiaoban, he seemed to have a bit of murderous aura in his bones. Xiao Chen realized instantly. This person is not the same as himself and others. This friend, thank you for helping us speak, but you have seen it, willing to admit defeat. We can't do anything with this guy. Let's go first. Xiao Chen didn't finish his words. The tall and thin boy on the opposite side turned strange and said grimly, You help me block it. I have a way. Let us make a lot of money together. Making money? Xiao Chen frowned and looked at the tall and thin boy in front of him. This dress seemed very familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. It seems that the characters I saw when I was watching the drama in my previous life were the ones that left a deep impression on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to remember it so clearly. Who is it? That's right. It's time to share with you. The tall and thin boy said lightly, got up, came to the coin slot machine, and put his hands in front of the coin slot machine slowly. Xiao Chan was standing next to him, and Tian Xiaoban followed behind the tall and thin boy, who just formed a natural encirclement. Because the boss is busy with business, he can't take care of them at all, and he is so busy. Zizizi. The master boy's palms flashed with bursts of blue electric light, just like the electric light man in the Marvel movie, and the electric current covered the body of the coin machine like a spider web. The pusher of a machine pushes the game coins in a burst. That blue light lit up his Ethan, excited face slightly. What is this? Tian Xiaoban's eyes widened, and he said strangely, looking at the scene in front of him. Power of electricity? Xiao Chen immediately recognized the superpower of the tall and thin boy, and at the same time, a thought also rose in his mind. This person looks like Kevin. When I watched Ben 10 in my previous life, Kevin was an important character in the first movie. In the world a few years after the second movie, he was even more of a protagonist. How could he forget such an important person? Clap, clap, clap. A large amount of game coins from the slot machine was pushed down, and Kevin's hands stopped flickering. As if he had done nothing, he retracted his hands, showing a sophisticated and innocent look. Great, we won. Tian Xiaoban's eyes lit up. After cheering in a low voice, he took out a lot of game coins from the pile of game coins. But he was still kind, and only took part, most of which he didn't move. Kevin unceremoniously scoured the remaining game coins and put them into his pocket. Well, my friend, what's your name? Xiao Chen didn't care about the game coins, but looked at Kevin with bright eyes and asked closely. Kevin was stunned, with a bold smile on his face, and stretched out his palm. My name is Kevin. Hello, friend. It's definitely Kevin. After getting the affirmative answer, Xiao Chen felt a great uproar in his heart, but he quickly calmed down and shook hands with Kevin. How? Do you want to play games together? Full of enthusiasm, Kevin stretched out his finger over his shoulder and pointed to some game consoles behind him. Tian Xiaoban just wanted to agree. Xiao Chen showed a refusal expression and shook his head slightly. No need, Kevin. We have to go back soon. There will be a period later. Oh well. Kevin's expression didn't seem to care much. He just nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to go to other game areas. After he left, Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen puzzled and asked, Xiao Chen, why don't we play games with him? Besides, he is a super cool person. Like you, he has superpowers. Maybe he will become the same as us. Superhero. Superhero? Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. There are too many people now, and Xiaoban and Xiaoan are also there, so it is not easy for him to come forward to solve Kevin's problems. He can only deal with Kevin's affairs when there are few people. If you don't handle it properly, it will be a big worry in the future. Before Xiao Chen could answer, Tian Xiaoban answered him. Xiaoban, didn't you see? His clothes were tattered and his appearance was scary, and he was completely different from us. Oh, it's a pity. We could have another superpower friend. Tian Xiaoban sighed helplessly and shook the remaining game coins in his hand. Anyway, the remaining game coins. Can I use it up? Of course, there's no problem, Xiaoban. It's not lunchtime anyway. Xiao Chen smiled lightly and agreed to Tian Xiaoban's request without hesitation. Let's go. Tian Xiaoban immediately forgot his unhappiness and went to a game console with Xiao Chen and started playing games. This time, Xiaoban didn't get angry with Kevin to make a havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and the reason was very simple. With Xiao Chen, a good Moji, it was impossible for Xiaoban to act like the original novel. This is a real world, not a rigid animation world. Everything is possible. Xiao Chen gradually threw himself into the game world and played games happily with Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban drank a glass of orange juice with a straw, resting his chin in his hand, watching quietly. But the good times don't last long. The noisy sound made Xiao Chen and others wake up from the immersed game world and return to the real world. It was a thumping sound. It looks very loud in the video game city. Xiao Chen retracted his hands on the gamepad, stood up, and looked at the source of the sound. At the same time, many people did the same. One of the gaming areas in the video game city. Kevin blocked by a few punks. One of the most drag gangsters pushed and ed Kevin directly, making Kevin slammed into the wall. His already slender body was knocked to pieces, and he slumped on the ground, with a trace of fear on his face and hatred. Weird, long time no see. With a playful look on his face, a gangster clasped his hands on his shoulders and said mockingly, "Hand over the game coins on your body. I won't embarrass you anymore today." Haha, weirdo. Did you eat a battery and run over to steal the game coins? Why are there so many game coins? No matter how much, it's ours too. The other gangsters sneered and attacked Kevin viciously, and their expressions were full of rejection and disgust. Wong Li's was bullied time and time again by them, just because Kevin had superpowers. "If I don't pay." Kevin's expression was a little fierce, and his cold facial features were even more awe-inspiring, like a wounded wolf. "No payment. You have to eat hard." The few thugs looked at each other immediately, picked up Kevin knowingly, beat, kicked, and fell. As long as they didn't kill him, they only made him feel pain. Others looked a little unbearable, but they didn't dare to reason with these unreasonable bastards. Anyway, it was just a freak. This is too much. Even Tian Xiaoban opened his mouth, looking like he couldn't bear it. "He helped us. We should help him too, right?" Tian Xiaoban was even more impulsive, and his hand gradually touched the air gun in his pocket, approaching little by little. "Prophet. Monument." Xiao Chen's palm grabbed Tian Xiaoban's wrist in time. The slight grip made the nervous Tian Xiaoban release the air gun in his pocket, and then he remembered that there were so many people around. Just as Tian Xiaoban was about to speak, Xiao Chen retracted his palm and made a booing action. He promised, "Don't worry, I will never just sit back and watch." Although Kevin is currently a gangster, this does not mean that Xiao Chan will condone another group of gangsters to bully him. Summarize in one sentence. Kevin and these gangsters have to be educated. It's just a matter of priority. Xiao Chen, be careful. There are many people here. Tian Xiaoban urged with concern. "Don't worry, Xiaoban." Xiao Chen nodded slightly, looked around, and then made sure everyone's attention was on the gang of gangsters. Then he quietly hid behind a game console and covered his body with the help of the huge game console. He opened the Omnitrix screen and twisted to the position of the flashing star. Overall, this hero is the most suitable for fighting here. Boom! As he pushes the button, a strange sound effect sounded, accompanied by bursts of light, but most people didn't care when they heard it, thinking it was the sound of someone playing a game. Only Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban looked back with anticipation. Flash Star slowly walked out from behind the game console. Call out. His black face with a lightning pattern of 650 was unveiled, and his expression was extremely cold. Xiaoban, you also pay attention. Don't be accidentally affected by my attack. Quick flash. Xing is indeed the most handsome alien hero. Tian Xiaoban put his hands in his pockets, and his tone was admiring. Taste. The pulleys of Flash Star's feet moved gently. Xiaoban and Xiaoan felt a gust of wind before they suddenly passed by, and Flash Star disappeared from their sight in an instant. It appeared directly in the area more than 10 meters away. What sound? What is this? The next second, the gang of thugs heard the noise beside them, and they looked for it and suddenly saw the flashing star standing in the aisle. Those cold eyes, icy temperament, and the appearance of aliens made them shudder. Calm down, this guy looks like he's a cosplayer. Soon, a gangster pretended to calm down. Thinking this way, the other gangsters didn't quite believe in the so-called aliens, and they became angry one by one. Are you dressed like this and want us to be out of the mold? I think you just watched our reaction on purpose, right? After we teach him a lesson, you will be dead. Listen to their threatening voices. Flash Star wiped his nose disapprovingly and said calmly, "You guys deal with me together first. I'm in a hurry. Don't waste my time." Those arrogant and provocative words immediately made a group of gangsters look ferocious and look at the flashing star with their blue veins bursting. In this band, no one dares to speak to us like this. You want to die? Kevin Freak, stay there and don't move. We'll take care of him first, and then take care of you. A group of gangsters clenched their fists. Their brows looked like the word, well, popped out, and they walked towards the flashing star in anger. Hey, little one, be careful. Kevin looked at the flash star as if he was a friend who was suffering together and reminded loudly. Only, when he just finished the sentence behind, shhhhhhh, the flash star will instantly evaporate in place. Then, the little gangster who was closest to him suddenly had a concave belly in his stomach. As if he had been hit by a fist, his eyes burst out, and he fell down holding his stomach. The second, the third, every gangster was attacked by fists, and in the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground, wailing with their stomachs or swollen faces, rolling back and forth on the ground. In front of Kevin, the flash star that he was talking to in the distance just now arrived in front of him in an instant, and behind him was a group of gangsters who cried and cried. Looking at the slender figure of the flash star, Kevin's face was full of astonishment, and he didn't have time to react. Everyone was beaten down. Okay, great. Who is this guy? Have you seen his speed just now? This is faster than an Olympic champion, right? VGF. The onlookers looked surprised, their eyes focused on the flashing star. Fortunately, it is not the era of internet celebrities and short videos. Otherwise, the pop-up star must be famous. Thank you, thank you. Kevin, who responded, quickly thanked the flash star, and at the same time, deep admiration rose in his heart. This kind of powerful force, ruthless character, is the person he should worship. He also wants to be as powerful as Flash Star. Then, take revenge on all those who bully you. Kevin's eyes were deeply distorted, but the Flash Star just turned around, gave him a cold look, and without much nonsense, went straight to a gangster. Taste. He stretched out his claws, picked up the collar of a gangster, and searched the man in front of him with the help of his clothes. His expression was full of icy coldness, and his eyes flashed with terrifying murderous aura. You guys do something like this for money grabbing. How long has it been? We. The little gangster stammered and looked at the flashing star in front of him. His pupils shrank extremely, showing a very frightened look, and he couldn't say anything. We only grabbed a few $1,000s. Another gangster lying on the ground hurriedly replied, Okay, leave them all to me. Now they don't belong to you, as stolen money, confiscated. Flash Star said domineeringly. What? A little gangster was dumbfounded. Aren't you stealing money? I'm just robbing. The money of the money-robbing person. Don't talk nonsense. The flashing star's eyes are filled with more murderous aura, and there seems to be a cold wind blowing around, and the gusts of cold wind are extremely piercing. The gangster shivered and hurriedly handed a pile of US dollar bills to the Flash Star. The Flash Star accepted the money unceremoniously and finally glared at the gangsters fiercely. You guys, if you have another time, there will be another time. Die! His sharp claws, which were comparable to Wolverine's claws, opened up, and his 5 claws flashed coldly like knives, reflecting the fearful faces. They were frightened, their faces were pale, they did not dare to speak, they just sat there dumbfounded. Tick-tock, tick-tock, and the little gangster who was picked up by the Flash Star. The pants were directly wet, and it goes without saying that he must have been scared to pee. I'm leaving first, and you bless yourselves not to cause trouble in the future. Flash Star disgustedly used the diaper punk on the ground, and disappeared with a smell. He appeared suddenly, left suddenly, came and went without a trace. This is the Flash Star, leaving only the gangsters who were in a state of madness. They no longer dared to have the intention of doing bad things. And Kevin showed an expression of extreme admiration and squeezed his palms tightly. One day, I will be as strong as you. I can bully everyone at will. His thirst for power is desperate. Since, after leaving, the Flash Star didn't go anywhere. He squatted in a corner near the video game store and returned to the video game store as if nothing had happened until the Omnitrix's transformation time came and returned to a human state. That guy was so handsome just now. He knocked everyone down at once. He looks like a cartoon superhero. Ha ha ha. Who believes what you're saying? Like the aliens, bragging? The video game city is full of discussions about Flash Stars. People are eagerly discussing, and the newcomers express their disbelief, and it is very lively for a while. Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen, who came back, Tian Xiaoban's expression was suppressed and eager, and he said in a low voice, The move you just made was the one that instantly knocked everyone down. What's your name? X. Looking at the small class who was still in the second year of middle school, Xiao Chen was speechless, holding his forehead, and said with tears in his eyes, "What's the name? It's just a casual trick. You must know that even without strengthening sufficient physical coordination ability, coupled with the foundation of martial arts, can enable him to transform into an alien hero and exert stronger strength. This is the power of the Transformers themselves. By the way, with that money, do we want to buy a new version of the violent sumo machine?" Tian Xiaoban asked cautiously, like a thief. "Xiaoban, I'm going to donate this money. If I really want to give it back to the victims, I can't find so many people, so I have to donate it," Xiao Chen said with a nonchalant expression. "Did you see it?" At this time, Kevin suddenly walked to the side of the crowd again, his expression full of excitement and excitement. "The guy who was very fast just now is so cool." "Yeah, I think so too." Tian Xiaoban also responded with a smile. Only Xiao Chen greeted with a smile on the surface, but his heart was full of vigilance. He wore Omnitrix's hands and put it into his pockets as if nothing had happened. He clearly knew that Kevin could absorb alien DNA and temporarily strengthen himself. So he won't let Kevin have a chance. "In the future, I will also be as powerful as him. We all have superpowers, and I can be that strong." Kevin obviously thought that the Flash Star was also a superpower. He slowly opened his palm and jumped with electric lights. Expression, full of ambition, gloomy. That way, Xiao Chen felt a little bit of vigilance. "Kevin, it's almost time for us to eat. We have to go back." Xiao Chen looked for the perfect excuse, his face filled with regret. "It's a pleasure to meet you, but unfortunately, we can only come in the afternoon. Then you will still be there. Or not. It doesn't matter. I'm in the vicinity of this area. What alleys, warehouses, under bridges? Anyway, the places where the sun can't shine are all places where people like me live. For Kevin, these are commonplace meals." "Good." Invisibly, Xiao Chen set out Kevin's address, remembered it in his heart, and nodded. "Kevin, I'll come back to you when I have time." "See you later." Kevin also readily agreed, hiding his antisocial personality deep in his heart. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban said goodbye to Kevin, came to the front desk, and exchanged some game coins for coins, carrying coins and US dollar bills, and walked toward the hotel. On the way, it seemed like a coincidence. Xiao Chen came across a charity organization that was collecting donations, and he donated the money without thinking. Because the amount was too large, he explained it for a long time before returning to the hotel with Xiaoban and the others. When returning to the hotel lobby, it was exactly 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Chen touched his dry and sore belly and grunted in his throat. "I'm so hungry, I don't know what lunch I can have." A burst of aroma diffused from the kitchen to the hall, with the smell of seafood, as well as cooked food, main dishes. What's more terrible is that there's a restaurant next to the hall. Nuoda's restaurant is full of people, and they all eat in buffet style. This almost made Xiao Chen unable to walk. "Why don't we stay and go up after dinner?" Tian Xiaoban also grunted and said eagerly. "Forget it. Let's talk to Grandpa first, and then come down to eat together, so that he won't be in a hurry." Xiao Chen still resisted the urge in his heart and brought the two to the hotel elevator. Coincidentally, the elevator was going down. The elevator came to the first floor and opened the door. An old man dressed in floral red clothes, with a strong figure and a radiant expression, appeared in front of the three of them. Grandpa, Xiao Chen, was stunned, and after reacting, he let out a cry. "Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, you guys, you've really ordered lunch." "Well, don't tell me. Let's go straight to the buffet." Mark smiled understandingly and rapped Xiao Chen with his right hand, grabbed Xiaoban with his left hand, and walked towards the restaurant. 4 flowers? Of course, he also wanted to hold Tian Xiaoban, but Tian Xiaoban embarrassedly refused. Aftertaste. It's a pleasant mealtime. Xiao Chen can be said to eat very comfortably. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was 70% full, stood up, took out a tissue, and wiped his mouth. "Grandpa, eat slowly. I remember that there is still something to do. Let's go first. I have something to do with Kevin later. Don't eat too much. Xiao Chen, you have to be careful outside. Pay attention." Mark said with concern, and then agreed. In his eyes, Xiao Chen is actually no different from a child who is about to grow up. 0. Xiao Chen, I want to go too. Although Tian Xiaoban didn't know what Xiao Chen was going to do, he still stood up happily. Xiaoban, Xiaowen, I can't take you there this time. Sorry, but I'll be back soon. I promise you. I will definitely play with you all afternoon. After Xiao Chen comforted the two, he hurried out the door. Tian Xiaoban looked at his back and remembered what he had said before. He seemed to have figured out something, but he didn't break it. Instead, he helped Xiao Chen keep a secret. After going out, Xiao Chen borrowed a small bicycle and quickly rode through the nearby video game store, corners, and alleys. Until you reach an alley. He just saw Kevin's back in the alley. But, at this time, Kevin is doing despicable things. He turned his back to the entrance of the alley, blocking the only sunlight, and put a few children 1 or 2 years younger than him inside, with a vicious expression. Hand over all the money on your body. Hand it over now. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking it. After you, take money from your pocket. He is forcing these people in the same way. Kevin. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression became colder, and his voice became a lot colder. Okay. Kevin noticed the voice behind him, turned his head, and saw Xiao Chen with a hostile face. His eyes jumped up, his expression was very subtle, and he put on a fake smile. It's you, Xiao Chen, my good friend. How about it? Would you like to help me? 100 million. Yeah. Kevin replied as a matter of course. That's why I have to use this method to make up for some of my losses. Friends, we are still working together this morning. Will you help me this time, too? I will only help the right side. If you're bullied tomorrow, I will also help you. But bullying others, I will not allow it. Xiao Chan put on a fighting stance and said decisively, I knew for a long time that you would not support me. Kevin's expression became grim. His palms flashed with electric sparks, tearing his face. Did you come here alone? If you don't leave, I will rob you too. I'll let them go. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, squinted his eyes, and carefully observed Kevin's movements. In words, he was still trying to provoke and attract Kevin. Don't even think about it. Since you delivered it to your door, don't blame me for being rude. Friend. 650. Kevin opened his palms, and both arms had blue lightning bolts, running towards here like a hungry tiger. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity, and when Kevin was about to touch him, he twisted his footsteps and slanted to avoid Kevin's arms. Call out. His right fist also took advantage of the situation, and his fist burst into blue veins. It was obviously a child's fist, but it also had amazing strength. Octopus collapse. Boom. Kevin was hit in the back by a punch, and a powerful force directly knocked him down, making him eat a nose of ashes, and his expression was extremely ugly in an instant. A tingling pain in the back told him, how powerful is Xiao Chen's fist? You guys, let's go. Xiao Chen ignored Kevin, strode into the alley, and urged the children. Okay, thank you. A few children were obviously frightened, and after Xiao Chen's reminder, they left here as if they had just woken up from a dream. I won't make you pay. Annoyed, Kevin, after slowing down for a while, got up again fiercely and yelled at Xiao Chen hysterically like a beast. That terrible antisocial personality, completely inspired. Cost. Xiao Chen frowned, not at all afraid of Kevin in front of him. Kevin took out a plate of batteries directly from his pocket, clenched the battery in his palm, and suddenly the blue light came out, very dazzling. After he absorbed the power of the battery, the power became a lot more terrible, and the current was gathered in both arms. This scene is so familiar. Not long ago, Xiao Chen was educating a group of aliens who eat batteries when he saw a familiar scene in Kevin. What if you're very good at fighting? Still can't stop my superpower. Kevin's expression hugged, and he approached Xiao Chen in the alley step by step, as if to create a suffocating pressure on him. It's a pity that Xiao Chen, who has seen strong winds and waves, is completely ordinary. He looked at the fully charged Omnitrix on his wrist and said without raising his head, "Give me a few seconds." What? Kevin's expression was a little puzzled, and then he saw Xiao Chen walking out of the exit of the alley and hiding near the wall behind the alley. Want to run? It's not that easy. He thought it was Xiao Chen, but his expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he was about to rush forward. Taste. On the other side of the wall, there are bursts of green light. The strange light made Kevin's expression startled, a little confused. Immediately after, a purple light approached quickly, moving from the back wall to the entrance of the alley. That purple light. He has a figure the size of an 8 or 9-year-old child. His body is surrounded by purple thunder, and his expression is full of icy colors. This is an alien. Kevin's eyes widened rapidly, his expression became surprised, and he blurted out the title. He suddenly remembered dealing with those little punks in the morning. It is also so oppressive and powerful. This purple guy and the guy in the morning don't actually have superpowers at all, but this Xiao Chen has changed. The more you think about it, the more likely it is. Kevin, reason can't convince you, so I have to use force. The purple light spread out his small palm, and between his fingers there were circles of tiny needle-like currents. That tone, it's really you. Kevin looked affirmative and asked again, puzzled. I still don't understand. You and I have such powerful superpowers. Why don't you destroy the world, control the lives of others at will, and let us become the masters of the world? Woolen cloth. His mind, deeply ingrained, has taken these things for granted. Different road, non-phase plan. The purple light didn't talk nonsense, but simply explained it with a reason. Scare. Kevin showed a sinister expression, and before the purple light answered, he was fully prepared. Raise your palms sharply, releasing a blue electric current like a small snake. Call. The purple light's expression was a little dignified, and he didn't quite know whether he could equal or surpass the current that was getting closer and closer in front of him. His right palm spread out and also released a purple electric current, which collided head-on with the blue electric current. Monument. The two currents collided fiercely, and the currents were colorful, and the mutually deformed currents left cracks on walls on both sides. It didn't last a few seconds. The purple electric current dashed away Kevin's offensive and quickly attacked him. What? Kevin's expression changed drastically. His arms were raised on his chest, and bursts of strong electric light flashed. Monument. Even so, the purple electric current also pushed his arms, knocking back a dozen meters away at once, until the electric current in both arms completely dissipated, and he was worthy of stopping. His superpower can't stop the attack of the purple light at all. It seems that your strength is not very good. Come on. The purple light flicked his fingers again, and in a blink of an eye, another purple electric current hit Kevin's arm. My arm, all is numb. Kevin's expression became frightened, and his arms were directly numb with the purple electric current. Even with most of his body, he was also half kneeling on the ground, completely paralyzed. Just keep your head up, like an ant looking up at Mount Tai, looking at the 4.5 purple lights floating in the sky from a distance. The huge gap in strength is self-evident. This enhanced version of the current is really terrifying, and the current Kevin is not my opponent at all. The purple light had an extremely satisfied expression and flew in front of Kevin, who was too lazy to continue preaching. You have to use force to educate directly. Xiao Chen, my good Maji, we were still friends yesterday, right? At this moment, Kevin showed a very humble expression, smiled to please Xiao Chen, and looked very confusing. But deep in his heart, he was full of resentment and murderous intent, and vowed to take revenge. Do you think I'm an 8-year-old child? You can fool me by pretending to be pitiful. Unfortunately, this kind of trick can deceive the kind-hearted Tian Xiaoban. But I can't fool Xiao Chen. He exposed Kevin's lie with a cold face. Then what are you going to do? After being punctured, Kevin put on a vicious attitude. Kill me? Then you hope you don't get wanted. It's really troublesome to deal with you. This point, the purple light must be admitted. Kevin in the original book is indeed a heinous crime. Even if he accidentally kills Kevin, no one will stop him. But this M************************************* or Kevin didn't do anything. He killed him by himself. Who would believe it? Let me go. We can still work together to conquer the world. You and I join forces, and no one can stop us. Kevin put on a confused gesture again and kept persuading. He is more cunning than Xiao in them. Okay. At this time, the purple light suddenly realized that the purple current on his body has been silently blending with Kevin's blue current. The current in Kevin's body will be pumped a little bit, without even knowing it himself. That is to say, the purple light has the power to suck away Kevin's superpower. Kevin, your superpower is the root cause of your personality destruction, and it is also a bomb that will explode at any time. This cannot be left to you. He stretched out his palm, suddenly grabbed Kevin's minus 168 wrist, and one hand flashed a terrifying purple light. What? Kevin's expression became extremely frightened. He saw the circles of electricity on his arm, like flowing water, disappearing very quickly, and even his sense of superpowers in his body was getting weaker and weaker. His ability to be deprived. Until then, he felt a deep fear. Superpower is necessary for him to realize his ambition, and he cannot lose it. No, please, Xiao Chen. Ignore Kevin's pleadings. The aura of the purple light is getting more and more extreme. He can feel that his original strength is constantly increasing. On the contrary, Kevin is getting weaker and weaker. Until there was no trace of electric light on Kevin's body. He was screamed by the electric current of the purple light and fell directly to the ground, rolling back and forth. Already completely swallowed by me. The purple light took a deep breath and slowly retracted his palms. He could feel that his strength had increased, and it was permanent. Kevin's superpowers helped him a lot. More confidence to deal with Mojas. You deprived me of my superpower. Give it back to me. Get it back. Kevin is like a beast, holding the gravel on the ground with both palms and roaring piercingly. You wait. The purple light glanced at Kevin lightly and flew out of sight with a taste. In 2 minutes, just when Kevin kept scolding in a low voice. The purple light is back. There was still a lot of beauty in his hand, and he threw it directly in front of Kevin for several $100s. Far away, another gang of thugs were shaken by electricity and almost died on the spot. This is money? Kevin's expression was shocked. His hands were shaking. He didn't expect that Xiao Chan would give him money. This money, give you the superpowers that I have taken away, but I will not let you die. You can take this money to new places, or you can choose to use it to transition until you find job. The purple light said without question, back to normal life. Kevin, he, with another flavor, disappeared into the sky, and he had already done what he had to do. There is only a trace of electricity left in the body, but the superpower is useless, and Kevin has become an ordinary person. When Xiao Chan returned to the hotel, his expression was a little complicated. This was the best ending he could give Kevin, at least he thought. Of course, there is a high probability that Kevin will be sent to a juvenile detention center after the money is spent. But this is at least a normal life, and it is better than being treated as a freak. God, I've met too many aliens and weirdos. Sending them to a juvenile detention center is a very common thing in my eyes. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled wryly. Xiao Chen, are you back? At the buffet restaurant, Tian Xiaoban was still eating with his plate. After noticing Xiao Chen, he greeted him warmly. Xiaoban, why are you still eating? Forget it, I'm hungry too. Xiao Chen also greeted Tian Xiaoban. He put down these messy things and threw himself in a happiness. The buffet was delicious. Afternoon, Tian Xiaoban also did a swimming activity in this luxury hotel. Xiaoban and Xiao Chen enjoyed watching TV and playing games in the luxurious and cool private room. Learn from small classes, forget about the unpleasantness, and enjoy the summer in peace. This allowed Xiao Chen to have a very full and happy afternoon. Nighttime. Mark also insisted on taking the three out, ready to go to the nearby big supermarket, so as to buy some food storage and the like. Haha, I hope that when I go to the supermarket this time, there won't be a weird guy riding a big frog. Xiao Chen followed Mark and the others on the street, blowing the cool breeze, and said jokingly, if no one helps Dong Wu, he will never be able to escape in this life. Mark gloated and said that he didn't like this kind of guy at all. Several people walked to the supermarket while chatting. As everyone knows, far away, 7 or 8 small robots broke through the atmosphere and landed in midair. The scanners landed on Xiao Chen's back, zoomed in, focused, and zoomed in again. Directly zoomed in on the Omnitrix on his wrist. Confirm. It's Omnitrix. It was a small robot of the Xiaan 650 bucket type. After confirming it, the turret was clamped up, and its body was like a flying saucer, and it quickly approached Xiao Chen's side. Another wave of the machine army of Mojas. Coming. Okay. Feeling the sound of breaking air behind him, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head, and what caught his eye was a small robot that looked very abrupt in the night sky. And it is densely packed, like an army of locusts. Oh, it's this familiar face again. I hate it when I look at it. It's endless. Tian Xiaoban said helplessly, holding his face in his hands. To be honest, Xiao Chen, if I hadn't known that Mojas was here for the watching your hand, I would have thought it fell in love with you. Tian Xiaoban still looked serious and said to Xiao Chen, of all enemies, it is the most annoying. Xiao Chen left this sentence with black lines all over his head. Under the cover of Mark and the others, he nimbly avoided the bombardment and finally rushed into a small alley. After losing the target, the small robot rammed around like a headless fly. To deal with you guys, of course you have to choose the right one. In the dark alley, Xiao Chen clicked the Omnitrix button and decisively chose the place where the dream started. Flame Man. Boom. Dark alley. Illuminated by that fierce fire. Feeling a violent energy reaction. Feel a violent energy reaction. 8 small robots, circling in the air, all turned their gazes to the alley and detected violent energy fluctuations, like a nuclear bomb. A violent energy reaction? Me? The Flame Man flashed dazzling fire all over his body, took off into the air, and there was flames under his body, like a series of shock waves. Haste! Haste! Ignoring the question of the Flame Man, the small robots automatically entered the fighting state and raised their turrets one after another, condensing bursts of red light. Just haven't waited for them to start. The Flame Man with rich combat experience has already condensed 2 flames in his hands and roared, Shunhua Shiranui. Taste! His arms swung heavily towards the 2 small robots in front of him. The 2 flames slammed into the air, condensed into extremely sharp and powerful flame spears, and directly exploded the 2 small robots, causing huge light fluctuations in the air. For a while, the huge flame also covered the figure of the Flame Man. Can't find it. The target is gone. The target is gone. The remaining 6 small robots scrambled around, delivering battle information. Mojas, who was watching remotely through the monitor and camera on the robot, heard this and was furious. What target has disappeared? His move just now was not only a means of attack, but also caused an explosion to cover up figure. The purpose is to stop you from attacking. This kid already has a feeling of being battle-hardened. Fire punch. In the firelight, the more intense flames dispelled all the firelight, and the huge flames released were like heavy punches, and one punch hit the bodies of 3 small robots. The fire fist burst open, and the explosive force of the destructive force directly blew up 3 small robots. No! While full of anger, Mojas roared with a little heartache. Finish this fire fist. The Flame Man easily fell back to the ground, put his palm on his forehead, and looked at the remaining small robots in the sky. Only 3 small robots left. At this time, the flames dissipated. The 3 robots also seemed to have noticed the Flame Man and raised their turrets one after another, flashing red light waves. The Flame Man did not have any intention of evading, and his arms were condensed with crimson flames, as if to fight against the waves. The surrounding Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others could feel the heat, and the air temperature had risen a lot. Even the night wind is full of heat. 3 combat robots. The maximum output energy at the same time. The 3 lasers suddenly condensed together, forming a red light wave like a galaxy. The power is terrifying, as you can imagine. Both hands fire fist. This time, the Flame Man used is his own original creation, based on a fire fist, more powerful tricks. His fists swung out at the same time, releasing 2 huge fire fists, and the fists flew out side by side like a pair of rocket launchers. Countless sparks, flying all over the sky, symbolized the power of the Flame People. This fight has completely become his one-man show. Of course, this kind of huge movement will naturally attract many people's onlookers. They look at all this from a distance, and they can't calm down for a long time, including those punks of a day. All of them looked at the Flame Man in disbelief. Is this the one from the daytime, the brother of the tall, thin, big brother? It must be it's all that great. This guy is even scarier than that tall, thin guy. One punch could knock us all out. Obviously, after seeing the fighting strength of the Flame People, the gangsters all had cold hands and feet, and they dared not do any bad things again. And on the other side of the alley, in the darkness, a figure was hidden, silently watching all this. A pair of fire fists collided heavily on the huge light wave. No suspense. The huge light wave attack from Straight Line was directly suppressed to deformation and continued to expand inward. The fire fist was also advancing rapidly until it directly defeated the red light wave and landed on the remaining 3 combat robots. Boom! The air and the earth are shaking. A huge explosion sounded, and immediately came a ripple-like firelight that spread to every place in all directions, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. That light naturally swept across the dark alley. In the alley, Kevin was leaning against it. His expression was very cold, and his hands were tightly clasped. It's just what he didn't expect. The broken parts of the 3 battle robots flew directly into the alley with force, almost hitting him, making a only sound. Kevin collapsed to the ground in fright. This is... He took a closer look and found that the parts of 2 of the battle robots had turned into dust, but there were a lot of parts of the battle robot left. Kevin, slowly approaching the machine parts, touched his hands down curiously. Who knows? The machine part jumped on his arm. Outside, the Flame Man slowly landed on the ground, his arms stretched out. Looking at the fireworks in the sky like fireworks, he said lightly, "These guys are really unexpectedly easy to deal with. Xiao Chen, don't you have a weaker trick? This destructive power is too amazing, right?" Mark also rushed to the side of the Flame Man with a headache and asked. The Flame Man showed a helpless look on his face and sighed. "Grandpa, my weakest tricks are all that level. There are 2 big guys. I didn't dare to use it in the city. Last time, not even in the woods. After all, those 2 tricks were too terrifying, equivalent to his trump card tricks. This time, in less than 3 minutes, all 7 robots were killed." Tian Xiaoban looked at the time, and his tone was congratulatory. "Strength, visible growth. Okay, I still have a few minutes left to transform. Xiaoban, you all go to the gate of the big supermarket and wait. I will take a step first, find a hidden place, and when the transforming time is over, I will find you again." Convergence. The Flame Man looked around. His pupils shrank slightly. There are fire brigade, and many people are rushing towards here. It seems that the noise, Wang Li's, is still too loud. Let's go. Be careful not to be discovered. Mark wanted to reach out and pat the Flame Man's shoulder, but was burned by the flames. He quickly retracted his hand and said with a grin, "I know, let's go first." The Flame Man hurried forward a few steps, and after a distance from Mark and the others, his whole body burst into flames and flew high into the sky, becoming the brightest light in the night sky. Countless people looked up at the light that the Flame Man turned into, and their expressions were amazed. In the future, this will become the most famous urban legend, alien hero, urban legend. Of course, that's all for later. After the Flame People left, Mark, Xiaoban, and the others didn't stay for long, and also walked towards the supermarket. Look, go back to the alley again. In the alley. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect, Xiao Chen, my ability was taken away, but you gave me another chance, a brand new opportunity. Li. A gloomy voice with mechanical and electronic sound effects resounded throughout the alley. P.S. The parts of the battle robot of Mojas can be integrated with human beings to enhance the ability of the human body and obtain the ability of the machine at the same time. In the alley. Except for the exposed face, Kevin was covered by the armor of the battle robot, like a humanoid Gundam. His face was slightly red, and it became the same color as the robot, but the coldness in his eyes did not change. Roar! He let out a low growl and punch the wall next to him at will. Boom! The wall was torn apart in an instant, and the wall that was more than 10 meters wide became torn apart. My strength is stronger than before. Kevin retracted his fist with great excitement and clenched it again. In addition to the huge energy around him, there are also blue currents, which are particularly dazzling. Superpower. It is also like being beaten with blood and is reborn. He even felt that he could defeat the alien transformed by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, thanks to you. You helped me gain such a powerful ability. Kevin's expression was icy cold. The corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an extremely crazy smile. In order to thank you, I will be the last one. Looking for you. First take revenge on all those who bullied me. The murderous aura in his heart swelled infinitely. His legs were bent. He leaped up like a flea and disappeared into the vast darkness. Like a cyberpunk. Over there at the supermarket. After the Flame Man released his transformation, he quickly joined with Tian Xiaoban and the others, just in time for the supermarket to have no samples. Everyone walked into the supermarket, wandering around, buying various supplies, snacks, cards, and the like. When Xiao Chen couldn't resist protesting until one big bag was small, the other three stopped the urge to shop and returned to the hotel with the large and small bags. After all, there are a lot of things during this time. Everyone needs to vent, and after shopping happily, they feel much more comfortable. At 9:30 in the evening, Xiao Chen and others went to sleep. 10 o'clock. Mark fell asleep too. This is a large deluxe private room with 5 beds, so they all sleep separately. Here, it seems very quiet, and under the bridge. But there was a loud noise. What is this? Monster! Kevin was swallowed by a mechanical monster. Don't come here. Come over again, and I'll call someone. BGF. A group of gangsters living under the overpass kept shrinking and retreated to the corner under the overpass. And in front of them, it is Kevin, who is covered in machines, with electric lights flashing all around, and his expression is very penetrating. He is a humanoid monster. Good evening. Goodbye. Kevin raised his wrist lightly, with a red muzzle on his wrist. Call out. The muzzle flashed a faint red light, and even the weakest energy from Kevin turned into a tiny beam of light, penetrating the bodies of the gangsters. Crushed. The little bastards fell to the ground one after another, and before dying, their faces were filled with expressions of fear, begging for mercy, and begging. There was a hole in the chest. I feel a lot better. Kevin showed a very morbid smile, laughed excitedly for a while, and even danced. After a few minutes, he was completely stern and roared. They are too cheap. Too cheap for them. I have to continue. After I have killed all the enemies, this city, no, this earth, it's all mine. He once disappeared into the darkness of the night. It wasn't until someone passed by the bridge hole and found a few icy bodies under the bridge hole in horror. Overnight passed. We are at the scene now, and it can be seen that the deaths of these people are very tragic. Early in the morning, what woke Xiao Chen up was the sound of the TV coming from the living room. He opened his eyes in a daze, looking at Mark's slightly blurred figure, sitting on the sofa, watching the TV news, concentrated. He smashed his mouth, turned over, lifted the quilt to cover his ears, and wanted to continue to sleep. Call out. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly opened. He woke up from a hazy state, sat up from a lying state, wiped his eyes, and looked towards the TV. On TV, a news hostess was at the bottom of a bridge, with an isolation line in front of her, surrounded by reporters, all with fearful expressions and shyness. And inside the isolation line, it's a few dead people. Xiao Chen looked at their faces, which seemed somewhat familiar. The wounds that were completely penetrated in their bodies were neat and uniform, and it looked like they had been penetrated by a high-powered laser gun. We don't know who did this. Just when a news host was about to continue to say something, someone suddenly came to her side in a hurry and whispered a few words. Her expression changed suddenly, and her tone became more urgent. The latest news is that there are several dead homeless people in another abandoned house called Homeless Home. It's the same wound. It's most likely caused by a serial murderer. One news, 2 accidents. Xiao Chen, this kind of injury, I am afraid that only the alien technology of Mojas can do it. Mark held his chin in his hand and had already noticed Xiao Chen next to him, and he offered his own opinion. Yes, but I feel that Mojas is not such a person. Xiao Chen frowned. Not this kind of person? How to say? Mark asked suspiciously. According to what we know about Mojas and what he has done in the past, every time it shoots, it has a strong purpose, and it always comes at me. It could be said that this kind of random killing is not in line with its style. In other words, it is very likely that someone has obtained alien technology and made these things. In 3 or 2 times, Xiao Chen cleared the suspicion of Mojas and almost pinpointed the real murderer. The question is who did it, etc. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. After watching TV for a long time, he recognized the faces of several people in the TV screen. It's those bastards. It was the gangster who extorted Kevin yesterday, and then he was taught a lesson by himself. This thing definitely has something to do with Kevin. But I've already deprived that kid Kevin's money ability and used it to strengthen my light. How could he do that? Xiao Chen was puzzled. It's those people from yesterday. Yes, it's them. 2 surprised voices came from behind. Well, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban also woke up, and they also recognized these thugs. They were not as calm as Xiao Chen, and they shouted directly. After all, the big living person I saw yesterday died on TV just like that. Their expressions were a little frightened, their mouths closed, and some couldn't believe it. Xiao Chen, do you know them? Mark turned his head seriously and asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also took advantage of the situation to talk about the things that happened to these gangsters yesterday, as well as the things that happened to Kevin. Of course, after Xiao Chen deprived Kevin of the matter, he still had some selfishness and kept it secret because it was not confirmed that it was Kevin who did it. In other words, it means that he thinks Kevin will do something wrong in the future. So he did something to deprive Kevin of his superpowers, which is unreasonable. I didn't expect him to be such a person, Tian Xiaoban said with a stunned expression, and he also had one more thought. In the future, be cautious about making friends. Xiaoban, we're still not sure if it is him or not. Maybe it is the other enemies of this gang of gangsters. We can't make a conclusion too early. Mark was still quite calm, first to appease Tian Xiaoban, and then asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, do you only have information about the grievances between Kevin and this group of people? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. This is troublesome. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others all frowned. How to investigate? Can't condone that monster's reckless behavior. At this time, Xiao Chen had a flash of inspiration and said in a whim, I have a solution. Any solution? Did you think of it so soon? Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others all looked at Xiao Chen, looking very curious. This serial killer must be the enemy of the gangsters. That's for sure. Then we just need to find the other gangster friends of those gangsters, who haven't died yet, stay there in advance, and we can wait for the murderer. Xiao Chen said in a series of words, and also threw out an idiom. Good idea. Tian Xiaoban tapped his palm with his right fist and said in agreement. But, Xiao Chen, how do we get the information of these people? Tian Xiaoban asked with some worry. It's very simple. It can be done. Xiao Chen turned on the Omnitrix screen, twisted to the pattern of Xiao Qibing, and took a photo. Taste. His body disappeared in place, replaced by a super dwarf-like little soldier. Gavin Star, the most intelligent species. Mark looked at the little surprised soldier and recognized the latter's race at a glance. Now, I need a laptop. Little Qibing's small eyes are full of wisdom and calmness, and there is absolute majesty in his words. Tian Xiaoban quickly took out his laptop and spread it out in front of Xiao Qibing. Xiao Qibing sat on the touchpad of the notebook, stretched out his fingers laboriously, and started typing on the keyboard of the notebook. Just the moment he touched the keyboard, he turned on the computer system and took a look. He immediately understood all the mysteries and codes of the computer. Now it's time to witness the miracle. Xiao Qibing showed a win-win expression on his face. After asking Mark to bring some chopsticks, he quickly clicked the buttons that were far away with his chopsticks, and his legs were responsible for stepping on the buttons that were close. Clap, clap, clap. With the sound of knocks, the screen instantly went black, and then countless strings of codes appeared. Xiao Qibing selected one of them and clicked it without hesitation. A brand new picture jumps to the computer screen. That is an image of a green-haired punk with his profile underneath. Home address, elementary school, and even his dense network of relationships are all compressed under the hood. What did you just do? Tian Xiaoban stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. She has always been smart among her peers. I can't keep up with the thinking rhythm of Xiao Qibing. It's very simple. I just figured out all the codes of the system, and then broke through the firewalls of the world in a few seconds and found all the information of this gangster through big data. The understated words of Little Raiders are enough to make all hackers take a deep breath. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he broke the internet all over the world. In other words, it doesn't matter if he wants to build a matrix. This is the terror of the Little Raiders. The potential is endless, and no system enhancement is required at all. Relationship network, open it up. Xiao Qibing pointed to the mouse in front of him, asked Tian Xiaoban to help move the mouse, and clicked on the little gangster's network. Soon, his family, girlfriend, and his dog, and all his punk friends are on screen. Friends, to sum up in one sentence, colorful. Then exclude some of the gangsters who died. Xiao Qibing immediately commanded Tian Xiaoban, clicked on the information of the other gangsters, and found their residence. Abandoned RV at the entrance of Shiaan. I didn't expect you to live in such a place. Tian Xiaoban exclaimed. Taste. Xiao Qibing jumped off the bed and onto the wooden floor, looking anxious. There's no time. The murderer has high technology and must be very fast. If he shoots at these people, we don't catch up at that time. The clues will be completely cut off, and you can't find it if you want to find it. For flowers. This is the last clue. Hearing the words, Mark leaned forward and grabbed Xiao Qibing's body with his hands and put it in his pocket. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. Your speed is really worrying. Xiaoban, let's go. Here, it's too condescending. Little Qibing, who was in his pocket, had a lifeless expression on his face. After waiting for the old broken car, Mark let him down. Fortunately, after he came out of his pocket, he turned into a time release and turned back into a human. If you change it back in your pocket, the consequences are unimaginable. Seatbelt, put it on. Mark looked at a nearby path. His expression became solemn, and he tied himself tightly. Although he knew that Grandpa didn't do anything he was not sure about, Xiao Chen sat nervously in his seat and fastened his seatbelt. Grandpa, be careful. If there is a car accident, it will be over. 0. Don't worry. Mark showed a confident smile. Your grandfather and I never drove anything back then. An old and broken car in the area, no problem. The old broken car began to deform, unfolded the thruster state, and rushed directly into the path at full speed, advancing towards the west alley, outside the back door of a burger joint not far away. Kevin used his robotic palm to grab a hot burger that he had just snatched, stuffed a gust of air into his mouth, and said vaguely, You still have to eat something to feel comfortable. Everything is given to you, and the money is also given to you. Please don't kill me. The shop owner knelt beside him. The whole person was extremely frightened and said tremblingly, as if he had encountered a devil, Don't worry, I'm just taking revenge on my enemy. You don't have to worry. Swallowing the hamburger, Kevin smiled comfortingly. Phew, thank you. The shop owner felt relaxed when he heard this and quickly raised his head to thank him. His expression suddenly solidified, and the hairs on his body stood up. Seeing him, the cannon in Kevin's palm was aimed at himself. Taste. A red light penetrated the body. The shop owner fell heavily to the ground. Kevin's eyes didn't change at all, as if he had killed a bug. It's so long-winded. What do I want? There's no need for you to talk nonsense. Now, taste. Kevin took off in place and flew towards the west alley. Time to find the last few enemies. Billion. West alley. A few thugs stood chatting at the mouth of the spacious alley, squatting and chatting while lighting cigarettes, their expressions full of fear and anxiety. So far the serial killer has not been caught. What a bunch of rice buckets. What to eat? A gangster squatted on the ground, threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, rolling it back and forth, his expression full of irritability. He won't find us dead, but they're all the same people as us. Another timid B asterisk 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 D said nervously. When he said this, the air seemed to freeze. All the bastards shook their hands and immediately glared at the B asterisk 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 D. Don't talk nonsense. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, we just bullied some little devils. How could those little devils be so dangerous? Serial killer? Do not know why. They thought of Kevin, the kid who seemed to please, but was full of madness and gloomy 650s. That monster has superpowers. The atmosphere, silent, was full of restlessness, unease, and fear. But no one is willing to point it out, for fear of returning to reality. On the road near Xixianku, the old broken car slowly stopped. Ahem, fortunately, I didn't eat much in the morning, otherwise I would have. Xiao Chen unfastened his seatbelt, leaned against the body a little weakly, and said in a prostration, "Just get used to it, Xiao Chen." Why did Mark's comforting words seem so disturbing? After resting for a while, Xiao Chen got off the car first, hit the corner, and looked carefully towards the west alley. A group of gangsters stayed there, calm, and nothing happened. It seems that the serial killer hasn't appeared yet. Tian Xiaoban followed behind and lowered his voice involuntarily. "It doesn't matter. We stay here. He will always show up," Xiao Chen said while looking down at Omnitrix. "It's still red-charged, but it's not far from being fully charged. Taste." There was a sudden roar from the sky. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and the gangsters, without exception, all looked up at the sky. "See you." An existence like a falcon, flying in the sky. Like Iron Man, his body is covered with armor, but his face is not covered with armor. "Kevin." Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. His fists were slowly clenched, and there was a trace of puzzlement in his heart. "Why? I have already deprived him of his superpowers. How do you feel that he has become stronger?" The armor on his body has a déjà vu feeling. Kevin flew straight over the heads of Xiao Chen and the others, flew all the way to the front of the group of gangsters, and quickly landed on the ground. He landed bent over, arms outstretched, fist crowned on the ground, in a superhero stance. It's just that those eyes are full of ferocity and murderousness. Kevin." The gangsters looked at Kevin, who was like a god, all of them, dumbfounded, speechless. They didn't dare to associate the armored monster in front of them with the thin, gloomy Kevin. "Long time no see, friends. Did you miss me?" Kevin slowly showed a smile. His teeth grinned. "This is the last face you will see in your life. Please remember my face. Next call my name in hell." Crazy and gloomy. It wasn't just a gang of thugs whose limbs went limp. Tian Xiaoban's scalp was also numb for a while. He really is a serial murderer, and we are not the same person at all. It's too scary. "Xiao Chen, transformation time. How's it going?" Mark looked at Xiao Chen anxiously, clasping his hands tightly. "Not yet." Xiao Chen looked down at the Omnitrix on his wrist, still the same. There was a sudden anxiety in his heart, and he could not wait to rush out immediately. Kevin, the previous thing was that we were sorry for you. If you're really upset, you can also maim us. Please, don't kill us. We have parents to support." A gangster knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, trying to win Kevin's sympathy. But Kevin instead looked very strange. "Father? Parents? This kind of thing I have never owned, and I don't need to have it. Don't take this thing to disgust me. Call out." His armored fists fluttered down to the body of the kneeling gangster. The latter seemed to be made of paper and immediately flew out, fell heavily on the wall, fell to the ground and fainted. I thought about it. It's too frustrating to kill you guys directly, so I can only have a good time at the beginning. So, I'm going to torture you guys slowly. In Kevin's blood-red face, there was a blood-eating light, and his pupils were even more crazy and cruel, like a poisonous snake. Research. Boom. A dull sound rang out. Kevin defeated all the gangsters with great speed. He clapped his palms. With a calm look, his palms covered the trousers of the group of people, dragging them to take off. Xiao Chen, at the corner, stuck his head out slightly, anxiously observing this scene, eager to come forward. Omnitrix shapeshifter detected. At this time, A chip in Kevin's wrist sensed the existence of Omnitrix and gave him a special biological sense. Head twisted over. This moment, the air froze. Xiao Chen and Kevin face each other. His eyes are full of darkness and viciousness. Of course, Xiao Chen's eyes are also full of perseverance, carrying out what he believes in. When the eyes of the two collided, neither of them took a step back, but it felt like they were evenly matched. Moreover, Xiao Chen is not in a state of transformation, nor is he in the aura of a heyday. Look who it is. It turns out to be my old friend Xiao Chen. Kevin loosened the punk's trousers with both hands, and his armor-covered feet stepped forward with an overwhelming murderous aura. That aura surpassed all the enemies Xiao Chen had encountered before. His tone was filled with suppressed fury. Ding-dong. And this time, the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist also made a strong sound. But just as he moved his arms slightly, he was about to press the Omnitrix screen. Taste. Kevin's palm cannon pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead for .5 with a sneer on his face. Don't move. If you dare to move, you will die. I can see the movement of your shoulders. Oops. Xiao Chen secretly screamed, and his expression suddenly became a little bad. You think I'm a fool? Well, I watch you complete some small actions. Kevin continued to walk toward Xiao Chen, his movements unchanged. And Xiao Chen, who has no chance to transform, is about to die here. I'll help you. Tian Xiaoban's warm little hand suddenly rested on Xiao Chen's wrist and said softly. Xiao Chen came to his senses, and the sense of crisis on his face suddenly faded a lot. He and teammates. Kevin was getting closer and closer to Xiao Chen, just when he thought he was going to succeed. Monument. A strange sound came from Xiao Chen's wrist. What happened? Kevin was stunned. He clearly did not see that Xiao Chen's double activation had any amplitude. How could there be such a startup sound? That end. Tian Xiaoban helped Xiao Chen to open the Omnitrix screen, and then, regardless of the 3721, he directly pressed in. There was no time for any choice. Think of it as a lucky bag. Taste. A burst of green light, emitting countless DNA, combined on Xiao Chen's body, changing him into another creature. The stature gradually became tall and burly, with a new pair of arms, eyes, and red fur all over the body as hard as armor. Four-handed king. The four-handed overlord's roar was like thunder, instantly dispelling the green light particles beside him, and waves of power fluctuations spread in all directions, causing gusts of wind. Absolutely powerful. What's going on? How did you become another alien? Kevin, who was the closest to 16, was caught off guard by the roar and knocked back several meters. His expression looked very surprised. At first, it was running fast, then the purple light, and then the guy who was on fire. This time, it's a super muscle man. Devil muscle man. Kevin, I have given you a way to choose life, but you haven't chosen. Forehand long forepalms are put together, relax, massage joint, send out crater sound. Such more powerful. Life? Please, if you really give me life, you should kill all those people to make me feel better. Kevin growled frantically. Hearing his words, the four-handed overlord was secretly happy. This is equivalent to admitting in disguise that he had dealt with those people before, so even if you deprive him of his superpowers, it's also justifiable. This Kevin, I almost became friends with him. I didn't expect this kind of person. Dumb. Compare with him, I feel that you have become extra pleasing to the eye. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban whispered in a low voice. Mark's eyes showed a little surprise when he heard the conversation between Kevin and the four-handed bully. There seems to be a story between the two. Okay, gossip time is over. Kevin took a step without any fear, his alloy fists clenched tightly, and at the same time, bursts of high-intensity blue electric currents lingered. I just want to try. Superpower plus high technology. Can you, beaten up? Not only did he want to become a strong man like Xiao Chen, but he also had to step on him. High tech, I get it. The four-handed tyrant suddenly thought of certain setting, and suddenly he was at a loss. Kevin's body is exactly the armor of the robots of Mojas. He must have picked up the armor ruins last night and merged with it to become what he is now. His superpowers have also awakened and become stronger. Taste. Kevin's body jumped hard, like a rabbit, and the mechanical punch bent, like a heavy cannon, and slammed it heavily on the shoulders of the four-handed overlord. The four-handed overlord was caught off guard. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and others shouted anxiously. Oh, it turns out that there are helpers. No wonder you can transform into an alien hero without moving. Kevin's face was a little provocative. Don't worry, he's fine. He's just going to die. The next moment, the current on Kevin's mechanical arm spread all over the body of the four-handed overlord. Zizizi. The four-handed overlord shone with blue light all over his body, bathed in electricity, and seemed to smell a little burnt. Ha ha ha, go to hell. The blue light reflected Kevin's crazy face. This scene made Mark and the others even more shocked, and their hearts couldn't help but twitch. Hey, you're boring. Who knows? The four-handed bully in the high-voltage current, with a calm face, made a complaining sound, stretched out a hand, and clasped his ear. Like a normal person. What? Looking at the unscathed four-handed bully, Kevin couldn't believe his eyeballs, and his current was strengthened again, changing from light blue to dark blue. Roar! The four-handed bully has puffed up his muscles, like an exploding balloon, releasing an unparalleled impact. Taste! Just the impact. He flew out Kevin's mechanical body and slammed it on the opposite wall, smashing a crack that matched his size. Current goes. The four-handed bully has only some fur, barbs, and was burnt to black, but his steel-like skin is completely fine, not to mention his explosive muscles. I don't believe it. Kevin fell to the ground in disbelief. His self-esteem seemed to be frustrated. He frantically raised his palms. A huge electric current gathered in front of his palms, like a wave of light. I don't know how many times stronger than before. La, are you going to play table tennis with me? The four-handed overlord raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and a monster-like body full of intimidation began to slowly walk towards Kevin. Every step is stepping on the ground and shaking. Die! Kevin let out a low growl and pushed the current light wave out with both palms, with a long light tail. Look at that current light wave. The four-handed overlord's expression was still very calm. He stretched out his four arms and hugged the huge current light wave head-on in a hug-like way. He is dead. Kevin clenched his fists tightly, his expression full of ecstasy. That move can be said to be his strongest move, so he can definitely win, right? Roar. Next second, the four-handed overlord actually picked up the current light wave and slammed it upwards. The light wave flew high in the sky, and he threw it directly into the sky and exploded. You won't just this trick? Retracting his arms, the four-handed overlord asked casually. But this 650 stung Kevin's little heart, making his eyes extremely angry. I don't know how many times stronger than before. He can even harass those who bully him at will. Can face this Xiao Chen, still as powerless as before. No, not willing. Call out. Kevin angrily moved to the front of the four-handed bully, and his fists continued to attack the four-handed bully, forming a dense attack like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fists hit the chest, shoulders, arms, and even shoulders of the four-handed overlord. Every fatal weakness is being attacked madly. Look, it looks like is Xiao Chen taking the beating? Tian Xiaoban clasped his hands anxiously. No, you can see the state of the two of them. As an old plumber, Mark has a vicious eye, and he can see the situation at a glance. The four-handed overlord stood on the spot and was attacked, but his body was as stable as a mountain, and he was never touched at all. Even his eyes looked irritated. A tiger is attacked by a cat, and it really doesn't feel anything. And Kevin, his physical strength is getting weaker and weaker, and he can't even catch his breath. The most outrageous. Obviously, he is the attacker. Just like hitting a steel plate with both fists, it actually started to hurt. Co-authoring the four-handed overlord standing in the same place and bringing his own anti-armor. Can he kill this kid, Kevin? One punch, another punch. Kevin's punching speed slowed down a little bit, and it was as heavy as lead. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to throw a punch. A pair of fists slipped down the shoulders of the four-handed bully, bowing his head and mouthing loudly, breathing and sweating. Kevin, are you done? Then it's my turn. The four-handed overlord and four eyes slowly jumped, and he gently stretched out one of his four arms, holding his hand tightly. Monument. The sound of the air being squeezed burst suddenly. What's even more terrifying is that invisible ripples formed around the fist, covering the fist like an air current. Quick, stay away, don't get close. Seeing this situation, Mark's expression changed, and he hurriedly took Tian Xiaoban and Xiao into the distance to watch. Xiao Chen, I will never lose to you. Absolutely not. Kevin raised his arms frantically, and the armor on his arms was instantly assembled to form a thick alloy shield. Wow! Four-handed overlord one punch. This punch, without any advanced force technique, is just a simple straight punch. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the earth, from the foot of the four-handed overlord to the ground more than 10 meters behind Kevin. The walls on both sides even showed tear marks, as if they had been crushed. Before the fist could reach, the gust of wind rolled up by the fist made Kevin's body sway and let out a low roar, almost unable to withstand the attack of the gust of wind. Boom! The fist hit Kevin's alloy shield firmly. Originally, Kevin still had a little bit of luck, even if his shield couldn't resist such a heavy punch. At least he could block it for a few seconds, right? But only just met. Yesterday, a crack opened directly in the middle of the alloy shield. Through the gap, Kevin saw the huge, fierce fist and shuddered. This is a punch that I'm going all out for. Any armor can't stop my punch. The four-handed bully is like a one-punch Superman, cracking the alloy shield with one punch. More than that, after half a second, with a boom, the shield shattered directly, and countless parts were scattered on the ground. That fist still kept its swinging motion, hitting Kevin's alloy body according to inertia. Kevin's face was extremely ferocious, and while making a screaming scream, he flew towards the rear and took off more than 100 meters away. This is because the alloy shield has endured a lot of force. Oh, it feels good. The four-handed overlord retracted one of his fists, and there were bursts of sparks on the fist, which seemed to be the temperature of the air being blasted. And Kevin screams. It also woke up the gang of stunned gangsters. When they woke up for the first moment, they subconsciously wanted to kneel and beg for Kevin's mercy. Then they saw the four-handed overlord standing there, and Kevin who was beaten and flew out. What's the situation? When a bunch of gangsters saw this unforgettable scene, they even forgot to escape. Let's go immediately. The four-handed tyrant saw that this group of people was frightened and stupid, leaned over and shouted unceremoniously. The gangsters were yelled at by a carp, jumped up in place, and fled to the west alley in a hurry. Cough, cough, cough. Kevin, who fell to the ground, rapped his chest, coughed violently. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the armor on his body, like it was falling apart, became loose. Kevin, I gave you a whole new way, but you have killed so many innocent people. Sin is beyond redemption. The four-handed overlord's eyes were icy cold. He strode towards Kevin's side, clenched his fist tightly, and continued to cook Kevin. Stop joking. How could I possibly lose to you? Kevin lifted the trembling double hulls, and the palm cannon released a red laser, accompanied by a blue current, flying towards the four-handed overlord who was walking in front of him. The four-handed overlord's expression did not change at all, and he continued to move forward, as if he could not see Kevin's offensive. Boom! The red laser and the blue current are intertwined, falling into the body of the four-handed overlord like a light wave. The muscles of his body suddenly bulged. His face was covered with blue veins, and the red fur on his body stood up like the tips of needles. Monument! The four-handed overlord took a heavy step forward with his left foot and took a huge footprint, which was actually released against Kevin's light and continued to move forward. My long-range attack is completely ineffective. Kevin's expression was even more broken, and there was an incomparable sense of gap in his heart. How excited I was before. How terrified now. He's still far from Xiao Chen. The muscles of the four-handed overlord are surrounded by steam, which is the result of the high temperature touching the air. His entire body is using muscle strength to defend against the offensive. Boom! Kevin's palm cannon did not stop outputting until it tripped instantly and could not release energy at all. Exchange result. It's nothing more than some charred fur on the four-handed overlord. This is simply guasha and guasha, Gua Sha Master Kevin. Kevin, let me remove those little blocks on you first. Without the obstruction of a light wave, the four-handed overlord was even faster, came to Kevin's front, hugged Kevin's arms with one hand, and pulled it out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The palm cannon and armor on Kevin's arm, like clothes, were searched out by the four-handed tyrant and turned into a mass of scrap metal. And Kevin's current was directly ignored by him. Okay, now, only you have armor left. The four-handed tyrant used Kevin on the ground, and the black shadow cast by that huge body enveloped Kevin's body. Like his darkness, shadow. I don't understand. You have such a strong ability. Why do you still do such a thing? The gap in hard power made Kevin, Wong Hao, have no resistance, and instead replaced it with language attacks. I'm not the same as you. The four-handed overlord just left this sentence lightly, clenched his right fist again, and aimed at Kevin's body. Now, I will remove all the tattered copper and iron on your body. Call out. He was another crushing punch, which landed on Kevin's body like a rocket. The energy exploded, and cracks appeared in the surrounding streets. And the ground under Kevin directly opened a big hole. Boom! The fist of the four-handed bully has been falling for more than a meter before it can stop. Because the big hole was punched by the fist in front of him, it was already bottomless. Kevin, was he buried in it? No. The four-handed overlord leaned over and listened to the voice in the deep pit, and his expression changed slightly. Actually sent Kevin to that kind of place. Underground, there is a large space. Therefore, the four-handed bully punched the big pit and directly connected it to the underground space, and Kevin fell into it. And in there was a roar of the engine starting. The four-handed overlord instantly understood what was under the hood. It's the subway. Damn, if he gets on the subway, he won't be caught. The four-handed tyrant stomped his feet and stepped on the big pits. His expression was a little annoyed. I had known that I didn't work so hard. The ground is like tofu scum. A dozen it's pierced. Of course, Kevin had another result. That is, being directly crushed by the subway. But that result can be said to be extremely tragic. Xiao Chen, where did that Kevin go? Mark and the others trotted over from a distance, looked around suspiciously, and asked the four-handed overlord. It's down here, I don't know what's going on. The four-handed overlord pointed to the subway under the big pit, and said solemnly, if I go to pursue him, I will definitely catch him, but I will most likely be trapped there. Compared with his own safety, a mere Kevin is not worth his risk. He should be miserable. Tian Xiaoban could no longer imagine what happened to Kevin, and said with some disgust, over there are aliens there. And there's a robot in 663, and the aliens and robots are fighting. It sounds like a movie, but it's true. At this time, the voices of the gangsters came from a distance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Those footsteps were very heavy, and they must be people in full armor. At this time, the four-handed overlord doesn't want to face the media, the official force. He just wants to be an urban legend. Come on, Grandpa, Xiaoban can't be wasted here. Each of the four-handed overlords stretched out one arm and hugged Xiaoban and Xiaowen, while the remaining two arms were protecting Mark and led them to jump out. +2 #L, #equals. One jump is as far as 10 meters and soon disappears in this alley. Only a mess left in place. Inside the hotel, the four-handed overlord took Mark and the others to the back of the hotel, put down a few people, and the time for transformation just arrived, lifted the state of the alien hero, and changed back to the human state. Okay, Xiao Chen, I still need you to explain some things. Mark looked at Xiao Chen with a solemn tone. The conversation between you and Kevin was not easy, as expected of the grandfather of the plumber. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, but he still couldn't hide from Grandpa Mark. He recounted what happened yesterday and successfully speculated that it was probably last night that Kevin picked up Mojas' alien technology and merged with it before he regained his supernatural powers. Ability. If these things hadn't happened, I might have thought that you were just conjectures and wronged Kevin. However, seeing Kevin's harm to so many innocent people, you did the right thing, Xiao Chen. Mark in turn encouraged Xiao Chen, but did not blame Xiao Chen for not telling the truth. Because he was very smart, He knew that Xiao Chen at that time would definitely be punished for saying this. It would be better to pretend that nothing happened. Now it seems that Xiao Chen's approach is simply too witty. Xiao Chen, I still don't understand. How on earth did you see Kevin's motives? Tian Xiaoban held his chin in his hand, still unable to grasp Xiao Chen's thoughts. I always see people very accurately. Xiao Chen blinked mysteriously, pretending to be mysterious. Then Kevin was beaten under the subway. The result should be miserable. Tian Xiaoban asked a little nervously. Even if he is lucky, if he is punched on the subway by me, he will not get better. Taking a heavy punch like mine means that his armor will collapse across the board, leaving only the human body. Xiao Chen said lightly. As for the result, he did not say it, leaving enough suspense. Some things, if you say too much, will have the opposite effect. Just like Kevin fend for itself. The four of them didn't stay at the entrance of the hotel for too long, and soon went to the inside of the hotel and started to play around again, swimming, playing ball, etc. Had a lot of fun. On the subway, Kevin collapsed on a high-speed subway car. His expression is very ugly. He was like a broken body, paralyzed on the carriage, unable to move his limbs. As long as he moved slightly, it would cause pain like tearing all over the body. The armor, just like the four-handed overlord said, completely collapsed. I didn't expect that Kevin would die in such a place. I still want to steal money. I still have many ambitions that have not been realized. Fear. It was the attack of that fist that beat him like this. Now he must die. Over time, the hurricane brought by the high-speed subway will undoubtedly accelerate the time of Kevin's death, making his consciousness a little blurred. Taste. Okay. Kevin noticed that a red light suddenly came from a distance. His expression was a little demented. So, is it the light of heaven? His own death has indeed come. The red light suddenly enlarged and approached Kevin rapidly, gradually showing the outline of a small robot. It matches the color of Kevin's armor quite well. What's the matter? Well, what is that? Looking at the high-speed moving small robot, Kevin was very confused. The electronic parts left on his body could even match the signal of the fast-approaching small robot. Taste. The small robot surpassed the speed of the high-speed rail, arrived in front of Kevin, stretched out its limbs, and directly picked Kevin up from the subway. Suddenly, from the passive high-speed movement state, Kevin's body is still weightless and unbalanced. I remembered. You were the robot that Xiao Chen killed last night. You. How did you come to save me? Kevin still couldn't understand the situation and asked in confusion. Now, take this kid to safety. I have something to say to him. In the contactor installed on the small robot, sending out an extremely domineering, murderous voice, even Kevin was terrified, like a lone wolf meeting a tiger. No, I ran into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Taste. The small robot hugged Kevin's body, moved to the platform next to the track, and put Kevin down gently. Ahem. You. Who are you? Why are you saving me? What's going on with this robot? Kevin lay on the platform and threw the question all at once. Hee, friend, don't worry. I'll tell you from the beginning to the end. The story has to start with a watch that fell to the earth. Omnitrix. Mark Tian Xiaoban. Kevin's expression was a little shocked when he learned all the information about Xiao Chen. This huge amount of information he will not be able to digest for a while. How about it? Do you want to work with me to kill that kid Xiao Chen and take back the Omnitrix on his wrist? Although it was a question, Mojas' tone was not very domineering and would not allow any refusal. Of course, I would cooperate. With nowhere to go, Kevin forced a smile and released his goodwill towards the small robot. But his heart was full of darkness. Very good. Don't rush to find Xiao Chen's trouble. We still need to arrange for a while before we can deal with him. Mojas said slowly. A conspiracy against Xiao Chen began, and the protagonist who was targeted was in the room at the moment, touching soda bottles with Xiaoban and having a great time. Xiao Chen turned on the TV program, and even watched some reports about the fireman and the four-handed overlord. Although not many people watched it, they gradually gained popularity. It's past 9 o'clock in the evening. You guys, it's time to go to bed. When the time came, Mark took out his mobile phone on time The current time was displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, and his words carried an irresistible majesty. I'm almost sleepy too. Xiao Chen picked up the remote control, turned off the TV, and fell asleep on his bed, while the others rested one by one. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen got up, took a shower, and watched TV for a while. Until after Mark and the others got up, everyone went downstairs to have breakfast. It looks like nothing happened today, Tian Xiaoban said happily while watching the news on the big TV in the restaurant. Well, now I can be sure that the murderer is the guy Kevin, and his ending will not be easy, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Now, there is an urgent news. The commercial street in this city has been destroyed. A group of robbers are robbing the commercial street, and no citizen should approach it. The robbers have a lot of hot weapons in their hands. In the originally peaceful morning, an urgent news suddenly popped up. It turned out to be another group of robbers, and this time it was a group of robbers with a lot of hot weapons. Cough! Such a beautiful morning has been ruined by these bastards. After I catch them, I must take care of them. Xiao Chen was still complaining there. His body stood up honestly, and said Mark and the others rushed to the old broken car and drove fast towards the commercial street. Since there is no shortcut near the commercial street, you can only take the main road, and it is not convenient for the old broken car to turn on the full speed mode, so you can only drive slowly to the destination. When arriving at the commercial street, a loud explosion sounded. A woman with a big red back and blood-red lipstick, armed with a submachine gun, and a group of younger brothers shot the windows at the entrances of several stores, asking those store owners to hand over their money obediently. Okay, it's time for the hero to go out. Xiao Chen pushed open the car door, looked at the group of robbers, and raised his wrist. Boom! At the same time, there was a burst of engine roar in the sky. Xiao Chen looked up, his expression froze immediately, and he quickly hid behind a building beside him. After Mark, Xiaoban and the others came down, they were also called by Xiao Chen and hid behind together. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Tian Xiaoban asked in confusion. You guys look there. Xiao Chen looked very complicated and pointed to the fast-moving figure in the sky. Everyone's eyes looked together. It is fully armed Kevin. This time, there is also a cannon on Kevin's chest, and there are even many octopus tentacle-like mechanical long hands behind him, like a fusion of Iron Man and Dr. Octopus. His complexion is very good, and the armor on his body has also been enhanced, which is in stark contrast to the appearance of the wolf. Kevin, he's not already. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. She, Xiaoban, including Mark, and Xiao Chen all witnessed Kevin's end. In everyone's memory, Kai Wenming was seriously injured and was hit on the subway car. Even if you don't die, you shouldn't be like this, right? Do not worry. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, let's see what he is going to do first. It seems that he is also here for those robbers. If he wants to take action on those robbers, we can go all out. Bo, let Kevin take care of those people, and I'll take care of Kevin. However, what the hell did Kevin escalate into? He has absolute confidence to defeat it. It's a good idea. Mark nodded in agreement. I want to ask, where did the wolves come from, and where did the tigers come from? We are not in the zoo. The question asked by Tian Xiaoban was that the other three had black lines, and Tian Xiaoban explained the meaning in a humiliating manner. Boom! That one. Kevin landed heavily. Due to the upgrade of the armor, the sound of the landing became louder, leaving a big pit on the ground. What monster is this? The red-haired woman held the submachine gun, and the muzzle was immediately aimed at Kevin's body with a nervous expression. She can see clearly, this kid is full of cannons. It's a humanoid self-propelled gun. Don't move. Be careful, we'll kill you together. I tell you, the guns in our hands are not vegetarian. Several other robbers also threatened each other with hoarse voices, but judging from their trembling hands, their hearts were not as fierce as they appeared. Xiao Chen thought, Kevin, the devil, will kill these people mercilessly. But Kevin smiled coldly, showing a somewhat playful expression. You don't really think that those toy guns in your hands can pose any threat to me? Don't be ashamed. The red-haired woman was shocked when she heard the words, but she still pretended to be calm and threatened. Kevin didn't talk nonsense. He directly raised his right palm and shot a laser towards the red-haired woman. Bang! The ground was bombed with huge potholes, and the thick smoke spread to all directions along with the terrifying shockwave, and the nearest group of robbers were blown away by the explosion shockwave. The red-haired woman fell to the ground, and the submachine gun fell to the side, but did not take it. His expression was sluggish. The huge explosion that was so close at hand made her stunned. Until Kevin came to him. Only then did she recover. Her expression was full of fear, and she kept begging for mercy. What do you want? Money? I can give you a lot of money. Millions? Tens of millions? True. Kevin's heart jumped when he heard this number. But after he remembered his conversation with Mojas. No, I'm the man who wants to do big things. My goal is not money, but you. Billion. My goal is not money, but you. After Kevin's words came out, the red-haired woman was stunned, with a look of surprise on her face, and looked at Kevin deeply. Are you sure? Don't give me nonsense, Kevin said viciously, unceremoniously. Okay, but you have to find a place where no one else is, and you're not allowed to take my little brothers there. The red-haired woman sighed in resignation. Puff! Kevin almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, his expression full of anger. Idiot, I want you to be my subordinates. Do you understand? Being your subordinate? The red-haired woman suddenly realized, scratched her hair, and said a little embarrassedly, We understood from the beginning. It's just a joke with you. Is it any good to be your subordinate? Your equipment is not as strong as mine. I can take you to a big one with 663. How? A smile appeared on the corner of Kevin's mouth. And you just need to do me a favor. Specifically, I'll talk about it after I leave. The red-haired woman and the other robbers glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Among them, the red-haired woman introduced herself. Her name was Pell. S-Ch-H-H-H-H-H. Several small robots flew from the remote, grabbed Pell's clothes, carried them into the sky, and Kevin also launched into the sky. That's Mojas's robot army. Actually mixed with Kevin. Xiao Chen's expression was a little surprised, and a bad premonition vaguely appeared in his heart. When these people stay together, something bad must be brewing. Xiao Chen, it's up to you. Tian Xiaoban said firmly. It's fine if they're together. I'll kill them together. Xiao Chen let out an extraordinarily domineering low roar, raised his wrist Omnitrix, and turned on the screen. Fireman, it's you. He took a picture of the Omnitrix's raised screen. Call out. A burst of light flickered, accompanied by a strong stench. Hey, it smells so bad. I can't stand it anymore. God, Xiao Chen, why did you become this big alien bug? Isn't it disgusting? Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and the others hung their mouths and noses and kept backing away, resisting the vomiting wormhole, and asked Gliding King Kong who was standing there. Gliding King Kong has 4 tentacles eyes, turned to look at his body, hung his face, and sighed. I originally wanted to become a flame man. But it's okay. Taste. The 4 wings of Gliding King Kong fluttered rapidly. Its expression was full of firmness, and he said solemnly, There are no weak alien heroes in the Omnitrix. As long as I'm strong enough, whoever becomes can intercept these guys. Its figure immediately turned into a mass of afterimages, much faster than the first transformation, and flew into the sky. Hey, big monster. Kevin in the distance was attracted by passive silence, and his eyes fell on Gliding King Kong with interest. Xiao Chen, this time he used Omnitrix to transform into another alien hero. Kevin, you know everything. Gliding King Kong's complexion sank, like an eagle, swooping into the sky and attacking Kevin's side. The speed exceeded them by many times. Megas told me. Also, your good luck, starting today, will end. Kevin's expression was full of confidence, and an inadvertent sentence caused an uproar in Glider King's heart. Kevin and Mojas. Did they join forces? This is a powerful alliance. No, definitely can't let Kevin take these people back. Thinking of this, King Glider flapped his wings even harder. The speed was getting faster and faster, and he was about to catch up with Kevin. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. Another 3 small robots descended near Gliding King Kong, forming a triangle-like encirclement. Gliding King Kong had to brake suddenly, flapping the insect wings backwards, forcing the body to stop. Detect to Omnitrix shapeshifter, start clearing. 3 small robots raised red cannons and aimed at Glider King's body one after another. With their cover, Kevin and the group also escaped smoothly and soon disappeared in the sight of King Glider. You guys, you succeeded in angering me. Gliding King Kong's tone was intricate, as if it was infinitely cold, and the entire space was frozen. 3 red rays suddenly came from different directions. Xiao Chen, be careful, dodge quickly. If this is hit, it will definitely be seriously injured. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban clasped their hands together impatiently, shouting silently, wishing they could use telepathy to remind Xiao Chen. After all, among all Xiao Chen's transformed heroes, except for Xiao Qibing, only Gliding King Kong has the worst combat ability. Not to mention that Xiao Qibing also relies on IQ to eat, and the upper limit is terrifying. It's useless. Gliding King Kong's 4 tentacle eyes, looking in the direction of the southeast and northwest, observed the position of all rays of light. Its body just swayed a little, and it brushed against the red laser. Research. The laser fell into the air, a terrifying explosion occurred, and it fell directly. Keep releasing. The 3 small robots also continued to gather red light. Bang, bang, bang. However, Glider King spit out a lot of green mucus at a very fast speed and smashed it directly on the robot's scanner, so that they couldn't see the surroundings at all. For a while, the 3 small robots couldn't tell their surroundings, as if they had lost their vision systems and flew around. Between lightning and flint, Gliding King Kong, at lightning speed, moved in front of a small robot. That figure, like the king of the sky. Taste. Gliding King Kong's indestructible claws stretched out, like crushing tofu dregs, tearing a small robot into pieces, falling to the ground and exploding. Taste. Its tail flicked again, and the split axe-like tail slashed the body of another small robot. Fighting style like a beast. And the last battle robot was attacked by the claws and tail of the King Kong glider, and it was beaten into a ball of scrap metal. It seems that even the weakest alien hero in our mouths, Gliding King Kong, has been exerted to perfection by Xiao Chen. Mark stared blankly at the battle in the sky. That line of combat style, that silky feeling. It's a textbook fighting style. Even Xiao Chen didn't find it himself. After accepting various concepts such as Baji Bong, Diamondhead's fighter Xiao, and so on. Although he himself does not know this, his fighting consciousness has been directly elevated to the existence of the universe warrior level. Every alien hero can gradually become stronger in battle. This is his greatest skill. Glider King landed on the ground with a hurried look. Grandpa, according to reliable information, Kevin and Mojas have joined forces. Join. Mark showed a horrified expression. How did you know? When Kevin left just now, Morjith's mechanical unit took the initiative to help him break off, and he also knew about my watch. There are indications that he must have joined forces with Morjith. Glider King said solemnly. The 2 people join forces. It's really a powerful alliance. It's very difficult to deal with. Mark's pressure also doubled for a while, and his expression became worried and anxious. Let's go back to the hotel first. Staying here is just a living target. Who knows when I will be transformed and released? To be on the safe side, Glider King said cautiously. But Tian Xiaoban looked at the old broken car and said in a low voice, Xiao Chen, if you get on the old broken car with us, we will be crowded together. He was embarrassed to say what happened later. I understand what you mean. Is this the head office? Glider King reluctantly flew to the roof of the old broken car, lay on it, and asked the 3 of them. The expressions of the 3 of them clearly showed a touch of relaxation. Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, and the originally wrinkled nose also relaxed. It is really so stinky. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoban, the 3 quickly got into the car and drove towards the hotel with Gliding King Kong. When the Omnitrix pattern on the glider started to flicker, they hurriedly stopped so that it could settle down safely and return to the car in human form. In this way, it was delayed for a while. When the old broken car is driving again, Xiao Chen and others did not find it. A gangster in a helmet, riding a motorcycle, trailing behind. When they got to the door of the hotel, the old car stopped and the motorcycle also stopped. After reporting a few words on the mobile phone, the gangster followed Xiao Chen. Come to the hotel. Xiao Chen was walking when suddenly a waiter came across the face, holding a plate, turned around to talk to others, and accidentally bumped into Xiao Chen's body. Please, be careful when you walk. Xiao Chen was knocked back 2 or 3 steps, rubbed his face, and complained to the waiter. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The waiter put down the plate in his hand and said apologetically, It does not matter. Xiao Chen didn't make things difficult for him either, his eyes fixed on the flawless, clean silver plate. The silver plate reflects his body, including the hotel behind him, and a thug who pushed in from the front door. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D with a green coxcomb head, wearing a prickly leather armor, was obviously out of tune with the hotel environment, and his eyes looked towards Xiao Chen from time to time. Someone is following me. This thought popped into Xiao Chen's mind, but he wasn't 100% sure yet. After apologizing, the waiter also bypassed Xiao Chen and walked towards the gangster. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Chen turned his head back suddenly, and his eyes fell directly on the gangster. Face to face, the gangster's eyes moved away directly, and he stopped unnaturally in place, showing embarrassment with his nose. Shouldn't it be discovered? It can only be replaced. Waiter, please inform the cleaning staff at the front desk. Remember to come to clean our room in the afternoon. The room number is XXX. Xiao Chen smiled, looked at the waiter, and said politely, La, okay, no problem. The waiter hurriedly took note and nodded in agreement. The little b asterisk 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 D breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I didn't find it. After Xiao Chen turned around, he continued to follow Mark and the others. Tian Xiaoban suddenly lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Xiao Chen, you turned your head back. Shouldn't you be asking the cleaners? Huh? How did you know? Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of curiosity and asked with interest. The room was cleaned by the cleaners in the morning. I think, according to your personality, you won't forget this kind of thing. Tian Xiaoban showed a chuckle and guessed very intelligently. A look of admiration crossed Xiao Chen's face. Xiaoban, you are very adaptable. Here's Xiao Chen's praise. Tian Xiaoban's expression was obviously a little shy, and he was very happy, and said softly, No, I'm just taking a guess. As if nothing happened, Xiao Chen kept his original pace. When I speak next, no matter what I say, don't be surprised or make weird behaviors. Someone is following us. I found out. Although he received a vaccination, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban were still stunned. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and continued to keep up with the original rhythm. What's going on? Are you sure? Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban asked nervously. It's confirmed. It should be the person sent by Kevin and the others. The reason why I don't point it out, because even if I point it out, they will find new people, and it will be difficult to find out later. It is better to grasp the known person. Hold on and see what he wants to do. Xiao Chen speaks his mind, his words and deeds, full of tricks against Kevin's conspiracy. Mastering the whereabouts of the enemy, isn't it better? We have to be careful. There is someone behind us staring at us. Tian Xiaoban took a breath, not daring to make his voice louder. The 4 of them pretended that nothing happened and went to the elevator as usual. But the moment when the elevator door was closed, everyone saw the B asterisk 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 D's appearance. Go upstairs. Go back to the room. At the moment when the door closed, except for Xiao Chen, the 3 of them couldn't help discussing. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the door, observing every move in the aisle through the cat's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, and 10 seconds passed, and it seemed that there was no movement. Call out. Suddenly, an eyeball appeared opposite the cat's eye, with white eyes, black pupils, and twisted bloodshots. Xiao Chen abruptly retracted his head, and his expression became a lot more cautious. Fortunately, people outside can't see the internal situation through the cat's eye. 663. After the little gangster lay outside the door and watched for a while, he cautiously lurked near the corridor. Now it seems that Kevin and the others must have a lot of money in their hands. Otherwise, how could that be D get in the corridor? Xiao Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and his brain was racing. What should we do now? Tian Xiaoban asked helplessly. Dealing with stalkers, they're inexperienced. I go out and lure him away. His target is me. And if I'm alone, I'll definitely show it. Xiao Chen recounted in a very calm manner. Xiao Chen, no, you are in a human state now. It's too dangerous. Mark was firmly opposed. Grandpa, please believe in my ability. I won't have anything. Xiao Chen continued to persuade, with a very insistent expression, and only then did he persuade the three of them. But before going out again, Tian Xiaoban regarded himself as a treasured air gun and placed it heavily in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, grab it. I'm already loaded. Whoever troubles you, just do it. Tian Xiaoban said this sentence with great domineering, full of deep friendship. Okay, I will definitely come back safely. No nonsense. Xiao Chen said these words heavily, holding the air gun in his right hand and hiding in his pocket, opened the door with his left hand, and walked into the corridor. The D hid at the corner of the corridor, and when he heard the sound, he nodded carefully, and when he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his expression was full of surprise. After Xiao Chen came to the corridor, he pretended to be nonchalant and casually walked towards the end of the corridor, observing behind him through various reflective objects. As imagined, the target of the little gangster is him, and he's been quietly following behind him for fear of being discovered by himself, but he has long been exposed. This little D is really unprofessional at all. Xiao Chen showed a sneer and shook his head secretly. Just find it casually. The person Kevin was looking for is really not good. There are many people in the hotel, so he can't threaten this little gangster. Only by deliberately walking out of the hotel and coming to the open space behind the hotel can he have the opportunity to threaten. After a few minutes, Xiao Chen came to the open space behind the hotel. The gangster followed and pushed open the back door of the hotel and came to an open space, but his expression was stunned. Xiao Chen, who was clearly not far from him just now, disappeared. Where's the person? I remember that he's not far from me. The little gangster said with a puzzled face, looked around, and felt a little anxious. Are you looking for me? At this time, Xiao Chen walked out slowly from the trash can beside him. He just bent his body and hid beside the trash can to cover his body. After being discovered by Xiao Chen, the little gangster's expression was a little flustered at first, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Little boy, are you lost? Can I take you back to the hotel late and tell me your room number? Okay, stop pretending. Xiao Chen pierced the gangster's disguise and asked coldly, Tell me, who sent you here? What's your purpose? Who sent me here? The little D turned into anger, opened his arms with a fierce face, and grinned. Isn't he just a stinky child? And I stinky fart. You have to believe it if you don't believe it. I received you believe it. Until. Call out. Xiao Chen took out his tightly gripped air gun in the next second and aimed the muzzle at the gangster's body. Monument. The little D's knees softened, knelt on the ground, and raised both halls, like a conditioned reflex, and his expression was very frightened. Well, what is that? How could this kid have such a gun in his hands? By the way, don't question the authenticity of this thing in my hand. Xiao Chen's face showed a cold arc and said indifferently, My hands are shaking. If you try to verify whether this is true, I may hit you. Body. This is a blatant threat. But let the little D sweat profusely and stammer to explain. I didn't mean that. I believe in you. I believe what you have in your hands is real. What kind of kid did he provoke? To carry such a weapon with him? It's outrageous. He was already starting to regret taking the errand. Now, can you answer my question properly? Who sent you here? Xiao Chen clenched his air gun tightly, holding down the gangster firmly, and asked. When I say it, you may not believe it. It was a robot that flew in front of me, and then the robot heard a voice and ordered me to do it, and gave me a little money. The little gangster said as he took out a few $100 bills from his pocket. This is the money they gave me at the time. They told me your location, and they asked me to follow you all the time. Robot. Sure enough, it was Mojas and Kevin who ordered this little B asterisk, 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 asterisk D. It just made Xiao Chen a little puzzled. Why did he send such a useless guy to follow him? Do you think he doesn't even have any anti-reconnaissance ability? Wow. Suddenly, the big hotel behind Xiao Chen, the brightly lit rooms, or the bright decorations around the building, suddenly plunged into darkness. At the same time, there were some loud noises inside, because it was across the back door, so Xiao Chen couldn't hear it clearly. This has absolutely nothing to do with me, big brother. I don't know anything. The little B asterisk, 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 asterisk D immediately cowered, and even the words big brother came out. Xiao Chen scolded impatiently, and the little B asterisk, 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 asterisk D ran away hurriedly. When there was no one around, he clicked on the Omnitrix screen again, thought for a few seconds, and chose Flash Star. Taste. The flashing star rushed out of the green light particles, put his palm on the back door, pushed open the back door, and walked into the hotel lobby. The lights in the entire hall are off, and all the electronics are useless. And the door of the hall is equipped with an electronic system, so people can't get out or come in when they are blocked at the door. Glass. Huanyang is bulletproof glass. No matter how you hit it, it can't be broken. Power outage? What's going on? Flash Star's expression became a little dignified. No, there seems to be a ticking time bomb on the top floor of this building. Really? Don't talk nonsense. Several waiters on the top floor rushed down the stairs, shouting in fear, and blocked the door of the first floor, but they couldn't get out at all. Top floor, time bomb? The flashing star wakes up. He clenched his fists tightly. No wonder that little gangster is full of flaws. That guy Mojas clearly wants my attention to that stalker, so as to keep the tiger away and send someone to the hotel by himself arrange the bomb. No, he has to defuse the bomb. Taste. The flashing star is like a blue electric current, and it comes to the entrance of the stairs in an instant. He went upstairs one floor in a second, sprinted upstairs for 100 meters, and rushed to the top floor in just a dozen or so. The top floor, an open-air restaurant, has become a mess. Some of the guests were calling, some were screaming, and some were preparing for parachutes. Tick-tock. That ticking time bomb is placed in the corner of the dining room, and it is firmly embedded in several bricks. I don't know when it will explode. You all get out of the way. Let me get rid of that time bomb. Flash Star looked at the panicked people around and demanded in a very domineering tone. In these times, Wong Hao, it is necessary to be tough in order to save these people. What is this? I don't know. It should be a bomb disposal expert, right? How can a bomb disposal expert dress like this? Although most of the guests had doubts in their hearts, they still obediently stepped aside and stood in the way of the flashing star, and they would suffer a terrible sense of oppression. No go. There was only a small child holding a doll, looking at the heroic appearance of the flashing star. His eyes gradually lit up. TV doesn't lie. There are really alien heroes in the world. Wow. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, the flashing star moved ahead of the time bomb, with both claws like knives, and chopped off the head behind the time bomb in 3 or 2 strokes. At the moment of falling, the dynamic vision of the flashing star exploded, and all the flow of time became a state of slow motion. And it's very slow, only in slow motion. Only then could the flash star clearly observe that when the time bomb touched the ground, it did not cause any explosions, and he recovered his dynamic vision. If it explodes with one touch, the flash star will directly kick the time bomb away with its scud. The crowd around didn't react. Seeing the time bomb landed, they all hugged their bodies and lowered their heads and screamed constantly. They were extremely terrified. It's so noisy. Flash Star pouted, picked up the time bomb with one hand, and looked around. There are high-rise buildings all around. Even if this time bomb is thrown out, It is very likely that it will blow up other buildings, so other innocent people will be sacrificed. Also, I don't know how powerful this damn thing Mojas is. Flash Star's eyes sank, hugged the time bomb directly, and came to the edge of the top floor of the building. Call. He took a deep breath, and his body fell on the glass on the side of the building in a vertical manner. Until you get to the bottom of the first floor. Ah, yes, someone came down with a bomb. He jumped from the bottom of the building. 663 looked at the flashing star rushing down from the top floor, and the people blocking the door were all stunned, showing extremely shocked expressions. How did this guy do it? You don't have to worry. The time bomb is on me. I will take it away. Now, you can find an engineer to restore the power, so that no one is trapped in the elevator. The flash star shook the time bomb it was holding and soothed the crowd through the glass. He doesn't have much time. Leaving a sentence is holding a time bomb crazy fast. Highway. Highway. Suburbs. All the scenery is passing fast at this moment, and any vehicle is far less than 1/10 of his speed, and the physical ability of Flash Star has been exerted to the extreme. It wasn't until he arrived at the suburban no man's land that Flash Star put down the time bomb on his body and rushed towards the big hotel. Coincidentally, boom! As soon as he went out more than 100 meters away, the time bomb sent out an earth-shattering explosion, which directly blew the suburbs into yellow sand, as if a natural disaster had occurred. The time was just right. This guy Mojas is really insidious. Fortunately, I can use the speed of the fast, Big F Shining Star to play. Flash Star breathed a sigh of relief, and with a bit of scolding on his face, he continued to rush to the highway, and then return to the city. But the city is not peaceful. Research. Monument. There was a B****** G sound in the direction of the hotel, and the closer the distance, the louder the sound. Obviously something happened there. What happened? There was a trace of tension in the Flash Star's heart, and his legs couldn't help but speed up, almost forming 10,000 afterimages. There are also countless clone-like, afterimage flashing stars behind. It took about half a minute or so. The hotel appeared not far from the flashing star. There, many onlookers gathered by the road and stared blankly at the hotel. Outside the glass on the 4th floor. A full 5 small robots broke the glass with light, the wall, and flew out towards the inside. That's our room. The eyes of the flashing star suddenly shrank, and the tension in his heart intensified. Originally, he was moving at a high speed. Detected owner of Omnitrix entered combat mode. The owner of Omnitrix is detected. Enter combat mode. 3 small robots flew out of the hotel and lined up in front of the cracks, like a machine wall. The flashing star turned its body directly in the air and flew towards a small robot. Die. His face was full of murderous aura, as if a killing god was alive, and a pair of sharp claws accompanied the afterimage, penetrating the body of a small robot. A pair of sharp claws directly submerged. Take a nap. The interior of the machine was instantly destroyed and smashed, and after a trace of electric arc flickered around it, it fell down. Boom! The Flash Star's legs evaded heavily on this machine, and then jumped to another small robot. Sharp claws, super speed, the combination of the two is like an invincible weapon, and this small robot is divided into 2. It's just you. The flashing star is dodging again, rushing towards the last small robot outside. Facing the red light, condensed by the battery, he is not afraid. Taste. Like dodging bullets. His body just twisted to the side flexibly, and the light swept past him and landed on the open space. It's useless. Attacks at this speed won't have any effect on me. The tail of the Flash Star turned into a dozen afterimages, as if more than a dozen whips were whipping past at the same time, and it landed on the small robot with a crackle. The last one was directly beaten and swayed wildly, and was smashed into pieces at an extremely fast speed. Even with 2 other small robots sitting on the ground and smashing them to pieces, there is absolutely no chance for them to merge with ordinary humans. Xiaoban, Xiaoan, Grandpa, are you all right? Flashing Star looked anxiously at the room inward, stretched out her claws, and grabbed the edge of the wall, using her strength to flip into the room. The room was a mess. The door was still open, but no one could be seen. Let go of my grandpa. And the nerds, you bastards. On the other side of the corridor, Tian Xiaoban's struggling voice came. Taste. Flash Star rushed out of the gate without hesitation and immediately came to the corridor. He first looked to the left and saw nothing. Looked to the right. The wall at the end of the corridor collapsed. A small robot was grabbing Mark and Tian Xiaoban, and another small robot was grabbing at Tian Xiaoban's body with its limbs, but Tian Xiaoban used agile movements to dodge from time to time. You give me stop. The furious Flash Star, seeing this scene, raised his right leg angrily, raised his right leg directly to the level of the backrest, and then kicked it fiercely, kicking a tin can on the corridor. Monument. Under the blessing of absolute speed, the tin can's head is like a cannonball, flying over Tian Xiaoban's side, directly smashing the small robot out a few meters away. Its head and the body underneath were completely smashed and fell to the ground along with the can. Let's go. Don't worry about Tian Xiaoban. Our goal has been achieved. From the microphone of the last small robot, the voice of Mojas' absolute order came. The small robot directly grabbed Tian Xiaoban and Mark, quickly lifted off into the sky, and fled into the distance. Until this time, Xiao Chen, you're finally here. Tian Xiaoban looked at the flashing star behind him with great excitement, and heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed lucky just now, but every time he dodged, it was extremely thrilling. Only when Xiao Chen came over could he feel more at ease. Xiaoban, how are you? Are you all right? Flash Star appeared next to Tian Xiaoban as soon as he finished speaking, while Tian Xiaoban was still looking at the original position of Flash Star. I'm fine. That tin monster didn't touch a single hair on me. Tian Xiaoban shook his head, then his expression became angry and stomped his feet. They took Grandpa and Xiaoan away. I know, and I see what they're up to. The flashing star looked up at the gradually small figure, and the anger in his heart became more and more uncontrollable. But the voice of reason told him that at this time, he must calm down, he must. Xiao Chen, let's find a way to find Grandpa and Xiaoan now. Otherwise, they will have unimaginable consequences. Tian Xiaoban's voice gradually weakened, and he no longer dared to think what would happen to the two of them. The Flash Star took a few deep breaths before calming down a little, holding his chin in his hand. Xiaoban, don't worry. The two of them will be fine for the time being. Mojas and Kevin grabbed them just to make my brains get hotter. Chase them all the way to the trap they set. When the time comes, it's really over. So can't pursue at this time. He needs to be more capable of fighting alien hero. And Mojas' plan was also very clear. It was to use a time bomb to attract Xiao Chen's attention, so as to take the opportunity to capture Xiaoan and the others. But even if you see it, what's the use? This plan is malicious. Either Xiao Chen saves Mark and the others, or saves the rest of the building. No choice. I really want to smash the heads of those two robots, but I can't. Tian Xiaoban was a little lost, staring at his reflection on the glass, looking a little lost. Just like during the summer vacation, I wanted to save the kid who was hanging on the tree, but I was also hung up, still as powerless. But this time, he did not lose any longer, and soon he regained his courage, without anyone's comfort. Flash Star originally wanted to comfort him, but seeing Tian Xiaoban's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little gratified in his heart. Xiao Chen, you say, what should we do next? Tian Xiaoban asked with a serious expression. My transformation time is almost up. Let's wait for the next transformation time. During this time, we'll find a way to figure out what Kevin and the others plan to do next, said the flashing star. He grasped the Omnitrix's transformation time quite accurately, and after a while, as he said, the transformation time was released. Together with Tian Xiaoban, he came to another house on the 4th floor arranged by the hotel staff, who were also responsible for helping the police. Of course, for Mojas and Kevin, it is basically useful. On the contrary, it is easy to cause confusion. Xiao Chen, I don't know if there is any clue to Kevin's words. I vaguely remember that he told the robbers that he would take them for a big ticket. Tian Xiaoban recalled what he heard when he met Kevin before, repeated. Xiao Chen, who had no clue at first, got a key clue and couldn't help but praise. Xiaoban, this clue is very important. I will definitely figure out where Kevin is going next. Let me help you think about Kevin. He's a man who loves money very much, and his robbers also want to make money. Big ticket means making a lot of money. Tian Xiaoban and Xiao Chen said one sentence to another, reasoning with each other. Although Xiaoban's thinking is not so clear, it is definitely invaluable among his peers. If Kevin wants to make big bucks, then I'll see if there's a bank or something around here. Xiao Chen immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the nearby map. Really, near the city center, there's the most luxurious big bank in the city, which stores countless gold bars and cash. They're definitely going here, don't think about it. Xiao Chen said with great certainty and stood up directly. We have to leave first. We can't let them seize the opportunity. This time, let's ambush them. Tian Xiaoban shook his fist fiercely with a look of indignation. By the way, Xiaoban, I'll give this back to you first. If you encounter a gangster or something, use this to scare them. Xiao Chen handed the air gun to Tian Xiaoban and said solemnly. The two walked out of the room with each other, asked the hotel staff to borrow some money, and took a taxi to the door of the bank. Because of the time bomb, there were no cars on the road, so the journey was smooth. After Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban got off the bus, they looked around nervously. There were only some pedestrians and swept around the bank again. Bank gate. There are actually quite a number of fully armed personnel in a state of high security. Usually, even if there are armed personnel, it is impossible to have such a big posture, making it like robbing a bank. For flowers. Xiao Chen looked at them with a strange expression. Did these people know in advance that Mojas' machine troops would come, so they are ready to fight? Haha, robot troops? Abandoned jazz? Children, your imagination is really rich. If I guess right, you must also believe in alien heroes, such as deceiving children, right? At this time, a blond man in his 40s who passed by was amused when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen was not annoyed, but pretended to be ignorant. This uncle, do you know what's going on? Oh, today, the cash truck will be transported. It is estimated that it will be coming over on the highway, so martial law is imposed. By the way, children, don't talk nonsense, or I will suffer too. The blond man patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and walked into the bank, obviously not caring about the two children. A cash truck. This was the key clue that Xiao Chen wanted. But we don't know how to get to the expressway, and there is no means of transportation. Tian Xiaoban said with a sad face. Highway? I'm familiar with it. Xiao Chen waved his hand disapprovingly, and out of the corner of his eye, Zheng arrived at the two scooters standing by the street. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, walked to the scooter, stepped on it, and said righteously, This is a scooter dedicated to justice, Xiaoban. Just use this scooter to get near the highway. This is still an electric scooter. The speed must be enough. I haven't done anything so exciting. Referring to stealing a car, Tian Xiaoban was eager to try, riding another scooter. The two were heading towards the highway, with Xiao Chen taking the lead. A cash transporter, like an explosion-proof vehicle, was carrying banknotes. Several heavily armed men hooked the roof of the car and hung it outside the car body, with a solemn expression. Shouldn't there be a lunatic who grabbed a cash truck? Boys, kill them. The money is ours. At this time, there was a dark, crazy voice in the distance. Several armed personnel raised their guns with one hand to look, and their expressions all became incredible. Appear before their eyes. It was a black-haired boy who flew straight in, armored everywhere, with a circle of electricity around him, and there were several other people with armor all around him. Those people have also been transformed. This is the plot of a sci-fi movie? Billion. In fact, this is not a sci-fi movie, but the real world. SHHHHHH. After a short time, several militants raised the firearms in their hands and released the maximum firepower toward Kevin. A shuttle of bullets broke through the speed of sound barrier and collided head-on with Kevin. Useless. Kevin's face was frantic, and he threw his palms forward, and the blue electric current swayed out like a wave. The huge electric current directly scrapped all the bullets instantly and fell from the sky to the ground. Boss, we will help you avenge Shue hate. Pell raised his arms, with two small turrets on them, aiming at the position in front of the explosion-proof vehicle. Flavor. Her arms released two red lightning bolts that landed directly on the road ahead, making a boom. A big hole was blown directly on the highway. The cash-transporting truck of 663 was caught off guard and plunged into the big hole, stuck in it diagonally, and the armed personnel on it were also used on the road. Super accurate. Seeing this scene, Kevin praised Pell's attack method with a smile and regarded this behavior as a game. I didn't expect that after being transformed, it would become so strong. Pierre also looked surprised, holding his hands tightly, extraordinarily excited. With such a powerful equipment, from now on, they will not be short of money. You, who are you? Don't move. Call for help. Call for help. The armed men endured the severe pain, got up, held large-caliber weapons to face Kevin and Pell, and used the walkie-talkie to notify the people over at the bank. Boom! Kevin fell to the ground first, as if he couldn't see the weapons, and walked towards the armed men playfully. He enjoys it very much, enjoys the state of watching the prey go from winning to disbelief and finally fear, begging for mercy. Of course, he didn't like being abused like this. Shot. The one with the sniper rifle shot directly at Kevin's head. The one with the rifle's direct trigger was pressed to death, and there were even those with a light machine gun. Taste. Kevin's body was covered with a huge electric light, just like the god of thunder in mythology. The moment all the bullets approached his body, they were scorched by the huge electric current and even melted. Absolutely an undead monster. And Kevin's younger brothers also fell behind him one by one, looking at the gang of militants jokingly, like a cat playing a mouse. At this time, because of Kevin and the others, the entire expressway was blocked in an emergency, for fear that innocent people would be involved and die. Before that, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban have already stepped on the scooter and arrived on the highway. From far away, they could faintly hear the explosion caused by the light and the noise of the bullet. Little class, it's almost here. Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped the scooter and discouraged Tian Xiaoban, who wanted to rush to the battlefield, and said solemnly, "There's a large-scale exchange of hot weapons everywhere in front of you. It will be very dangerous if you go there. Then, well, but what if I am attacked by Mojas' people?" Tian Xiaoban raised a very important question. "Hit the sky with an air gun, and if I hear it, I will save you." Xiao Chen pointed to the air gun in Tian Xiaoban's pocket and formulated this code with him. In addition, Yu Xiaoban also hid under the railings of the expressway, so that the flies who were flying in the sky, it was difficult to see Tian Xiaoban hiding underneath. With the experience of being sneak attacked by Mojas, Xiao Chen naturally couldn't keep Tian Xiaoban in the hotel. Now, I'm going to use Heitblast Kevin's way to vent the anger in my heart. After settling in Tian Xiaoban, Xiao Chen was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He turned on the Omnitrix screen heavily and turned in the direction of the Flame Man. Anger means fire. That's the Flame Man. Push the button. Boom. The dazzling fire light erupted from the body of the Flame Man, as if a volcano erupted as terrifying. The ground beneath his feet was as if it had been scorched, and a large area of pitch black had become a coward. The Flaming Man looks more scary than usual. Tian Xiaoban put his hands in front of his eyes, covering up some scorching flames. His expression was full of shock. Boom! The flame of the Flame Man returned introverted. His expression was domineering. The flame on his body was more like a crimson red lotus fire, and a large group of fire rose directly from the soles of his feet. Taste! Like a red comet, he flew towards Kevin and their battle location. Resisting, it's useless, you idiots. Kevin grabbed the last armed man, and after enjoying the latter's terrified expression, he threw it directly off the highway and flew out a dozen meters away. Brothers, get the money out of the cash, truck together. Hurry up, these are all ours. I have never seen so much money in my life. The other mechanical robbers came to the cash transport truck excitedly, and with their own armored claws, tore open the two sides of the cash transport truck. Box after box of gleaming gold was revealed. You don't have to worry about money in this life. Our structure is too small. We should focus on the wealth of the whole world. Kevin made no secret of his raging ambitions. When Mojas was away, he was the king. Kevin, your daydreams can't come true, because you're going to die here. Above the sky, a huge fireball swooped towards Kevin, Pierre, and the others, like a falling meteor. But the one in the raging fire was an adult figure. Fireman, Xiao Chen, have you turned into that guy who is covered in fire? Hearing this familiar tone, Kevin raised his head suddenly. His pupil shone with bright fire and shrank subconsciously. Fear and tremble. This is his first impression. When facing Xiao Chan directly again, he still couldn't help being a little timid. Boss, let's kill this guy together. No matter what he looks like, just get in our way and kill him together. Don't you just play some Fire 4.5? We have high tech. On the other hand, the group of mechanical robbers next to Kevin thought they were invincible and sneered at the flame people in the sky and didn't understand Xiao Chen's horror at all. Kevin's mood also stabilized. He took a deep breath, and his expression returned to self-confidence. He, once again strengthened with armor, became stronger, and a bunch of guys who can fight. Even the chairman of the universe, Jazz, supported him. Afraid of what Xiao Chen will do? Kevin's confidence is back. Boom. But with the flame man sitting in their midst. The huge impact directly blasted Kevin and all his companions out of the air and directly lifted them into the air dozens of meters high. The spreading wave of flames. It is spread over a range of tens of meters, like a tsunami of fire. God of fire, join us. Since, in the sea of fire, the flame man raised his head slightly and glared at Kevin and his group who were falling from the sky. He controlled the flames with his left palm to ensure that the area around the militants would not be burned by the fire, and his right palm slowly stood up to shoot at Kevin. Boom! The flame man's erected right palm poured out a pillar of fire, like a towering pillar, rushing straight into the sky. A shot is an absolute killer move. You give me the past. Without hesitation, Kevin grabbed a mechanical robber who was also falling and threw it towards the gushing fire column. On the other hand, he used his strength to jump around, deviating from the original attack track of the pillar of fire. Hey, boss Kevin, why? The mechanical robber didn't say a word, and his body was completely submerged by the whistling fire column. That alien technology, like a mass of hay, was directly burned to ashes, showing how outrageous the temperature of this flame is. Call! Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, and there was still a lingering expression on his face. Just now, it was almost fired, and he was the one engulfed by the pillar of fire. Although he might not be instantly burnt to dust, he would definitely die. Why did his flame temperature become so powerful? It is so much stronger than it looked in 16 days yesterday. Kevin looked puzzled. What they don't know is, Xiao Chen is most angry with his family because his own affairs are implicated, which is something he cannot tolerate. Whoever touches this point is bound to bear all his wrath. Damn it. Attack him. We must not let him attack us again. We have to turn passive into active. If we fall below, we will die. Try to fight him in the air battle. Those mechanical robbers, the rocket thrusters on their bodies began to operate. Their sinking bodies began to stabilize, and they were suspended in the air, including Kevin and Pell. Going down is a hell of fire, and there is a dead end. When you come to heaven, I can still kill you. The flame man's body is straight, and the flame under him is like a rocket, supporting his body to lift directly into the air, flying to the same height as Kevin and the others. He is alone, facing several mechanical robbers, Pell and Kevin. But the party with the large number of people was trembling with fear and did not dare to make a move. But the party with the small number of people, the flame people, was unstoppable, and the people who came were not good. In the aura, he completely suppressed these weak chickens. Fire punch. The flame man waved his right fist angrily, releasing a huge fist-like flame, evaporating all the moisture in the surrounding air and changing color at a speed visible to the naked eye. This punch was naturally directed towards Kevin. Looking at the fire fist almost as big as the small house, Kevin opened his mouth wide and looked extremely shocked. Come on, let's go together. Several mechanical robbers flew side by side, directly lifted the turrets on their arms, and released red lasers one after another. The layers of lasers are superimposed together, and it is like a shock wave colliding with the fire fist. In an instant, the sky keeps changing color. You nameless people, you want to block my fist too? What a joke. The Flame Man growled, gritted his teeth, and released a stronger flame with one punch. Boom! The fire fist directly suppressed the light and continued to attack Kevin. Don't think I'm the lamb who will slaughter you, Xiao Chen. Kevin raised his palms angrily. The swirling electric current condensed a mass of heavy hammer-like substance in front of him, like Thor's hammer, while spinning one side, smashed to the fire fist. Let's get started with Pell. So many attacks, superimposed together, collided with the fire fist of the Flame Man and competed with each other, and this was able to block the incomparably terrifying punch of the Flame Man. You guys don't forget, I have another punch. The Flame Man kept his punching state with one punch, and the other arm was slightly bent, and another fire fist went out. Boom! This punch is over. Kevin, Pell, and a few mechanical robbers, all scattered like birds and beasts, fled towards the surroundings and only managed to escape this fire fist with reluctance. The sky is like a fighter jet entangled, and there are huge vibrations from time to time. Musket, musket, musket. Compared with his fingers, the Flame Man is like a Gatling, frantically releasing bullet-like muskets, shooting all enemies in front of him. What? A mechanical robber was directly hit, burning with fire all over his body, and fell fiercely on the ground in the distance, and was directly burned to death. When the others saw this, they were even more terrified and did not dare to be touched by this terrifying flame. The only ones in the audience who could touch the Flame Man's tricks were Kevin and Pell, and they were barely touching each other. Even Mojas couldn't stand it anymore. These rubbish. I asked you to make a good layout, but you still want to seduce Xiao Chen after you grab the money. So I have to send troops to rescue you. And when I grab the Omnitrix, you are all dead. A piece of armor on the body of a mechanical robber, with Mojas' camera and monitoring program attached. It looked at this scene and was extremely annoyed. There's so many together, but I can't beat one. It's so G embarrassing. Mechanical troops, dispatch. The small robots that had been hiding in the dark appeared, a dozen of them at one time, and they landed beside Kevin and the others like a magic weapon from the sky. Flavor. Countless turrets aimed at the Flame Man at the same time. Oh, there are so many? How rich is that guy Mojas to be able to create such a huge number of robots? Kevin looked confused and was frightened by this posture. Pell, the other, and the mechanical robbers were also extremely shocked. This kind of Guojia level, no, even world-class firepower, is the strength of that Mojas? Follow this existence. Make a future. Even if the strength has been greatly strengthened, the Flaming Man who has experienced hundreds of battles, facing so many forts at the first time, still feels a little numb in his body, and a strong sense of crisis arises spontaneously. It's a long-lost sense of danger. His expression became tense, and he murmured, "Fire fists, muskets, etc. I'm afraid they can't stop so many attacks." Taste. Countless red lights flickered, and the laser began to charge. Kevin showed a smug smile and shook his fist excitedly. "Xiao Chun, you used to run after us now. It's our turn to run after you." What he imagined was the dozen or so small robots of Guangjasi, attacking the Flame Man frantically, hitting the Flame Man with nowhere to escape. But who knows? The Flame Man slowly raised his palms with a firm expression. Only with that trick can we defeat these mechanical troops. Then, the strongest move. What? He actually thought of going head-to-head. Kevin looked at the Flaming Man who was busy standing still, ready to face the head-to-head, and he was even more stunned. Is this hard steel? I'm afraid this Flame Man really thinks how strong he is. Mojas also gave the whole fun. I didn't expect that. Xiao Chun, you're so strong, yet so conceited. Or, your anger has swept your mind, making you think that you are no longer invincible. Today will be your funeral. The firemen ignored their taunts. Just whisper a word. Fire ring. Great Yin Emperor. The sea of fire on the highway was turbulent, swept from the ground to the sky, and condensed directly on the top of the Flame Man's head, a rapidly expanding, getting bigger and bigger, until a majestic fireball like the red sun was formed. It can no longer be described by a fireball, but a fire sun. Even far away, you can see the red sun in the sky, and the hot fire even blocks the sun's sunshine. Monument. More than a dozen red rays of light blasted out at the same time, and the layers of light overlapped together, making it look unstoppable. Take it up. The Flame Man gently used his palms towards the front, and threw the huge Yindi like a hill to the red light in front of him. Boom! At the moment when the huge Yin Emperor collided with the red light, the firelight directly covered all the void within 100 meters, and there were burning flames everywhere, extremely hot. Boom! Research. Under this destructive offensive, countless small robots exploded in the flame hell, and the scattered parts were instantly melted into dust, and not a single part was left. Long time. The whole sky still seemed to be stained red with blood, and the red light of the sunset color was everywhere, and it never dissipated. Once ordinary people get close, they will be severely burned all over. Are they all dead? The Flame Man slowly fell from the sky back to the ground. His body felt a heavy tiredness, and his eyes quickly swept across the entire sky. In the thin firelight, he could not see the figures of those small robots, and it seemed that they had been wiped out in a violent explosion. That move just now, it can be said that it was a shock, and it directly wiped out the mechanical army of Mojas. But, Kevin, Pell, why are they all gone? Could it be that they were also buried in the sea of fire together? The Flame Man thought with a puzzled expression, still looking around with some caution. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, in the wasteland on both sides of the highway, several figures rushed out, flying towards the Flame Man like a tiger. It was Pell's group who had long been ambushed around the wasteland, always ready to attack the Flame People. Inflammation. The Flame Man rested his palms on the ground, and his body erupted a flood of flames again, forming a high wall of fire around him, like an absolute defense. Don't get near his flames. It's so hot. I feel like my armor is about to melt. It's so hot, ho ho ho. Pierre and several other mechanical robbers hurriedly stopped around the firewall. All expressions were full of fear, not daring to have a trace of that terrifying flame. That move just now is really heavy. When I catch my breath, I will kill you all. The Flame Man gasped slightly. His physical strength recovered a little, and his expression became cold again. Why did Pell and the others come out, Kevin? It's too late, it's too soon. Although Yin Shanggong protects the surrounding area, the attack from high altitude cannot be protected. Kevin was surrounded by electric currents. As if he had already been prepared, he moved to the defensive blind spot of Yanshangang and swooped towards the Flame People in Yanshangang. Come on, well, if you fight me head-on, you will only die faster. The Flame Man felt the movement above his head, looked up and saw Kevin. He was not timid at all, but applauded in a low voice. Even a tiger with no physical strength, not a wolf, can touch porcelain. With a slap, you can beat Kevin's mother without knowing it. Fire punch. The Flame Man threw out his right fist angrily and released a fire fist that was like lava with countless gunpowder smoke toward the sky. My purpose is not to fight with you. However, Kevin retreated. His body flashed with bursts of electricity, and with a bang, he escaped the attack of the fire fist like lightning. The Flame Man wanted to raise his left fist to continue the attack, but this time Kevin had already landed in front of him, and a pair of palms grabbed his shoulders fiercely. Core death. The Flame Man's expression was full of murderous aura. The flames on his body suddenly became hot, and the ground under his feet was melted through. Oh! Kevin's face changed drastically in an instant, and he let out a scream like a pig. Boss Kevin, what's wrong with you? He's not dead, is he? Ah, don't get close to that wall of fire. Don't get close. It's burning me to death. The few people outside looked very nervous, and when they heard Kevin's screams, they were all terrified. Kevin singled out the flames in the past. Is this the rhythm to die? But Kevin doesn't look like a man to die. Kevin, go die. The Flame Man continued to maintain the heat of the flames on his body and announced Kevin's death very indifferently. Xiao Chen, I want to gain your superpower and become as powerful as you. But Kevin changed from the pain at the beginning to the extreme excitement. Without the restraint of the armor, his palms began to flash a huge electric current, covering the body of the Flame Man for a short time. Although there is no armor that Mojas bestowed on him, the kinetic energy of the robot has greatly enhanced his superpowers. What is this? Go away. Electric current spreads all over the body. Even if there is a flame for self-defense, the Flame Man feels a little numb, immediately raised his fist and slammed it on Kevin's right face. Boom! Kevin was punched and flew several meters away and fell not far from the firewall. Almost forgot that you have superpowers. Looking at Kevin, who fell to the ground, the Flame Man said while raising his finger. The fingertips were surrounded by wisps of flames, and a bullet-shaped high-power flame was quickly condensed. Musket. One hit kills. Taste. The fiery red bullet slammed into Kevin's head mercilessly, far more powerful than Barrett. It's useless. The next moment, hello Wong Wong. Kevin got up abruptly, and his body was also flashing with light red fire, accompanied by bursts of electric current, forming a protective shield-like existence. Research. The musket hit his body, and it only made the protective cover on his body tremble slightly, and he stepped back a few times, and then he endured this move. This is the power of fire. The Flame Man's pupils shrank slightly, and immediately recognized the flame on Kevin's body. Yeah, this is your superpower. Now your death is coming. I have your superpower, plus my money power. You're sure to die. Kevin slowly withdrew the flashing flames and electricity. Exposed. It is a flaming human head, while the body is wrapped in magma-colored skin, while the body is in human monster pity. The expression on his face was full of pride, like a villain's triumph. You got my fire superpower and thought you would be as powerful as me? Stop dreaming. Are you strong? Try to know. Kevin looked like a Flame Man, raised his right fist, swung hard towards the Flame Man, and released a huge fist composed of flames. Watching his tricks hit him, the Flame Man's expression was not afraid at all, and the red arrogance on his body seemed to explode, spreading out in all directions. That crimson flame, compared to Kevin's crimson flame, is completely incomparable. Boom! Kevin's fire fist was instantly thrown out by the crimson flame on the Flame Man and landed on the firewall of Yin Shanggong, but was directly shattered into sparks by the firewall without causing any damage. Damn it! Kevin stomped his foot and cursed through gritted teeth. Try my fist again and see if my fist can wake you up. There was a sneer at the corner of the Flame Man's mouth, and the red arrogance on his body condensed on his right arm at this moment, gathering into a red lotus-like fire fist. This fire fist is countless times more powerful than Kevin's fire fist. Fire punch. At the same time, Kevin also swung his right fist, releasing a fire fist of the same size. Not only that, but there was also a blue electric current around his fire fist, which was equivalent to a thunder and fire fist. A pair of fire fists collided with 663 in the front, like two giants reaching out their fists to touch their fists, creating unimaginable destructive power. Crack, crack. Kevin, the ground under the flames' feet collapsed directly, and the entire highway was crushed to pieces. And Yin Shanggong's wall of fire was completely defeated, and the gestures of the two of them, shaking each other's fists, also appeared in front of Pier and others. It seems, earth-shattering, the two are deadlocked. Monument. Actually, it only lasted for 3 seconds, and Kevin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His waist was bent, his expression was twisted, and his forehead was full of sweat, sweating profusely. His fire fist is retreating step by step, coming towards him. Fist-shaped flame, about to be crushed into a shield-like flame. The Flaming Man's fist, how domineering. With the cooperation of Kevin's 2 powers of thunder and fire, he can still prevail. Even the flame aura burning around the Flame Man is not only his own crimson flame, but also a looming crimson flame. That was the fire on Kevin's body, which was directly absorbed by the Flame Man. You guys, what are you looking at? Hurry up. Do you think this is a fair and just duel? We are the villains. The humiliating Kevin finally couldn't bear it any longer and scolded the subordinates behind him loudly. Yes, Brother Kevin, we are grasshoppers on a boat now, and we will definitely help you. Pierre and the others lifted the turrets as if they had just woken up from a dream, and the pair of turrets were surging blood-red lightning. See you. The flame man had to release his fist unwillingly, and the flame condensed by the fire fist suddenly burst open, turning into countless flames, falling to the ground like a downpour. Now, a prairie fire, as if he were the master of the flame battlefield. SHHHHHH. The flame man who retracted the fire fist sensitively controlled the flames on his body, accelerated his body, constantly dodged an attack, and even fought against it with a musket. Continue to attack. Don't stop. He has a time limit for his transformation. Ho-ho, Kevin panted. He alone can't beat the flame man. But they are fighting together. I can't believe that they can't deal with this damn flame man. In fact, in this battle, Morpheus was the one who hurt the most, and a large number of mechanical troops were all damaged here. And this was exchanged for the flame man, the great Yin Emperor, who was enough to destroy the world. If it hadn't consumed a lot of physical strength, the flame people in their prime state, coupled with the rage, would definitely let Kevin and the others die here. Fighting alone is always alone. The flame man has to dodge the attack of the red laser for a while, and then he has to use the musket to fight against the attack of Pell, and he has to use the fire fist to constantly entangle with Kevin's thunder and fire. People and Kevin Pell their fierce battle. Not inferior. Even like a tiger, the more you fight, the more courageous, and there is no way to try your best. This guy is fortunate that he is only one person, and the transformation time is limited, otherwise we'll definitely lose this battle in the end. At this time, even Kevin had to admit the power of the Flame Man. That deep sense of disparity made him feel quite powerless. The Flame Man is also very clear that the transformation time of Omnitrix is quite limited, and it is not always possible to continue the combat mode. We must find a way to retreat. If he loses here, the consequences are unbearable. Mojas can lose countless times, but he cannot lose even once. Think of this. Lousy, I will give you one last move. Shinhua Shiranui. The Flame Man's palms arched slightly, and a long stick-like fire appeared between the palms of his hands. Like a thrower, he used the long hair condensed by the fire to move forward. Boom! A group of long roots pointed directly at Kevin. The other group is attacking Pell directly. This seemingly subtle, powerless Shiranui, but twisted the air, knocking Kevin and Pell back quickly, almost pierced through their bodies. You bastards, hurry up and save me. What are you waiting for? Kevin yelled. His left palm was wrapped in electricity, and his right palm was burning with flames, blocking him together. Even so, he couldn't stop it. Stay away from the ignorant invasion. Power, so scary. When the mechanical robbers heard the words, they flew towards Kevin and Pyre in a hurry. Boom! Take advantage of this time. The Flame Man turned around and looked in the opposite direction of Kevin and the others. His body burst into red flames again, and it lifted off like a rocket, leaving a deep skyline in the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Only a prairie fire left. Damn it! With the help of the mechanical robbers, Kevin managed to escape the attack of Shiranui in embarrassment. He knelt on the ground on one knee, breathless, and his arm even showed signs of extensive burns. The complexion is quite ugly. Still haven't caught Xiao Chen. Moreover, his arms were also burned, not even when he absorbed the ability of the Flame Man, but by Shiranui. Oh, Pell was even more miserable. She fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Her arms were missing. It's okay, we just started hunting him tonight, and his family hasn't used it yet. Morgeth's voice was pervasive, and it sounded from a certain mechanical robber. Tonight is the decisive moment. This time is nothing more than a small test. Research. Kevin stood up and stomped his feet hard, leaving dark footprints with a hideous face. Before tonight, I will become stronger. At least I won't lose so ugly. Listening to Kevin's angry words, Mojas wanted to scold people very much, and it was useless to give you a chance. But there is no way, at the moment, only they can help it fight against Xiao Chen, so it won't tear its face until it gets Xiao Chen's Omnitrix. Similarly, after Kevin took the money from the cash truck and shared it with his younger brothers, he took off and left the highway and started to execute the next plan. People are flying, but they are thinking about other things in their hearts. The flaming man transformed by the Omnitrix, the four-handed overlord, are all so brave and powerful. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if he obtained the Omnitrix? Idiot Mojas, who wants to cooperate with you. I just want you to get Omnitrix. After getting Omnitrix, you are useless. Mojas just thought so too. Just replace Mojas behind the idiot with Kevin, just fine. Boom. The Flame Man took Tian Xiaoban and flew all the way to an alley in the city. After confirming the safety, he landed with Xiaoban. He came to the ground, didn't say a word, just collapsed on the wall exhausted. His body was very heavy, as if he had added a load. He could not wait to sleep here in one breath. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Don't fall asleep. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen with concern and clenched his hands nervously. After the Flame Man escaped from the battlefield, he flew with him without saying a word, and has not said a word until now. He was afraid that his last friend Xiao Chen would not be able to sleep here forever. Don't worry, it's not to that extent. The Flame Man's voice was full of exhaustion, giving Tian Xiaoban a little comfort. Call. Tian Xiaoban also knew that he couldn't let the flame people bother and force him to calm down. After 10 seconds, with a burst of light dissipated, Xiao Chen lay in the corner of the alley, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he felt exhausted. Xiao Chen, I'm here to beat you. I'm not tired at all. Tian Xiaoban stretched out his arm and hooked Xiao Chen's neck, so that the exhausted Xiao Chen could barely stand up and limped out of the alley with him, not disliking the thick smell of sweat at all. Because of lack of money, Yu Xiaoban even planned to help Xiao Chen all the way to the hotel, gritted his teeth, and insisted on walking. It was like something was stuck in his heart, and he needed a vent, but he couldn't, so he could only use the crazy way to help Xiao Chen to make himself feel better. He couldn't do anything, and the feeling of powerlessness made him hard to let go. Fortunately, a kind person gave them a taxi fare on the way, let them take a taxi, and return to the hotel. The waiter at the big hotel also helped Xiao Chen and sent Xiao Chen and Xiaoban back to their room all the way. So much better. After returning to the room, Xiao Chen lay down on the soft sofa, like lying on a ball of marshmallows, with a much more comfortable expression. Xiao Chen, you have a good rest. I saw the big sun in the sky just now from a long distance. The battle just now must have made you very difficult. Tian Xiaoban clenched his hands tightly and asked in a deep voice, and I can't do anything with an airsoft gun. Xiao Chen opened Jiangsu and wanted to say something, but the language was pale and feeble. He stretched out his palm and patted Tian Xiaoban's shoulder to show his comfort. Next, he drank energy drinks again and ate lunch, and then he recovered a lot of physical strength and returned to his heyday. Even so, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to take Tian Xiaoban out to find Kevin and their whereabouts, because it would be difficult to get good results when they went there, so he had to wait and see. But Kevin and the others, they didn't stop. Just as Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban were in the room, after having lunch, another urgent news was broadcast on the TV. The TV screen is shooting a building remotely. It is the city TV station. There were flames burning everywhere outside the TV station, and there were flying mechanical robbers around. Witnessed by the reporters, they recklessly destroyed the TV station and blocked the people inside. These bastards have attacked the TV station. What are they trying to do? Xiao Chen angrily stretched out his fist and smashed the table, making a bang sound. Hello, journalist friend. Take a photo of me first and let me be on camera. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But if you dare to disobey me, you will surely die. Kevin suddenly fell to the ground and appeared on the camera, threatening the reporter with a sullen look. The shaky camera image, which was still going backwards, reluctantly stabilized. Kevin. Seeing Kevin's face, Xiao Chen was about to move, and if he was shown Morphos's face, he might be directly disgusted. I announce one thing. Starting today, this TV station will be my Kevin's private building, and it will be used to convey my words. The Times Square next to it will be my home base. Kevin was ambitiously facing the camera, no longer like a child, but extremely ferocious. I will build my kingdom in this city. If you don't obey my orders, there'll be a dead end. Ask for flowers. As he said that, he raised his burning arm and smashed the buildings on the side with a fire fist. His mechanical younger brothers also flew from the TV station one by one, excitedly heading towards Times Square. One of the mechanical robbers left behind in the city. He even held Tian Xiaoban and Grandpa Mark, who were tied with ropes. Although it just flew by and flew into Times Square, Xiao Chen definitely didn't see the wrong figure. Immediately afterwards, the reporter lost his effect, and Kevin's fist was aimed at the reporter. A fiery red light spread all over the TV screen. Then, the TV screen went black. Needless to say, we all know what happens to reporters. Kevin doing this will cause great panic. The more chaos the whole city will be, the more the police will not be able to send anyone to support him, which will benefit him. Xiao Chen squeezed his fists tightly, seeing through Kevin's trick. But this kind of conspiracy is useless if you see through it. The reason why Kevin dared to say that he was in Times Square on TV was to tell Xiao Chen, "I'm right here, waiting for you anytime." Xiao Chen, since we know where Xiaoban and Mark are, then let's go directly. Tian Xiaoban stood up obliged. His voice was extraordinarily solemn. "It really doesn't work. I can be the first to go, even if it is a bait gang. You lead out those mechanical monsters." He doesn't want to sit still. Even being beaten up is better than watching Xiaoban and Mark get caught in Times Square. Death, this word, Xiaoban has not thought of yet. No, with the strength of the two of us, even if I can protect myself, you'll be finished. I will never watch you die. Xiao Chen completely rejected Tian Xiaoban's proposal with a very positive attitude. Where are they going to find allies? The guy who drilled diamonds doesn't even know how to contact him, let alone whether he will come to support Xiao Chen, etc. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and became very strange. Remember clearly, parts of the crab robot. Still in the old car? By the way, those mechanical robbers also have a rudimentary mecha or a design drawing of a steel battle suit, which can give a little surprise soldier's inspiration, right? Xiao Chen, immediately inspired. Little class. I'll help you make an iron suit, like an Iron Man in this world, okay? Tian Xiaoban was stunned. Immediately, ecstatically asked, "Really, Xiao Chen? Of course I do. I dream of becoming a superhero like you and fighting those alien monsters." When he got this answer, Xiao Chen was actually not surprised. He was just asking this question casually, and he hadn't asked the real soul torture yet. "Xiaoban, there are some things I want to tell you in advance." Xiao Chen's face became more solemn than ever, and he said word by word, "You know what? When you put on a steel battle suit and go to fight those monsters, you will not necessarily be like a hero. Fly that group of mechanical monsters, but it is possible to die in their hands." The word death, he bites very clearly. This is a very cruel fact, but it must be known to Xiaoban. In the anime, Xiao Chen can certainly sit back and watch the protagonist Tian Xiaoban fight against foreigners, because he knows that Xiaoban will not die no matter what. But this is reality. There is no Omnitrix replaced by a steel battle suit, which means that Tian Xiaoban will risk death in battle. He had to make this clear in advance. Die. Tian Xiaoban was stunned. He had thought about this issue before, but he didn't understand it, and he didn't want to think about it. So he took the initiative to avoid this topic. But Xiao Chen raised this topic emphatically. He had to think about it. A long time. Tian Xiaoban lowered his head and thought deeply about what death was. "Xiaoban, I'm almost recovering. Although I can't fight Kevin and the others head on, I can transform into a flash star and harass them." Xiao Chen pressed the fully charged Omnitrix and got up slowly. No keep asking. But Tian Xiaoban was rather stimulated and suddenly raised his head. His expression was full of determination, which was obviously the result of a fierce ideological struggle. "Xiao Chen, give me that steel battle suit. I want to put it on, and with you, rescue Grandpa and Xiaoban." He didn't want to experience that feeling of incompetence again. 87. Right now, Xiao Chen had no choice but nodded slowly, agreeing to Tian Xiaoban's idea. The two chose to leave the hotel room, took the elevator to the first floor, and finally walked towards the old broken car parked outside the hotel. The old broken car was not driven away, and it was still in the corner of the hotel parking lot, which was a fortune among misfortunes. And Xiao Chan managed to get into the old broken car with Xiaoban through the open car window and unlocked the car with the car key inside. The purpose of coming to the old broken car is naturally to open the warehouse of the old broken car and take out the wreckage of the extremely heavy crab robot. Xiaoban, let's move all the machine parts of the crab monster in. Take your time, don't worry. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban, holding one by one, laboriously deliver the parts one by one. By the time they deliver the last of the parts to the old junk, the two of them collapsed on the body of the old car, panting, unable to get up for a long time. The last one to get up was Xiao Chen, who had the best physical strength. After a few minutes, Xiaoban followed. What are we going to do next? Just put on for me. Tian Xiaoban asked very curiously. Don't worry, I have to open the internet first to see if I can find the video of Kevin and the others being interviewed. Xiao Chen took out Tian Xiaoban's laptop and clicked on the internet. On the internet in this city, the video of Kevin is circulating wildly. Some people say that it was an attack planned by a group of lunatics, and some people say that it is a post-production. Only a few people know that this is what really happened. It has caused quite a bit of panic. Xiao Chen clicked on the video, slowed down the speed of the video 3 times, searched repeatedly, and finally found the pictures of the mechanical robbers flying by. Pause. The screen is frozen here. In this picture, several mechanical robbers are flying high in the sky. Although it is a little unclear, they can barely see how the various parts are connected together and matched with the reactor. Then, let's start. Xiao Chen slowly turned the Omnitrix and, without hesitation, twisted to the side of Xiao Qibing. I can't understand these myself. Little strange soldiers, I will definitely be able to understand. Boom. He took a picture of the Omnitrix's screen and transformed into a wise little soldier. Little class, let me go up. After transforming into a little soldier, he seems to have entered a kind of absolute calm. His words and deeds are filled with incomparable composure, and at the same time are full of command. Tian Xiaoban stretched out his hands involuntarily and placed Xiao Qibing in front of the laptop on the table. Xiao Qibing's eyes, like a pair of data eyes, saw the entire structure the moment he saw those mechanical robbers. How to transform the human body. How the reactor is connected to those parts. Even after a period of thinking, he directly calculated how the original small robot was assembled and became a combat robot. Mastering these materials, for Xiao Qibing, is tantamount to getting the inspiration of steel battle suits. Mojas, Kevin, the cleverness of the two of you is going to be used by me. I will definitely help Xiaoban create a battle suit that could defeat your spicy chicken robot. Little Qibing pondered and asked Tian Xiaoban to take out paper and black pen. He quickly calculated on the scratch paper, and from time to time he looked at the wreckage of the crab monster, the reactor, various parts, and armor. Damaged core parts, except for one processor. According to the existing small robot structure and the mechanical body of the crab monster, Little Raiders turned over the scrap paper he had drawn on and quickly reverted to it, drawing a complex and esoteric blueprint. What is this? I don't understand it at all. Tian Xiaoban looked at the design drawing on the paper, only to feel that his feet were weak and the sky was spinning. This is many times more difficult than the subject he had in school. Nothing. Xiao Qibing said in a flat tone. I used the parts of the crab monster to assemble an improved version of the steel battle suit, which is an advanced version of the armor of those mechanical robbers. You transformed into a monster. A few 4.5 minutes. He independently developed a set of human steel battle suits, although there are elements for reference, but it is far more than these broken copper and iron. Also, the material is superb. However, Xiao Qibing, what I want to say is that Tian Xiaoban brought questions to his face and wanted to express his own questions. You mean, even if we have a blueprint, the production is still a problem, right? However, Xiao Qibing had already figured out Tian Xiaoban's problem and set it one step ahead. Yes. Tian Xiaoban nodded speechlessly. Don't worry. I have a way to assemble these parts into a steel battle suit on the blueprint. What I have to do now is to thoroughly understand this blueprint and ensure that even if I transform into other alien heroes, I can remember this. Xiao Qibing sat down with his knees closed, his eyes closed, and he said in an eloquent manner, Bayu. Omnitrix's transformation time was about to end. With the strange sound, Xiao Qibing transformed back into Xiao Chen. He sat cross-legged on the table and hurriedly jumped off the table. And that blueprint, he looked away. It's already been recited in a mess. He also had to study a lot with Xiao Qibing, so that his body's learning ability also increased significantly, and his doctor-level learning ability allowed him to remember this complex blueprint. Xiaoban, wait 5 minutes. It only takes 5 minutes. I can transform into another alien hero and start turning these parts into treasures. Xiao Chen's calm and steady voice revealed a feeling that seemed to be related to life, self-confidence. Which alien hero is that? Could it be that Xiao Chen? You want to transform into a four-handed tyrant and use that strength to press the parts together? Or do you want to use a flame man? Tian Xiaoban has always been full of curiosity and asked. Xiao Chen, as always, shook his head mysteriously. You will know in 5 minutes. Don't worry now, Xiaoban. Usually 5 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. This time, the time seemed extraordinarily long. When the Omnitrix was recharged, Xiao Chen opened the screen and turned the screen to a strange 16-shaped alien pattern. Shapeshifter. The superpower of the deformed monster is that it can be covered on any part. As long as I cover these parts, I can use the superpower of the deformed monster to transform their structure and create the battle suit on the blueprint. The shape-shifting monster said in a deep voice. Its body was like plasticine. It fell straight on the ground and merged with it. Under its control, the parts are quickly disassembled and assembled, and the high-strength parts that are difficult to destroy with a steel hammer can be deformed under the ingenious control of the deformer. Of course, this is not something that can be solved by one transformation. It takes many transformations to solve it. After all, this is a big project. In Times Square, Kevin's subordinates of mechanical robbers used those things recklessly in various shops that had long been empty. There were also small robots of Mojas around them, and their strength was significantly increased. Kevin, with a left punch and a right punch, swiped towards the air in front of him, exercising his strength. Pell was on the side, looking at Mark and Tian Xiaoban, who were tied to the tables and chairs outside the restaurant. Little girl and this old man, don't think of a way to struggle. It won't work if you struggle. Pell said kindly, if you really escape, we have to arrest you again. You are likely to cut off your arms and legs in this process. The threat in words is self-evident. Tian Xiaoban gave up the struggle, but his expression was not discouraged in the slightest, and he muttered, Xiao Chen will definitely come to save us. And that idiot, although he is usually annoying, he is as reliable as Xiao Chen at critical moments. We have to trust Xiao Chen. Mark followed suit, not only comforting Xiaoban, but also trusting Xiao Chen. Kevin, who was exercising, showed a disdainful look and mocked coldly. I will definitely come to save you? Ha ha ha. Stop teasing, you two. Are you still daydreaming? An hour ago, when we went to snatch the cash truck, Xiao Chen also came to stop us, but we drove away. Yeah, he looked like that, but he was the same as a bereaved dog. Ha ha. We were almost beaten to the point of losing arms and legs. Look at him now. Does he dare to come to Times Square to find us? How long has it been? Naturally, the other mechanical robbers followed suit and slandered Xiao Chen, full of malice. They automatically ignore the fact that they are being fought by shameless wheels and devalue it. How could Xiao Chen lose to you guys? Tian Xiaoban still trusts Xiao Chen, but a little shake appeared in his heart, and he became deeply worried. So many enemies. Xiao Chen, can he really handle it? Time, a minute and a second passed. Among the old broken cars, Xiao Chen turned into a small soldier in order to study the parts, improve them, and propose the next changes to the blueprint. The shapeshifter is responsible for the realization, and he also turned into a diamond god of war to contribute crystals or to help with installation. The process is not too long. The anxious Tian Xiaoban acted as an assistant and handed Xiao Chen a glass of water, trying to urge Xiao Chen from time to time. This matter cannot be rushed. When he turned into a little surprised soldier, Xiao Chen said plainly, "I can't rescue Xiaowen and Grandpa by myself, and I must ask for your help. So, until this steel suit is strong enough, we can't go anywhere. Don't go. I am responsible for your safety." The long build, the production, and so kicked off. Time, even from noontime to afternoon time, the sun sets in the sky, and the splendid golden red of the sunset rises, showing the best side of nature. In Times Square, Kevin, lethargic and yawning constantly, had been training for several rounds. This Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban, had they been scared by us and dare to come here? Pierre said with a look of waiting until he doubted his life and gritted his teeth. Although our plan is to kill him when it gets dark, it stands to reason that he should come to attack us. More or less, he will attack once or twice. Is it too calm now? Kevin couldn't help but say, "Could it be? Are you really scared?" It was as if he was scared out of his wits and didn't even dare to show up. This result was somewhat unexpected. Mark and Tian Xiaoban waited all the way until the afternoon, approaching dusk, and could not wait for anyone to come, and a trace of anxiety gradually appeared in his heart. Occasionally, they also add to the unease, but quickly reject it. Only 663 as time goes by, their sense of unease will become heavier and heavier, until Xiao Chen's invincible image collapses. The red sunset glow from the sky, through the modeled car window, illuminates an object placed on the table. Yes, an object. The wreckage of Noda's crab monster, all the parts extracted from it, turned into a small circular reactor on the table. Even the colors have been changed. Xiao Chen looked at this reactor and was very excited. He knew very well what this small reactor meant. A miracle that cannot be explained by science, symbolizing the infinite wisdom of the Little Raiders, even the developers of Omnitrix, that race. Xiaoban, who used his arm as a pillow, fell asleep on the table. It wasn't until he was woken up by Xiao Chen's excited voice that he suddenly got up from the table. It seemed that he had a bad dream. "Xiaoban, your steel suit is complete. Now put it on your chest." Xiao Chen carefully supported the heavy reactor with both hands and faced Tian Xiaoban. "This is my steel suit? Look at the reactor." Tian Xiaoban looked in disbelief. "Such a gadget?" "Xiao Chen, are you mistaken?" "Xiaoban, I'm not mistaken. This is your steel battle suit. Hurry up and put the reactor on your chest." Xiao Chen hurriedly urged Tian Xiaoban. "Cough, good." Tian Xiaoban stretched out his palms to take over the reaction furnace, as if he had just woken up from a dream, lifted his coat, and pressed the reaction furnace to his chest. Research. The reaction furnace automatically released a special substance with a very unique viscosity. Although it was not comparable to the super viscosity of Omnitrix, it was like a body part on Tian Xiaoban's body, hanging firmly on his chest. Superior. And, after identifying biological information, the lamp of the reactor also slowly turned on, emitting a light blue light. This is an energy response. Xiaoban, because the energy on Earth is scarce, so I designed two absorption methods for this reactor. One is solar energy, the other is electronic energy. Solar energy, as the name suggests, as long as the reactor will automatically absorb solar energy and convert into energy during the day. The downside is it's slow. Electronic energy, not ordinary electricity, but the electronic energy parts in those robots of Mojas. Xiao Chen made a long story short and told Tian Xiaoban about the two absorption methods of the reactor one by one. It's like saying, Tian Xiaoban's steel suit also has a debuff similar to Omnitrix, with a time limit. When the time is up, you need to recharge to activate the iron suit again. Then, can I try it now? There was a trembling in Tian Xiaoban's tone. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. Of course, the energy you are using now is the electron energy from the crab monster, enough for you to transform for a long time. Xiao Chen nodded and pointed to the reactor on Tian Xiaoban's chest. Press the inside, try. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoban put his palm on the reactor and pressed it lightly. Click! The reactor instantly transformed into countless silver armors, which covered Tian Xiaoban's body. His body, limbs, and even his head were all wrapped in silver armor. And after the armor fits his body completely, the limbs are extended, and it is about the height of an adult. Yes, very similar to the suit of Iron Man. Xiao Chen looked at the steel suit in front of him with satisfaction. The suit he made was more technological than the steel suit. I feel that my strength is so great. Tian Xiaoban's voice became heavy through the special treatment of the mask, as strong as an adult's voice. Xiaoban, let's go out and see how your combat effectiveness is, so that you can get used to this suit. Xiao Chen pushed open the car door and walked straight out of the car, while Tian Xiaoban followed and bent out of the old car. Xiao Chen, stay away a little. I'm going to exert my strength. Tian Xiaoban, who was standing beside the old broken car, said very stinky. Okay, I'll stay away from you. Xiao Chen also cooperated and took a few steps back, keeping a few meters away from Tian Xiaoban. Boom! Tian Xiaoban stretched out slowly, holding up the bottom end of the old broken car, and then his arms suddenly exerted force and lifted the old broken car to the top of his head in one breath. The backs of the hands are extremely straight, and the thighs are not bent. It looks a little relaxed. Powerful. Monument. He put the old broken car down again, raised his feet one by one, and found that there were holes under the soles of his feet. There is also a palm, and it is also equipped with a palm cannon. The one under your feet is a self-contained rocket thruster, which can make your feet shoot out flames and keep your body in the air, while the one in your hand is a palm cannon. Xiao Chen explained patiently on the side. Zanyi, my favorite cannon, is also ready for me. I don't know what effect this armor will have in sumo. Tian Xiaoban raised his palm eagerly, and the cannon in his palm was aimed at the sky, as if he wanted to try the power of this palm cannon. Xiaoban, this can't be messed up. Your palm cannon is very powerful, and it's easy to cause unnecessary disturbance. Xiao Chen couldn't stand, and hurriedly discouraged Tian Xiaoban's behavior. Okay, I'll try the overall quality of this steel body first. It can be regarded as Tian Xiaoban's adaptation training. He jumps hard. Jump! You can jump several meters high. If he runs with all his strength, he can run a lap in a 100-meter parking lot in a few seconds. As for strength, it can be said to be a youth version of Four-Handed Overlord, or in other words, Four-Handed Overlord is his plus deluxe edition. After getting used to it for a while, Tian Xiaoban couldn't keep up with his physical strength. He panted and asked, Xiao Chen, how can I remove the steel suit? It's very simple. Just press hard on the reactor on your chest, and you're done. By the way, in order to prevent accidental touches, the pressure required for this reactor after transformation is different from that before transformation. Accidentally touches the reactor. Xiao Chen thought very carefully. It would be better to say that after he turned into a little soldier, he thought very carefully. Tian Xiaoban pressed the reactor on his chest vigorously, and the steel suit was quickly lifted. In just a few seconds, he returned to his original state after putting it on his body, standing there dripping with sweat. This time, it was his turn to struggle. Xiao Chen, I feel like I've gotten used to it. Can we go? Tian Xiaoban clenched his fists and asked expectantly. Don't worry. Xiao Chen's deep eyes looked at the gradually dark sky, as if being swallowed by a dark beast. Wait, when you put on your coat to cover the reactor at night, no one will be able to find your reactor. Kevin, they will definitely take you lightly. He also came up with a very simple solution. Tian Xiaoban discussed the plan to save lives. After all, Xiaowen and Mark are still inside, so they can't go to fight Wang Hao regardless of them. Kevin and Mojas grabbed the two of them, presumably to blackmail Xiao Chen and Xiaoban. So, you have to think about it before you go. Wait until sunset when the day rises. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban put on his jacket, zipped up, and walked out of the old car with a dazed expression, looking in the direction of the TV station. Xiaoban, have you remembered my rescue plan? Xiao Chen asked extremely cautiously. Well, I remember everything word for word. If this job is used in my studies, I might get better grades than a nerd. Tian Xiaoban is obviously serious, but his words always have a sense of humor. When you get to Times Square next to the TV station, you have to watch your performance. Remember, you can pretend to be frightened and have no emotions, but you must not be exaggerated, or you'll be seen through. After patting Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder, Xiao Chen urged. The two of them embarked on a journey to Times Square. Times Square. Kevin paced back and forth in the square, looked at the sleepy people under his hands, and said impatiently, "Isn't this kid Xiao Chen really afraid to come? No. It stands to reason that he must have seen our broadcast on TV. Boss, I think he's really scared out of his wits, so he might as well take the initiative." Hearing Kevin's complaint, Pell woke up from his dream, yawned sleepily, and answered in a daze. But this proposal was rejected by a small robot in the sky. Mojas' low and domineering voice came from the small robot. "No, we have to wait here for Xiao Chen to come. If you go to find him, it will be easy to disperse, and it will be troublesome to be defeated one by him. Then Mojas, tell me, what's a good idea to deal with him?" Kevin looked at the small robot in the sky with a displeased expression. Mojas in the small robot was silent for a few seconds and said with murderous intent, "If he doesn't come out again, you can grab his 2 family members, go to the TV station, and torture them in front of the camera." "I don't believe it. He doesn't come out. It's a good idea." Kevin showed an evil smile, rubbed his chin with his hands, and his eyes wandered between Mark and Tian Xiaoban. The two 663 had lost their strength to struggle and were even tied to the point of falling asleep. When they heard the conversation between Kevin and Mojas, they were all refreshed. "Grandpa, what should I do?" Tian Xiaoban asked Mark in a weak voice. Mark clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, "Xiaoban, you don't have to be afraid. If they really want to do something, Grandpa will definitely not sit still. Until Xiao Chan comes to rescue us, you will be fine." Although the two have a lot of unease, their trust in Xiao Chan is as always. They firmly believed that Xiao Chan would definitely come to save them. Another 10 minutes passed. Kevin, who was sitting cross-legged on the spot, a carp straightened up, growling in a low voice, his expression full of violence. Enough. I've waited too long. Now I'm going to the TV station to show Xiao Chan. Catch that old man. It will stand our toss." Pell pointed at Mark and said without emotion. As for when she looked at Tian Xiaoban with a beautiful face, her eyes still showed a trace of pity, and she didn't want to torture this little girl unless she had to. "It's the same for anyone. I've waited too long, and I need someone to quell my anger." Kevin gritted his teeth. Bgf said heavily. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were some dull footsteps coming from the gate of Times Square. Because no one came in at the gate, and no one dared to enter, so when someone walked in, the sound was very obvious, wandering back and forth. "Yes, Xiao Chen." Kevin cheered up all of a sudden and stared at the gate shrouded in darkness with his eyes ferociously, and vaguely, he could see a dark shadow as tall as a child. "It must be Xiao Chen, that's right." Flavor. Several small robots and mechanical robbers came to the depths of Kevin in unison, and together they raised a fort and aimed at the figure in the darkness. Xiao Chen, he's here." Tian Xiaoban and Mark's eyes also seemed to have more light, looking at the dark shadow at the door with great expectation. The black shadow walked out of the door shrouded in darkness and came to the ground where the moonlight swayed. The body is illuminated by the bright moonlight, which makes it look unobstructed. It's the embarrassed Tian Xiaoban. "Xiaoban? Why are you?" Mark exclaimed, looking at Tian Xiaoban very differently. "Ah, Grandpa." Tian Xiaoban squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and greeted Mark and the others. "It's the person next to Xiao Chen. I know him. What is his name, Tian Xiaoban? He's not threatening at all." Kevin put down his palms in disappointment. The mechanical robbers and small robots also all withdrew from the team. They did not take Tian Xiaoban in their eyes and looked down on him very much. Tian Xiaoban, very upset. "Tian Xiaoban, what are you doing here? Are you here to die? Or send us an extra hostage?" Kevin looked at Tian Xiaoban jokingly and asked sarcastically. "That's it, Kevin." Tian Xiaoban showed a pleasing look. "I think following Xiao Chen really has no future, so I came to join you." "Huh? Why do you say that?" Hearing this, Kevin became interested and asked, "That guy Xiao Chan didn't dare to come out and face you when he stayed outside. I asked him to save people, and he wouldn't do it. I think following him is courting death, so I want to come here and surrender." Tian Xiaoban said through gritted teeth, as if Xiao Chen was really as timid as he said. "Xiaoban, what are you kidding? How could Xiao Chen be such a person?" Although Mark's heart was turbulent, he was able to restrain himself. Tian Xiaoban asked directly and loudly, his face full of disbelief. "Nerd, forget it if you don't believe me. Anyway, I'm already disappointed in Xiao Chen. It's better to be Kevin's younger brother." Tian Xiaoban held back Tian Xiaoban unceremoniously and praised Kevin again. After a few words, Kevin was overjoyed, and when he thought that Xiao Chen had been frightened by himself, he was even more elated. "Xiao Chen, don't you think you are strong? If you can say that you can deprive me of my superpowers, you can deprive me of my superpowers. If you want to hang and beat me, you can beat me. I'm not scared like a mouse now, and I don't even dare to come out in an open and honest way." Pell and his mechanical robbers are also proud of the spring breeze and look like they are floating. Only Mojas remained a little calm. As a Cosmos-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him to have no concentration at all, so he immediately scanned the location of the Omnitrix with a scanner. Omnitrix 17. It's right next to Times Square. In other words, Xiao Chen, this kid, came here secretly. I just scanned the location of Xiao Chen and Omnitrix, which is near Times Square. Go to your destination now. Abandoned Jazz's urgent prompting sound came from the small robot, and when Omnitrix was close at hand, it couldn't stop. But this moment, Kevin, Pell, robots. All eyes were on the robot that made the sound, completely forgetting the existence of Tian Xiaoban. No way, Xiao Chen is too important to them. Tian Xiaoban seems to be dispensable. "Well done, no one saw me." Xiaoban raised his palm angrily, rapped his chest, and pressed it gently. Silver armor quickly appeared on his body, quickly spreading all over his body, and wisps of silver light glowed under the moonlight, like a silver killer. Kevin's gang haven't noticed that Tian Xiaoban has completed his transformation. The small class has become. Tian Xiaoban was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tian Xiaoban's current shape. She didn't dare to admit that it was Tian Xiaoban. Mark also looked surprised. "This steel suit. What's going on?" "Okay, freaks, the family reunion time is over, and then you're going to be ruined." Tian Xiaoban raised his palm cannon domineeringly, gathering a lot of energy, and said in a low voice, "Severe energy fluctuation detected. Severe energy fluctuation detected." The small robots, Kevin, Pell, and the others turned to look at Tian Xiaoban, and what appeared in front of them was no longer the helpless Earthchild, but a warrior in a suit of steel. In their pupils, the dazzling golden light waves are reflected, which is particularly dazzling in the somewhat dim Times Square. Where did this guy get this suit? Why does it look more advanced than the suits on us? Fight back against him. Quickly fight back against him. The source of the armor material on his body is the body of a mercenary I sent to Earth before. How could it appear on him? And it was transformed into this battle uniform. Pell's puzzled voice, Kevin's hasty tone, and Mojas' explanation mixed together, making it very noisy. Many forts quickly aimed at Tian Xiaoban's body and began to flicker faintly, and quickly became dazzling. Even Kevin's arms began to flash with two elements of electricity and fire. But that's too late. Boom! The palm cannon that Tian Xiaoban aimed at the front burst out a golden energy cannon, which did not directly hit Kevin and the others, but landed in the area in front of them. Boom! The whole Times Square was blown up slightly. The golden light with extremely high temperature, like a fire, instantly covered the entire Times Square. Kevin and the others who were in this halo could not see anything, but could only feel the strong shock wave caused by the explosion, which seemed to blow them away like a gust of wind. Body flies away. With that shot just now, Tian Xiaoban could be said to have released a lot of energy from the reactor. Of course, this kind of trick just looks powerful, but the actual lethality may not be so terrifying. It is mainly used to create special battlefields. I can't see. Why is his move so powerful? It's not right. It's not right. He obviously had the opportunity to attack us, but he didn't attack us. The purpose is definitely not ordinary. Times Square is buzzing again. In the ray of light, Tian Xiaoban, regardless of the 3721, rushed forward with a few strides and hit a left hook in the face of a mechanical robber. What? The mechanical robber screamed, and was immediately beaten away by a powerful punch. He didn't know how many meters away. His face almost turned into a pig's head. Then this light. I will teach you a good lesson. Tian Xiaoban was gearing up and said with great relief. At the back of Times Square, the moment Xiao Chen saw the golden light shining, he knew that the plan was successful. Tian Xiaoban took advantage of the chaos to release energy cannons, making the enemies in Times Square lose their sight, and then rescued Grandpa Mark and Xiaoan first. Xiao Chen raised the Omnitrix on his wrist, selected the four-handed overlord, and pressed it down, his whole body soared from a child body to a Hulk-like burly body. Four-handed king. Ding. Detect sign-in objects. Tian Xiaoban and Grandpa Mark, who were taken hostage by Kevin and Mojas. The host rescued 2 people, and there can be no less than 1, and no major injuries such as disability injuries can complete the sign-in. What? Signable objects detected. Mojas, Kevin, and his gang. The host successfully repelled them and disintegrated their plan to rule the city, and the sign-in can be completed. Xiao Chen has just turned into a four-handed bully, and the sign-in system actually issued 2 sign-ins at one time, which means it is very likely to usher in enhanced sign-in. It can be said that the long-awaited sign-in, perhaps Kevin and Mojas, because of the 2 villains, their overall strength is very strong, so they directly sent me 2 sign-in tasks. The four-handed overlord thought ecstatically. I never thought that the system would have such hidden settings. To save people, we must save people as soon as possible. The four-handed overlord, who was eager to save people, even bent his legs like he was on the surface of the moon. Middle. Boom. His fall to the ground directly caused the ground below to collapse, and there was a loud noise. Yes, who is here? Mark's tentative voice came from the corner of the wall. Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Chen. Are you and Xiaoan in the corner? The four-handed overlord walked towards the corner according to the voice, and lowered his explosive voice so as not to let Mojas and the others notice. Yes. When I saw Xiaoban use his palm cannon, he broke free from the rope and escaped with Xiaoan. In fact, I have untied the rope long ago, but I have been waiting for an opportunity. Mark is insignificant. Said, he is like a skilled hunter, hiding for a long time, and when he encounters an opportunity, he will seize it. 4 flowers. The four-handed overlord used his 4 arms to test the surroundings and knocked out all the things that were blocked in front of the group. Only when his 4 arms supported the wall in the corner could he feel the breath of the 2 of them. Hold me tight. With a low roar, he stretched out his arms. One arm grabbed Mark, and the other one carefully hugged Tian Xiaoban, who needed more protection. Boom! He stomped on the ground with his legs again, and the endless air was kicked out, forming an explosive force that directly sent him to the sky. Oh! Tian Xiaoban grasped the four-handed overlord's arm tightly, shrunk into the four-handed overlord's body, closed her eyes, and couldn't help screaming. The strong wind in the sky made her hair a little messy. Xiaoan, don't worry. I will take you to a safe place. The four-handed overlord comforted Tian Xiaoban, controlled his body, and quickly fell into the distance. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban's steel battle suit. In your battle plan, I must listen to it after this matter is over, because I'm so curious. Mark said with interest. Don't worry. Come on, Grandpa. I'll tell you when it's over. The four-handed bully fell into a clearing, and the sound of the fall could not cover his loud voice. Boom! As a big crater appeared on the ground, countless rubble flew out of the crater, like a galaxy surrounding the sun, appearing around the four-handed king. His pair of bent thighs sank deep into the ground, bearing the punishment of all the shock force. Muscle and scathed. The anti-shock force, to his physique, is like playing a family. Okay, you're all right. The four-handed overlord slowly put Mark and Tian Xiaoban down, bent one knee on the ground, reduced a lot of height difference, and looked at the 2 with a soft expression. I'm going to help Xiaoban now, Grandpa, and Xiaowen. You two have to hide and never be discovered. I know that you will definitely come to save us. So my grandfather and I never doubted you. Tian Xiaoban looked at the four-handed overlord and said with confidence, as if he had given up, "You are right. I will definitely come." The four-handed overlord smiled slightly, then got up. His expression turned cold again and looked towards Times Square. "Now, it's time to kick the aliens. Can. Oh, by the way, the reward for the first sign-in task in the system is coming. 100 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward from the martial arts world and the enhanced martial arts book. King Kong is not bad. Please choose an alien hero to strengthen it. King Kong is not bad magic. It is this. As a person who was born in Daxia in a previous life, Xiao Chen is no stranger to King Kong's indestructible magic, which is a well-known defensive skill. It can not only defend itself, but also make his body as strong as King Kong, which is comparable to that of a human being, with super strong bones. Strengthen on the four-handed king. The four-handed overlord chose without hesitation to strengthen the King Kong's indestructible power to the currently selected alien heroes. This martial arts is suitable for alien heroes of this kind of force. This is also the second time that the four-handed overlord has strengthened himself. It was the same process as obtaining the Bajibong. The consciousness of the 663 four-handed overlord entered his mind. A waterfall appeared in front of him, and a figure was tempered under the waterfall for 10 years, until the golden light on his body even covered the waterfall. Not live. The man walked out of the waterfall impressively. Look at each other with the four-handed bully. That person is the phantom of Xiao Chen. The consciousness of the four-handed bully has returned to the real world, and there are wisps of perseverance in his eyes, as if the person who was trained under the waterfall was him. King Kong is not bad magic. Practice it. Why do I feel that the appearance of the four-handed king has changed, and it feels stronger? Looking at the four-handed king in front of him, Mark always felt that the sense of oppression seemed to have risen a lot, and he took a few steps back. Then, I'm leaving. The four-handed overlord has completely mastered the magic of King Kong's indestructibility, no longer lingering, and after leaving a sentence, he rushed out again, stretched out his arms to protect him, and slammed into the back wall of Times Square like a rhino. Boom! The sturdy wall seemed to have cut corners and was directly collapsed by the huge body of the four-handed overlord, which attracted everyone's attention for a while. The smoke caused by the collapse of the wall covered his burly body, and through the smoke, only the shadow of a prehistoric beast could be seen. It can be said that the four-handed bully came out just in time. The light caused by Tian Xiaoban has dissipated. If the four-handed overlord arrives one step late, Tian Xiaoban will be attacked by concentrated fire, and the consequences will be disastrous. Your opponent tonight is me, the four-handed king. Accompanied by the suffocating voice of the four-handed overlord, he slowly walked out of the smoke. His sharp eyes swept over Kevin, Pell, and all the enemies. His four fists were firmly clenched, entwined with wisps of air that had been rubbed into steam. He is very hot right now and wants to beat up these bastards. Xiao Chen, you are finally here. Kevin's attention shifted directly to the four-handed overlord. He looked at the familiar red figure, and some bad memories vaguely appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, the flame of revenge burned in his eyes, and his fists rubbed together. I must be ashamed. Come on together, don't give him breathing space. As long as we work together, we can defeat Xiao Chen. The voices of Mojas and Pell sounded one after another, and they reached a tacit cooperation. Let's go together. It doesn't matter to me. The four-handed tyrant hammered his chest with his fist, making an extremely dull sound, like a collision of steel, extremely heroic. It just so happened that he also wanted to try. What effect did his King Kong immortality magic have? Taste. Kevin didn't say a word. His body was surrounded by electricity and fire. Like thunder, he took the lead in rushing to the position of the four-handed overlord, and wherever he went, he was illuminated by lightning and flames. At the same time, Pell, several mechanical robbers, and two small robots also attacked the position of the four-handed bully. Leaving only one small robot, it flew towards Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban clenched his fists tightly, stepped on a small robot that was about to be flattened, and said unhappily, "It will cost a lot to underestimate me. Your end will definitely be worse than this tin monster." Call. The four-handed overlord took a deep breath, kept his body still, and made a defensive posture, which made the attacking group very strange. When they thought about it, they were even more happy. Since the four-handed bully wants to defend and be a punching bag, then they will fulfill him. King Kong, not bad magic. In an instant, the muscles of the four-handed overlord tensed up like a human-shaped tank. The red muscles were actually flashing with bursts of dazzling golden light. The whole person was like a Buddha, and the skin color completely changed to bronze, which matched the golden muscles. His muscles, his body, shining. What the hell is this? The expressions of Kevin and the others were all astonished. Monument. Kevin's electric fists landed on the bronze-colored shoulders of the four-handed overlord. But there was a huge, buzzing sound. The four-handed overlord's body was not shaken at all, and he didn't even feel any pain. Kevin's face twitched, and he retracted his hands like an electric shock. My hands. It hurts to death. His hand, like it was hit by steel, was shocked and stinged. Broken pieces. The punches and kicks of several mechanical robbers caused their fists and the mechanical parts on the soles of their feet to be scrapped directly, and they exploded on their bodies with a bang, blowing up their bodies. And bursts of lasers from small robots. After falling on the body of the four-handed bully and causing several explosions, the smoke once again covered his figure, but he did not retreat a little bit. The light seemed to have no effect on him. Call out. The golden light penetrates the smoke like lightning, dispelling all the smoke. The four-handed overlord has blue veins bursting out, and his body is covered with muscles. Every muscle is bronze-colored, exuding a dazzling luster, which makes people unable to open their eyes. The whole night seems to reflect that golden arrogance, like the light that suppresses the darkness. What kind of weird trick is this? I remember that the muscles of this race don't glow at all, and they don't have such a terrifying defense. A fake alien? It hurts to death. Kevin was still wailing while holding his fists, barely able to stand up, but also broke out in cold sweat. His fist is about to be broken. What is this concept? The defense of the four-handed bully before just made him feel unmoved, like a big mountain now. Not a mountain. It's a mountain of steel. It's me, I'll fight back. The four-handed overlord didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows when he endured all the injuries painlessly, but his tone was obviously a little unhappy. Boom! His dazzling fist swung toward the small robot in the air, and the golden halo instantly formed a shockwave of power, directly blasting the robot in the distance into scum. This time, instead of simply turning into a pile of parts, it was completely crushed into slag by fists. The four-handed overlord slowly retracted his fist, glowing with golden thunder light. The golden light on his body quickly disappeared, and he exited the state of King Kong's incompetence. Although there was no injury on his body, his breathing became significantly aggravated. When using this move, his defense will be as terrifying as the Diamond God of War, and of course, his physical strength will be consumed quite quickly. So, you must control this trick. It's changed back again. Could it be that the state just now was a certain trick he learned? Or is it an ability that he hasn't fully mastered yet? Go kill him together. Mojas ruthlessly ordered all the small robots, even the robbers who were transformed by machines, to turn into mechanical creatures and rush towards the four-handed overlord uncontrollably. It's good. I'll let you guys try my punch, bajabang. The four-handed overlord's right fist raised like a cannonball. The fist was so powerful that it even burned with wisps of flame, leaving a perfect arc in the air when swung. Boom! His right fist instantly shattered the first small robot that flew in front of him. It also turned into a pile of scum. And, after smashing one and not stopping, the speed of the fist still did not decrease by 16. It blew up all the small robots in a row, and after the mechanical robbers flew out together, it was worthy of stopping. Boom! A mechanical robber was thrown into the air by his fists, and soon he was no longer visible in the sky, as if he had been knocked out of the atmosphere by his fists. Another mechanical robber directly smashed a shop in Times Square. The entire shop collapsed with a bang, and countless building fragments were crushed on him. There is only one right hand left, and it still stretched out of the ruins through the gap, trembling, obviously not living long. Octopus collapse. Cleared all enemies except Kevin and Pell. The four-handed overlord slowly used his slightly sore right fist and said lightly, "I can perform the same punch 3 times. Then, Kevin, the red-haired one, the two of you decide who will be did you come up first to die." At this moment, his aura was like a living monster, violent and chaotic, almost changing the color of the whole world, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart. The clouds in the entire Times Square were torn apart by the violent momentum, revealing mottled moonlight, shining on the body of the four-handed overlord. The momentum has become stronger. Kevin gradually became out of breath. He looked at the four-handed bully with a little trembling, raised his hands, and aimed at the four-handed bully's body. He only dares to attack from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of current attacks and flame offensives were mixed together, frantically blasting the body of the four-handed bully like a meteor shower. The thick smoke soon spread out, and Times Square was shaking because of the explosion. Kevin bombed dozens of offensives. The fireball and the electric current attack in turn, it is simply a super mage output. This wave of A's is enough to send Dr. Dong, Wu's Tyrannosaurus Rex, to heaven. He is confident that his attack methods have far surpassed the stage when his superpowers were just enhanced. Kevin, your attack power is as weak as ever. For me, it's useless. The four-handed overlord, like a god, was surrounded by golden light, and he waved his 4 arms again, causing a violent tornado to overturn the smoke in Times Square. Countless debris fragments also took off in the opposite direction. The wind is fierce, like a natural disaster. King Kong doesn't break the magic, remove it. The four-handed overlord chanted silently, and the golden light on his body dissipated again, showing his body without any damage. Although this move is physically exhausting, if compared with Kevin, whoever persists longer, he will definitely win. One is defense, the other is crazy attack. Of course, Kevin can't support it. I want to absorb your abilities. Kevin looked at the unscathed body of the four-handed overlord. His eyes were extremely scarlet, and he was extremely greedy for this power, and his body flashed with bursts of electric sparks, like a light, which instantly reflected in front of the four-handed overlord. A palm surrounded by electric flames touched the Omnitrix pattern on the body of the four-handed overlord. Do you think this stratagem can work on me twice a day? Boom! As soon as the words fell, the palm of the four-handed overlord's iron pincers firmly grasped Kevin's outstretched wrist, and even kept his body in the air. Kevin's wrist was being held, and his entire arm couldn't lift his strength. The fingertips were only a tiny distance away from the Omnitrix pattern, and the fingertips were almost touching, but the palm behind his wrist, as if it didn't belong to him, was completely paralyzed and could not move. Let go, let me go. Kevin's body kept shaking, trying to use his body, but his wrist was tightly pinched, and he couldn't shake it at all. Boom! His other fist, the soles of his feet, constantly attacked with fists and feet, and attacked the body of the four-handed overlord with rage. Before Kevin's punches and kicks hit the four-handed bully, the four-handed bully's palm will forcefully lift Kevin high, and a burst of weightlessness makes all the latter's attacks in vain, and his body shakes. Boom! The four-handed bully lifted Kevin up and slammed it on the ground on the left side, then lifted it up on the ground on the right side, and smashed back and forth on the ground like this, smashing one big hole after another. Kevin's voice, from rage at the beginning to some fear to completely inaudible. The process is extremely violent. Pier 680 looked at all this and was stunned, unable to say a word, his body trembling violently. Looking at the Red Overlord, she was a little unclear. Who is the villain? Mojas' robots also disappeared, and only one was still practicing with Tian Xiaoban. After a mess, the four-handed overlord showed a happy smile, lifted the fainted Kevin with one hand, and said cheerfully, "This style of play is really relieved, and I feel a lot better." At this time, Kevin's face was smashed into a pig's head, and his body was swollen, as if he was beaten into a swollen man. Originally, he also absorbed the genes of the Flame People, But now it seems that even the genes have been beaten and collapsed, and the body has returned to its original state. Then, it's your turn. The four-handed king touched Kevin with the palm of his hand and walked slowly towards Pierre, his expression full of penetrating chills. Wait a minute. Pierre hurriedly raised his palm and aimed at the four-handed overlord, his expression full of fawning and fear. I will do it myself. She lifted a cannon with the other hand. The red laser penetrated her lower abdomen instantly, and then she fainted to the ground with a scream. This guy would rather give himself a laser. Also unwilling to face the four-handed tyrant. After all, she doesn't want to be thrown back and forth. Looking at Pierre, who took the initiative to knock himself out, the four-handed overlord also twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly, but his pace of progress still stopped slowly, and he did not continue to trouble Pierre anymore. Look further. In the Times Square of Nuoda, only he and Kevin in his hands, Tian Xiaoban, and the small robot were left. Xiaoban, stop playing. Let's fight quickly. The four-handed bully said to Tian Xiaoban boldly. Understood. Xiao Chen, I just want to get used to the various functions of this steel suit. Tian Xiaoban sounded a dull voice. Looking at the small robot in front of him, he no longer held back. Bang, bang, bang. Tian Xiaoban's fist hit the robot's head, causing the latter to make a visual error. Then he kicked the robot high and flew. The last jump, over the small robot that flew up, hugged his fists together like a heavy hammer. Swipe down hard. Boom. The small robot slammed to the ground like a basketball, but did not bounce up again like a basketball, but directly bombed the ground and was smashed. Beautiful little class. The four-handed overlord looked at this fluent set of movements and gave Tian Xiaoban a thumbs up without hesitation. Phew, you're done. Tian Xiaoban's palm rested on the reactor, and he pressed it hard again. The suit was quickly lifted, and the body dripping with sweat fell to the ground, panting like a cow. Really exhausted him. However, although the body is very tired, the heart is very happy. Just like the four-handed bully, he vented that Kevin, it's time to deal with you. Your death is coming. The four-handed overlord slowly copied Kevin in front of him, staring fiercely at the Kevin in his hand, flashing a rare, killing intent towards humans. Who let Kevin and Mojas touch his bottom line? What's more, Kevin has done too many evil things, much more than Jonimal, and must be punished, just as he was about to strike. Flavor. Two small machine figures flew down from the sky again, and they were two small robots of Mojas. One collided with Tian Xiaoban, who was sitting on the ground, unarmed, and the other flew towards the four-handed overlord. A choice of two again. The four-handed overlord reacted in a very fast time and instantly saw Mojas' intentions. It's nothing more than letting him choose one of these two people to deal with Kevin and save Tian Xiaoban. Mojas doesn't seem to give him a chance to choose. Even if the four-handed overlord does not let Kevin go and smashes the small robot flying towards him with one punch, Tian Xiaoban will die. On the other hand, if the four-handed overlord puts down Kevin, he will not be able to reach Tian Xiaoban in time to save Tian Xiaoban. Small class. Could it be that Morgith hates himself to such an extent that he doesn't even want to be an ally like Kevin and only wants to kill Tian Xiaoban? On the spaceship. Lord Mojas, are you sure Xiao Chen can understand what you mean? I mean, in normal times, Xiao Chen can definitely understand what you mean, but in this critical moment, the time to think is only a few seconds. Even no, can he react? Mojath's deputy, the red robot, leaned over and asked. It doesn't matter. That kid named Tian Xiaoban is also a scourge. Even if he gets rid of him, it will not be a loss. Kevin, although it is worth taking advantage of, it is still untrustworthy. Mojas said in a low voice. I understand what it means to abolish jazz. The four-handed overlord suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, and he suddenly realized. He no longer hesitated, directly lifted Kevin and smashed the small robot flying towards Tian Xiaoban. Kevin's body was like a football, spinning rapidly while flying outwards, almost vomited, and directly turned into a humanoid magic circle. Monument. The small robot that attacked Tian Xiaoban really stopped attacking Xiaoban, and instead raised its limbs to catch Kevin, who was flying in. SHHHHHHH. However, it was not all smooth sailing to catch Kevin. The power of the four-handed overlord's throw is so terrifying. As soon as it touched Kevin, the small robot flew back dozens of meters, and it couldn't stop the impact of the four-handed tyrant on Kevin, and it was almost shattered. Fortunately, it still stabilized its body, grabbed Kevin, and flew up quickly. Boom! The four-handed overlord raised a palm, grabbed the small robot flying towards him, pinched the palm inward, and the entire robot was directly squeezed into a round iron ball by him, completely deformed. Taste. Unwilling, he also held the iron ball and threw it hard. The iron ball and the small robot turned into a small dot in the sky. I don't know if it hit the enemy. These guys, it's so insidious. The four-handed overlord stared at the sky for a while, and then stomped his feet in annoyance. The ground cracked open a large hole, and the soles of his feet were stained with a pile of broken soil and gravel. Scare me to death. How many robots does that guy Mojas have? Could he be a super large Titan robot? Tian Xiaoban wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, said with lingering fears and full of anti-magic jazz's guess. The four-handed overlord couldn't help but smile. Mojas? The head is like an octopus ball, but the body is very strong, but he really wants to see who is stronger than the power of Mojas now. Woo-woo. Long bells rang out from outside Times Square. Okay, we should go too. The four-handed overlord heard this voice, stopped staying, and hurriedly came to Tian Xiaoban's side, as if carrying a convenient bag, and gently picked Tian Xiaoban. Taste. With Tian Xiaoban, jumped out of Times Square. Times Square, except for the potholes caused by the fists of the four-handed bully, and Pell, who fell to the ground, returned to its calm appearance. It seems that Morgith will not continue to send robots, and its plan is completely broken. Report and report, the suspects are basically gone. Only one person is left. Times Square was destroyed like this. It must be the suspects. Don't think about it. Those big pits are all made by that damn robot. It's too outrageous. If you can catch them, you must make them compensate. Wang Qian's, the police officers who had just entered were wandering in the square, and the voices made through the walkie-talkie. The culprit, the four-handed bully, was at ease, grabbed Tian Xiaoban, and fell to the previous open space together. The surroundings were quiet, and the shadows of Tian Xiaoban and Mark disappeared. Strange? People? Was it taken? The four-handed overlord who put Tian Xiaoban down looked around with a strange expression on his face. It's Xiaoban and Xiao Chen. At this moment, behind an abandoned building in the distance, Tian Xiaoban's voice rang out. She and Mark walked out of the building one by one, and after seeing the four-handed overlord and Tian Xiaoban, they waved to the two of them and rushed over. To be cautious, they hid behind the house. Unless Xiao Chen or Xiaoban came over, they would never go out, lest they be caught and become hostages. Grandpa, Xiaowen, everything is over. The four-handed overlord said softly to the two with a relieved smile on his face. This understatement made everyone's tense spirits relaxed. The tension and crisis that lasted for most of the day was finally over at this moment. This is definitely the most dangerous time they have faced all enemies, bar none. However, with their concerted efforts, we can overcome the difficulties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus. Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. The four-handed overlord also completed the second sign-in task, and the watch's transformation time continued for 1 minute again. Including the previous time, the transformation time also extended to 9 minutes. Well, it's about to break 10 minutes. Grandpa, Xiaowen will take you for a ride. Everyone must be tired. I will tell you all about it after returning to the hotel. The four-handed overlord spread his forearms and said as usual, "This is already the daily life of the big guy." In the hotel room, there was a sumptuous amount of food on the table. Xiao Chen, Mark, and others gathered around the table, enjoying this delicious, warm food. There was a 680-night comedy show on the TV, and everyone burst into laughter from time to time. This kind of ordinary life, even Xiao Chen, who is a superhero, feels very comfortable. Long-lost relaxation. Dude, I really didn't expect that you could actually get the steel suit given by Xiao Chen and even beat the aliens. This time, you're not bad. Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian Xiaoban, bickering as usual, but finally praised Tian Xiaoban. She and Grandpa both saw how hard Xiaoban and Xiao Chen worked to save them. Although I may not be as good as Xiao Chen, I will also be a hero. Tian Xiaoban stood up from his chair and said confidently, "Ouch." Not long after the announcement was made, Tian Xiaoban, whose legs were weak, sat back on the chair with a grin. This evening's duel with the robot really cost him too much energy. "Xiaoban, take a hot bath at night and have a good rest," Xiao Chen said to Tian Xiaoban, who rubbed his knees and showed an embarrassed but polite smile. "Grandpa, I have a very curious question." At this time, Tian Xiaoban put down his knife and fork, his expression full of curiosity. "Why, you and I have been caught in Times Square for so long. No one came to rescue us? It stands to reason that the police in the United States will come to rescue us." What? After her question came out, the happy atmosphere of the entire dinner table solidified and became very embarrassing. Tian Xiaoban also became puzzled and patted his head. "Yes. Why didn't I think of this question?" Xiao Chen and Mark fell silent together tacitly. They all know what the reason is, but they are all pretending to be confused. In fact, Xiao Chen was also secretly watching Mark's expression. He wanted to see if Mark would reveal any information. He didn't have to worry about secrets, so he could discuss such topics occasionally. In this world, there is an organization called the Tian Guild. After a little silence, Mark slowly put down the plate and said slowly, "It is an organization with superpowers, aliens. Their definition is similar to the hero organization you see in comic books, and the members there are specialized to deal with this kind of abnormal crime today. The reason why ordinary police officers are not involved in this matter is because this matter is handled by people with special abilities, such as members of the Heavenly Union or people like us. To be precise, Xiao Chen's processing speed was so fast every time that the members of the Heavenly Guild had not rushed over, and the task was completed. So there is no need to come. For the rest, Mark didn't reveal any more. Let Xiaoban and Xiaoan ask what he wanted, and he didn't reveal any useful information, such as his old plumber's identity. Yet, he just lied that he was a coincidence. The next day, you know the union. Of course, Xiaoban and Xiaoan are not so easy to fool. They don't believe it, and they both think that Mark is definitely a member of the Heavenly Union in private. Why? Which retired old man would have such a modified car? What a joke. When I'm a few years older, maybe I can consider joining the Heavenly Guild. Xiao Chan thought silently. On the sky, shhhhhhhhh. The small robot that was caught off guard was caught by Kevin's palms, and all the electronic energy in the body was inhaled by Kevin. Ah! Kevin's eyes turned into electro-optic eyes, like stars. His whole body was full of electric light, floating in the air. As for the small robot that was originally holding him, because it had no power, it first stopped in midair and then began to fall downward. "Kevin, what are you doing?" The small robot fell down, and the last angry roar of Mojas sounded. "What?" Kevin's mouth slowly curled into a smile. His head was raised high. His chin was facing the robot. "My Kevin wants to be his own master, not someone's younger brother. Mojas, you won't think I've been a scumbag these past few years. On Earth, we are allies. I went to your territory, on your spaceship. Didn't I let you slaughter you? Stop teasing. He is not stupid. If he really can't cooperate with Mojas, he would rather take revenge on Xiao Chen alone." Zizizi. In order to prevent being tracked by Mojas, Kevin turned into an electric light that cut through the sky like a flash of lightning and quickly disappeared into the dark night. Looking from a distance, the people on the ground thought it was a comet passing by. Silently make a wish. On the spaceship, quiet and scary, Mojath's lungs were about to explode. First, Xiao Chen, who dared to resist him and even let his plans fail again and again. Here's another Kevin from My Life is Up to Me. I can't help Mojas. Are all the children of the earth so hanging? How much has my body recovered? Mojath resisted the weather and asked in a very low voice. I see. In the nutrition compartment. His upper body is almost recovered, and it is extremely strong, almost the same as that of a four-handed overlord. but his arms and lower body have not fully grown. Lord Mojas, it won't take long for you to fully recover, maybe within half a month. The red robot replied after looking at the data from the nutrition cabin. Very good. Mojas spit out this word bitterly, and his words were full of impatient, murderous aura. When I recover completely, I will go out in person, first deal with that kid Xiao Chen, and get the Omnitrix I want. That kid Kevin, if you can use the waste, you can use it. If you can't use it, kill it. Murderous. The night passed. Dawn comes. Xiao Chen and others, who had stayed in this big hotel for more than 2 days, also checked out in the morning and drove the old car to the new town. They didn't encounter any dangers along the way. It was an accident. When we arrived in town, it was already noon. The town is the same as Aunt Vera and the others before, except that the settings are relatively backward, and it is also in some remote suburbs. Grandpa, did we spend almost all the funds for our entire summer vacation in the big hotel that stayed in those 2 days? Looking at the small town in front of him, Xiao Chen teased with his head up. It's also very fun here, and there'll be a meeting at night. You will definitely like it. Mark said indifferently, and when it came to the meeting, his eyes lit up even more. Let me just say, Grandpa must have regarded summer vacation activities as his retirement life. Who still watches the rally? Tian Xiaoban leaned over to Xiao Chen and whispered to Mark. Okay, just say a few words less. Don't let Grandpa hear it. His ears haven't carried that level yet. Xiao Chen looked at Mark carefully and reminded Tian Xiaoban to prevent him from talking more and more. Next, the 4 of them ate in the town and played around. Although it was not very fun, it was quite comfortable. It wasn't until the time of the rally that Xiao Chen and the others, led by Mark, came to the rally site and felt the prosperity of this town. There were large tents erected everywhere at the rally, like the domed tents in a circus, with people walking around everywhere, and it was very lively. What's going to be fun here? It's so sleepy, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoban looked around, and after confirming that there were no video games or the like, he immediately dozed off. I heard that there will be a circus performing at the rally tonight. Why don't we go to the circus together? It just so happens that we haven't had a good time these days, and watching the circus will relieve our boredom. Mark said with a look of interest. Xiao Chen was the first to raise his hands in approval. Good to send. Going to the video game hall will meet the unruly gangsters. There should be no dangerous people in the circus. Today can be my vacation day. Well, as long as he is willing to go, Tian Xiaoban definitely wants to accompany him, and Xiaoban is not willing to be single, which is directly equivalent to unanimous approval. Mark is very pleased and saved a lot of trouble. The gathering was not big, and the 4 of them only needed to follow the majority of the people and walked forward to reach the circus. It could be seen that the circus was very popular, and people from the whole town might have come to watch it. After walking for about a few minutes, a circus appeared not far in front of Xiao Chen, and there was a clown's big face on the door of the circus. It was a clown with pale skin, a fat face, and a pair of gloomy eyes. It didn't look like it could bring laughter to people, but it had a gloomy feeling. Is this an illusion? Maybe I've been too sensitive lately. Xiao Chen comforted himself, or the villain might be so weak that I didn't even have an impression of him. And on the stage next to the circus, a host was facing Xiao Chen and all the visitors, and explained generously and enthusiastically. Everyone, come and see. Our circus people, the most ferocious and invincible geeks in the whole universe, who can cover mountains and rivers with boundless strength. Skinhead, it's so powerful. I'd like to see it. Xiao Chen stopped and said with interest. The most invincible monster in the universe? He is so powerful. Have you ever asked Mojas? Tian Xiaoban also joked. Others also stopped one by one. Without him, this host is too appetizing. Everyone wants to know what the most ferocious geek in the universe looks like. His hand pointed to the side, and the light matched the light to cast a beam of light, illuminating the dark stage. Taste. A tall man dressed in black like a prison uniform, with a small inch of green hair, a tiger-backed waist, and a muscular man in a comic, appeared under the light. He was holding a steel bar in both hands, and the steel bar was just like that against the back of his neck. Humph! The bald tyrant groaned, and pushed forward with both palms. Nothing happened to his neck. Instead, the steel bars twisted instantly, and the two sides directly pressed against the sides of his neck, twisting from straight to the shape of a collar. Wow, what a lot of strength! And his body is so strong. As expected of the most terrifying monster in the universe. Ha ha ha, this time the ticket price is worth it to see such a powerful geek performance. The passers-by let out an exclamation of admiration, all admiring and touting the bald man. In their eyes, this is almost a superpower. As for Xiao Chen, he looked at the thin body of the bald fighter and thought to himself, if he turned into a four-handed tyrant, one punch would probably make the bald fighter and the steel bar end up in the same way. However, this guy is also a freak compared to ordinary people, and he is worth guarding against. 4 flowers. Taste. The bald tyrant raised the bent steel bars in his hand high, as if he was about to fly into the crowd to smash people, and many people screamed. The host said unhurriedly, applause to welcome the snake-hair girl. Taste. A long red hair like a vine curled up the rebar that was thrown high, hanging in the air until it was pinched. It was a hot, fair-skinned woman, wearing a black dress, but she herself had a cool, repulsive temperament. As for her hair, it was more like Medusa. The roots of red hair are actually cooked, like countless red snakes. Many people's eyes were sunk in, and they couldn't take their eyes off the hot girl, the snake-haired girl. Even Xiao Chan showed a hint of surprise at first glance. It's really pretty, mainly because of her good figure. 0. The most important thing is that she is a superpower. In Xiao Chen's knowledge, among all superpowers she has met, the snake-haired girl has the highest appearance and first-class figure. Kevin and the bald guy, just now, you know what you know. But how could this small circus actually have 2 superpowers? This deserves Xiao Chen's vigilance. You must know that he and Xiaoban are the famous death physique in this world. Wherever they go, things will happen. Although I don't remember exactly what will happen here, Xiao Chen knows that. Nothing good will happen. In short, keep an eye out and pay attention to these people. You can't go wrong. Next, Gorgon used her red hair to make a heart shape, and the steel bar was deformed again. And finally, she used her hair to gently put it on the display cabinet beside it. Crushed. A man wearing a metal mask, looking really sorry for the audience, with a thin body, like a walking dead, finally made his debut. He took off his mask. Puff. Spit out a mouthful of corrosive liquid, and the entire steel bar is completely corroded. Seeing this scene, many viewers almost vomited, and the emotions that had been raised by the appearance of the snake-haired girl were suddenly extinguished. 3 superpowers. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It's better not to do anything for me. I just want to watch a circus. If you guys do something with me, then don't blame me for being rude. After the performances of the bald tyrant, the Gorgon, and the sour monster ended, the 3 slowly disappeared into the shadows, as if they had never appeared before. People who didn't plan to go to the circus originally had high expectations for the circus because of the appearance of the 3 of them, and joined the queue to buy tickets one after another. Suddenly, there was a long queue in front of the circus, including Xiao Chen, Mark, and others. Xiao Chen, do you feel that the 3 of them are not quite right? Tian Xiaoban shouted at Xiao Chen, who was in front of him. Because there were so many people, only Xiao Chen and others could hear his voice. No one else will notice. It's a little strange. I hope they don't make any trouble, or they won't end well. Xiao Chen spoke his thoughts. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, are you too sensitive? These are just 3, 6, or 80 ordinary superpowers. Actually, it's not surprising that there are such superpowers in this world. Mark asked curiously when he heard the conversation between the 2. Sensitivity is better than dullness, right? After all, we can't afford to lose. Xiao Chen said sharply, immediately leaving Mark speechless, raising his hands to agree with Xiao Chen's thoughts. Who made Xiao Chen speak so reasonable? Even his grandfather couldn't say it. Xiao Chen, inside the circus, you can watch. I can watch outside, okay? Tian Xiaoban discussed with Xiao Chen. Today is your vacation. When he heard the holiday, Xiao Chen was a little moved, but Changshang still refused. No, it's too risky for you. All right, Xiao Chen, can I deal with these three weirdos? If they dare to mess around, I'll pick them up. By the way, I will trouble you to take care of them in the circus. Tian Xiaoban patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, and without giving Xiao Chen a reason to refuse, he ran away from the team and slipped into a certain shop in the rally. It just so happened that the owner of the shop came to see the circus, and there was no one there. Even if Tian Xiaoban stayed inside, no one would find out. Xiao Chen sighed silently, and after sighing, his mood improved again. The three weirdos outside are handed over to Xiaoban, and he can just stay inside and watch the performance in peace. After waiting in line for several minutes, Xiao Chen and the three arrived. After spending the money to buy tickets, they could enter the circus. The space inside the circus is very large. Xiao Chen and the others sat in the middle of the auditorium in 3 consecutive positions, holding soda in their hands, chatting and laughing as they waited for the performers to come on stage. Until the circus lights are on. The one on the previous sign, the fat clown who looks very gloomy and can't be said to be funny at all, posing, walks out from behind the curtain of the stage, and the performance officially begins. Everyone, good evening, audience, welcome. Come and watch my performance tonight. Pa Song slowly lowered his hat, squinted his eyes, and looked at the audience. His expression was very excited, as if he was expecting something. When his eyes passed Xiao Chen can feel the coldness in waves. This clown made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. It seems that you can't take it lightly in the circus. This clown named Pa Song must have a ghost. Xiao Chen resisted the urge to do something and sat quietly in his place. He wanted to see what kind of moth this circus could toss up. Clap, clap, clap. There were bursts of warm applause from the audience, welcoming the arrival of Pa Song, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Then the show begins. Pa Song took off his magic hat, revealing a Mediterranean expression, coupled with its pale complexion and old and ugly facial features. It looked like an old hair-loss vampire. Monument. There was a burst of smoke from the magic hat in his hand. The smoke disappeared, and the magic hat in his hand turned into a lot of white doves and flew out. Haha, isn't my head funny? Pa Sin pointed to his Mediterranean Sea and showed an innocent smile. This is the circus? Is this an insult to my IQ? Xiao Chen felt a burst of disbelief and almost spit out a mouthful of water. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao Wen, Mark beside him, actually laughed out loud at the same time, looking like he was laughing. Ha 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 ha. Even the other audience members laughed together, and the entire auditorium suddenly boiled. It was extremely lively, as if Pa Song is really a Uranus superstar. Hey hey. Po Zhang's smile evoked. It became even more ghostly. 2 balls began to appear in his hands. He threw the balls back and forth, and then caught them with his hands. There were only 3 or 4 balls in the whole process, and he almost couldn't catch them. The most outrageous thing is that after he could no longer catch the ball fell to the ground, and he kicked the ball away with 1 kick. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, and the auditorium, looking at Po Zhang's failed appearance, once again burst into laughter. Isn't it, Xiao Wen, Grandpa, can you all laugh at this? This Pa Song magician is obviously very inferior. Xiao Chen finally couldn't help it this time, looked at the 2 laughing beside him, and asked Road. But, as if they couldn't hear him, the 2 continued to laugh to themselves. It's just like uncontrollable laughter. Huh? This kid is all right? It doesn't matter, after a few rounds, you will laugh out loud too. Po Zhang's expression remained unchanged after seeing Xiao Chen, the only one who didn't laugh, and thought confidently. As predicted, it wasn't just the audience members in the auditorium who were laughing after Pa Song went through several rounds of hilarious performances. Even Xiao Chen's heart was filled with a strange wave. A smile unconsciously evoked on his face, his eyes were a little blurry, and he was about to fall into endless jokes. That's right, this kid is laughing too. Haha, I'm really surprised that he can resist my joke for so long. His willpower is very strong, but he can study it well at 4.5 exclamation point. Pa Song said with great interest after taking a few glances at Xiao Chen. He looked away. Xiao Chen's smile became more and more enthusiastic, almost like Xiao Chen and the others, and he was about to burst out laughing. In the watch, ghost shadows domineering inside, leaking voice sounded impressively, as if it penetrated the Omnitrix and could directly reach Xiao Chen's heart. Boy, don't be deceived by that guy who pretends to be a ghost. He is performing a special illusion. Wake me up. When I was playing illusion, he didn't know where to learn to walk. You're my change the body, absolutely cannot be controlled by his illusion. That voice directly hit Xiao Chen's heart. Taste. Suddenly, the smile on Xiao Chen's face disappeared completely, and he looked at everything around him with ruthlessness like waking up from a dream. What happened to him just now? It was like he was out of control. Xiao Chen recalled the memory just now. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his expression showed a look of horror. Even a strong-willed person like him almost fell into Po Zhang's illusion. Fortunately, my willpower is strong enough to wake me up from the state of being subjected to illusions. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he was hypnotized, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he found that he was no longer affected by Po Zhang's jokes, as if he had become resistant. Omnitrix, Ghost Shadow, said sideways, "Idiot kid, without me, can you resist that illusion? It's your honor to have my help." Xiao Chen couldn't hear Ghost Shadow's proud voice. His attention fell on Pasang, because he would not be affected by the illusion, so he had to pretend to be laughing so as not to be seen by Pasang. He has to figure out a way to get Mark and the others out of this ghost place too, and figure out what the hell Pasang is up to. Outside, almost everyone in the market went to the circus to watch Po Zhang's performance, so it was very deserted, and there was no one there. Tian Xiaoban put his hands in his pockets and walked in the lively and empty market, with a hint of fear on his expression. Clown or something, looking at the sign is scary. I don't want to see that thing. He insisted on coming out, not just to watch the 3 superpowers, more because he is afraid of clowns. Well, this may be because he watched too many clown horror movies and too many urban stories before, so he was not fooled. In short, even if he was killed, he didn't dare to face Pasang the clown. That was his psychological shadow. Research. The noise made Tian Xiaoban, who was in deep thought, wake up suddenly and return to reality. Boom! Another sound of beating and smashing sounded, especially loud in the deserted market. It came from a shop in the distance. Tian Xiaoban looked at the store in the distance. I saw that the superpower bald tyrant was using his brute force and iron skin to smash the radio of the shop and take out the dollar bills inside. I like money. The bald man wiped a large amount of banknotes in his hand, looked at the banknotes, and smiled. Taste. There's a shop with jewelry next to it. The snake-haired girl waved her strands of red hair, smashed the display cabinet, took out a string of jewelry, and took out one of the rings and put it on her slender jade finger. The moonlight shone on her beautiful appearance, coupled with a high and cold temperament. It was unimaginable. This was a disaster. Unfortunately, his 2 accomplices are not people who will appreciate it. The sour monster took off the iron mask and used a mouthful of corrosive liquid to corrode the walls of the store, so that he could easily enter the warehouse behind to check if there was anything missing. The 3 of them robbed money in the market when there was no one there. These 3 people really have a problem. Use their superpowers to steal money. Tian Xiaoban's expression suddenly became solemn when he saw this scene, his fists clenched tightly. His intuition is definitely not covered. What's the matter with that kid? At this moment, the bald tyrant in the distance noticed Tian Xiaoban, who had a serious expression, and asked his companion with some doubts. Why didn't he go to the circus? The snake-haired girl noticed Tian Xiaoban. Her pretty face was a little puzzled. She tilted her head slightly, and her cold eyes seemed to have wisps of serenity. Anyway, knock this brat out. Don't let him get in our way, said the sour monster fiercely. The 3 superpowers put the money in their hands into a sack and walked towards Tian Xiaoban. What surprised the 3 of them was that the child was neither frightened nor turned around to look for his mother, nor was he frightened, but instead looked eager to try. Frightened, stupid? You 3, bumping into me today is considered unlucky for you. Tian Xiaoban looked at the 3 of them with awe and said lightly, "Ha ha ha ha." The bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the stinky weirdo all burst into laughter when they heard this. Why is this little b asterisk 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 d so unreasonable? Didn't his mother teach him what fear is? Wait, I can't stop laughing. Tian Xiaoban slowly stretched out his palm and pulled down the zipper on his clothes, revealing the shimmering reactor on his chest. The faint light adorned his domineering face. This scene is domineering. What kind of bald guy this kid is wearing seems to be frightened, and his expression is a little surprised. Who? It's freezing me. Tian Xiaoban suddenly closed his clothes again, folded his arms, and fought a cold war. His domineering image instantly collapsed. It's really cold tonight. Unsurprisingly, the bald bullies burst into laughter again. The snake-haired girl even leaned over in a tone of coaxing a child, with a playful smile on her pretty face. Little devil, is that thing you're wearing a fluorescent lamp your mother used to prevent you from getting lost at night? Ha ha ha. The bald tyrant and the sour geek burst out laughing, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily happy. That's weird. Tian Xiaoban pressed down the reactor forcefully, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. Ping, ping, ping. The reactor possesses terrifying nanotechnology. The originally small reactor instantly extended countless steel parts, which were assembled on Tian Xiaoban's body to form a terrifying body of steel, a suit tailored for him. See, all three of them were shocked. Standing in front of them, it was no longer the brown-haired little boy, but an Iron Man with an adult-like body. That big monster. Aren't you the most vicious monster in the universe? Would you like to bump a fist with me? Tian Xiaoban grabbed his steel right fist and shouted directly at the bald bully. What the hell is this 680? It looks like it's like armor. How could a kid have such a thing? Gorgon and Sour Strange both looked very surprised. The bald tyrant with well-developed limbs couldn't control his emotions on the spot. His eyebrows were pulled down, his eyes were fierce. No matter what it is, I will beat him. Bang, bang, bang. He instantly raised his thighs, like a cheetah pounced on its prey, and slammed into Tian Xiaoban. Bang, bang, bang. In the same way, Tian Xiaoban also drove his body and rushed towards the bald bully. The two were like beasts, launching the most ferocious and primitive means of fighting. When the two approached, they raised their fists almost at the same time and walked towards each other fiercely. Boom! A punch hit Tian Xiaoban's chest first and foremost. He just took 2 steps back, his body swayed a few times, and then he showed an indifferent expression. It hurts, but only a little. Boom! The bald bully was hit in the chest in the next second. His entire body bent suddenly. His knees went weak. He half-knelt on the ground and coughed several times. Not only that, but his fists were red with pain. This bald tyrant is so rude. Tian Xiaoban retracted his fists and said in high spirits. His eyes fell on the Gorgon and the Sour Monster. You two, who will go first? Don't be arrogant. Seeing Tian Xiaoban's appearance, the Sour Monster was furious and spit out a large piece of corrosive liquid directly at Tian Xiaoban. When he flew over in midair, the surrounding air was covered with corrosive liquid, burning, bursting with steam. You are wicked. Tian Xiaoban let out a strange cry. His feet spurted out flames instantly, his body vacated, and the corrosive liquid just flew under his feet and landed on his original position. Sizzle. The ground seemed to be burnt through, making the sound of frying pans, corroding into a big pit, and bubbling with smoke. What if you can fly? I don't believe it. I can't vomit you. The Sour Monster spit out corrosive liquid at Tian Xiaoban several times in a row. Fortunately, it was not the first time that Tian Xiaoban had used this mode of battle. He controlled his balance and flew to the left and right, narrowly avoiding the corrosive attack of the stinky Sour Monster. And, as the number of dodging increases gradually, Tian Xiaoban's body movements have obviously become a little more agile. From the very beginning, he can dodge easily, and then he can easily avoid the attack of the Sour Monster. His strength is growing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, and these 3 guys have become the existence to give Xiaoban the experience. Damn it, why can't he vomit him? The stinky and Sour Monster stepped on his feet in despair, spitting out so much corrosive liquid that even he couldn't bear some of it, and was extremely thirsty. I think you should be more worried about your safety than whether you can attack me. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Tian Xiaoban seized the stagnant space of the stinky man and rushed towards the stinky stupid. The steel body crashed down from the air, and it was like a meteor. Tian Xiaoban's figure was reflected in the eyes of the sour monster. His expression became panicked. He turned around and fled in an instant, in a hurry. Research. It's just that he didn't have time to dodge. Tian Xiaoban rushed over too fast. Tian Xiaoban's body instantly hit the back of the sour monster. The sour monster let out a scream. His body seemed to have been hit by a train. He took off straight ahead, slammed into a dog, and ate shit, and his back swelled up a lot, screaming again and again. Tian Xiaoban, on the other hand, only slowed down a little, but he could still maintain a distance of about half a meter from the ground and continue to fly. His eyes fell on the last person, Gorgon. The snake-haired girl's cold and pretty face suddenly became a lot nervous. Her silver teeth clenched, her hair twirled like a snake dance, and the whole person looked extremely nervous. Okay, you're the only one left. Although I'm a person who doesn't like to beat women, but if you want to resist, then Tian Xiaoban will keep talking and pause for a while. Originally, he wanted to say girls. However, if he says woman, will he look more like an adult and more mature? The snake-haired girl didn't listen to Tian Xiaoban's kiss at all. Taking advantage of the gap between the latter's words, circles of red hair flew out like vines and instantly wrapped around Tian Xiaoban's waist, wrapping layer after layer. Hey, don't force me. Tian Xiaoban, who was caught off guard, grabbed the snake-haired girl's hair with both hands and roared. Taste. The snake-haired girl's light body leaned back. Her posture was very flexible, and the snake-like red hair also used Tian Xiaoban's body, crossed directly above her, and swung hard toward the rear. Monument. Just now, the stinking dog eating shit was reacted directly on Tian Xiaoban, and the heavy body was directly smashed into smoke. Cough, cough. The snake-haired girl quickly retracted her snake hair. Her eyebrows frowned, and a burst of smoke couldn't help making her cough a few times. Her beautiful pupils shrank suddenly, and a trace of fear appeared in her heart. In smoke, a huge figure appeared. It's Tian Xiaoban. It took less than 2 seconds for him to fall down, and he got up again as if he was nothing. How could an attack of that level cause harm to me? Tian Xiaoban slowly walked out of the smoke and narrated flatly. He didn't mean to look down on the snake-haired girl. It's just that one fall. It really has no effect on him. Boom! Tian Xiaoban, who clenched his fists, was about to attack the snake-haired girl when the bald bully who had been hammered down stood up and hit Tian Xiaoban's shoulder from the side like a bull. Bang, bang, bang. The bald bully himself was shocked and took 3 or 4 steps backwards. The arms that were protecting him were slightly numb, and he was a little dumbfounded. This guy's defense is too terrible. What material is it? Even steel is not like this. Exaggerate. Boom. And Tian Xiaoban inevitably tilted to the side and fell. This made him disheartened and shameless. He put his palms on the ground and hurriedly prepared to stand up. It seems that I didn't take you down completely just now, bald freak. Let's go together. Don't take it lightly. You can't underestimate him just because he's a kid. At this time, the sour monster also stood up again, rubbed his still aching cheeks, and said to the other two. The Gorgon and the bald man nodded solemnly. The 3 of them reached a direct alliance. If you can fight in groups, why do you want to fight one-on-one? Hey, it's too shameful for you to be like this. I haven't stood up yet. You wait for me. Tian Xiaoban hurriedly cursed at the shamelessness of the 3 of them, his feet spewing flames immediately. To help him get up faster. Taste. The Gorgon's work is faster. Her slender waist, which seems to be unable to hold a hand, bends slightly. Her hair is like a biting snake, and she grabs Tian Xiaoban's knees. She used to step back. Tian Xiaoban, who was about to stand up, lost his balance again and fell backwards. Taste. At the same time, the bald tyrant rushed out with lightning speed, jumped fiercely on Tian Xiaoban, and smashed the latter to the ground at once. Bang bang, Wang Qian's monument. He directly bent his fists into a bow shape, punched and punched again. While he was grinning and screaming in pain, he fiercely touched Tian Xiaoban's body. Although the steel battle suit is separated, Tian Xiaoban can still feel the strength feedback, and his expression is also twitching. "Let me do it." The sour monster opened his mouth and spit out a large chunk of long-charged corrosive liquid towards Tian Xiaoban, who was being held down by the bald bully. "Ugh, that's disgusting." Tian Xiaoban resisted the urge to vomit. One palm straightened from the ground. The palm gun condensed a little golden light and quickly reached out. Boom! The weak golden light and corrosive liquid formed an explosion in midair, which blocked the attack of the stinky sour monster. Goo! But Tian Xiaoban is still at a disadvantage. 3 people, 1 controller, 1 warrior, and 1 mage. It's a perfect lineup. This makes it difficult for Tian Xiaoban to gain the upper hand. "You guys are too rude." Tian Xiaoban's fists are overwhelmed. While resisting the offensive of the bald man, he has to release weak energy to block the corrosive liquid of a sour monster. And by the way, he has to avoid the attack of the Gorgon. This made his physical strength consumption very fast, and even his eyes began to be dazed and groggy. The situation is very dangerous. After all, Tian Xiaoban still had little combat experience, and his physical strength was not strong enough. The picture returns to the inside of the circus again. Here, the situation is equally critical. The clown Pasong on the stage, riding a prop car, drove around the stage and stopped, rammed the car door and walked out, posing a funny posture. The jokes were very neat. "Ha ha ha ha. It's so funny. I've never seen such a happy clown in my life. It's more fun than Belling's comedy movie." The audience in the auditorium, including Mark and Tian Xiaoban, gave applause and laughter without hesitation, which made Pasong the clown very gratified, as if this personal show belonged to him. Only Xiao Chen, with a very stiff smile, has been forcibly adapting to the atmosphere in the auditorium. "I can't stand this guy's full-footed joke. It makes me so embarrassed that I want to get into the ground." Xiao Chen resisted the disgust in his heart and looked at Tian Xiaoban and Mark beside him. Grandpa and Xiaoban, it seems to be getting more and more serious, and even I ignore it. He must leave here and take Xiaoban and Mark away together. Others, leave it alone for the time being. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen stood up directly, holding Tian Xiaoban's soft little hand in his right hand, and holding Mark's shoulder in his left hand, and abruptly pulled the 2 of them up from the seats in the auditorium together. He hugged the 2 and wanted to take them out of the audience. Wow! Suddenly, a light came to the auditorium, which happened to be on Xiao Chen and the others. Xiao Chen's body movements froze immediately, grabbing Mark and Xiaoban's hands and staying on the spot. Flavor. The eyes of all the audience members in the auditorium converged on Xiao Chen's body, and those eyes were full of displeasure, disgust, and even anger. Like a group of zombies, they found the performance of a normal person. Even Xiaoban and Mark beside Xiao Chen are the same. "This little boy, what are you doing in such a hurry? Where do you want to go?" Pasong still had a chilling smile on his face, his eyes floating on Xiao Chen. With so many eyes gathered, Xiao Chen is very uncomfortable, and he can't wait to take a picture of the Omnitrix screen immediately to get rid of this discomfort. He took a deep breath, his emotions calmed down quickly, and he kept a smirk with a calm look. "Mr. Pasong, I want to go out to the toilet." Saying that, he released his hands and let Tian Xiaoban and Mark sit back in their seats. Pasang stared at Xiao Chen's face for a while, who was still calm. Then he smiled again. "Children, go, and come back quickly. Don't miss the wonderful performance next. I'm going to tell you a joke about polar bears." The circus resumed its liveliness, and everyone looked at Pasong with a smile. Only then did Xiao Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Carefully avoiding the legs stretched out by other audience members, walked out of the auditorium and walked towards the outside of the circus. If he forcibly took Xiaoban and them away just now, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave, and he can only transform into alien heroes in front of everyone. God knows if these people will remember this memory if they regain their senses. Pasong on the stage still looked disapproving, thinking to himself, "That kid is so calm even when I've been staring at him. He must have been controlled by me, so he doesn't know he's afraid." The child has been frightened and cried for a long time. How could he know that Xiao Chan had encountered more terrifying, ruthless characters than him? So how could he be afraid of a clown? After Xiao Chan walked out of the circus, breathing in the cold, fresh air outside, his thinking became much clearer. This time the opponent is a bit difficult to deal with. He controls too many ordinary people. I can't do it well. By the way, what about the small class? He remembered Xiaoban. Bang, bang, bang. There was a dull sound of fists and feet colliding in the distance, and it could be clearly heard from far away. It must be a duel between Xiaoban and those weirdos. Right now, Xiaoban is also an important fighting force. Xiao Chen must join him quickly. Xiao Chen quickly walked towards the source of the sound. As he got closer, he saw a shadow pressing on a shadow, and there were two shadows beside him to help control the one below. I became a little wary in my heart. Get closer. Xiao Chen was stunned to see the battle situation. Tian Xiaoban's body was tied by red hair and pressed by a bald tyrant. The sour monster was assisting him, and he was directly pressed and beaten. Xiaoban, why did you do this? Xiao Chen covered his face and said helplessly to Tian Xiaoban, Who? Why is there another brat? He sounds like he still knows this kid. Damn it, are the little brats so restless these days? The three bald tyrants were startled again, and their eyes fell on Xiao Chen coldly, full of impatience. Xiao Chen, it's not that I can't beat it. It's really these people who bully the less. It's too shameless. Tian Xiaoban wailed, still trying to save his face. Okay, let me help you. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was eating marks and couldn't bear it. Help! Does this kid have any superpowers too? Could it be the little brother of this little brat called Xiaoban? The trio looked at Xiao Chen uneasily for a while, thinking that the latter was Xiaoban's younger brother or something. After all, in their cognition, as a child, Tian Xiaoban is strong enough. It is impossible to have another child. Is he more powerful than him? Xiao Chen ignored them, raised his finger and pressed the Omnitrix screen. The screen popped up, and he turned his watch again. Seeing this, Zhang Kaiba was about to spit the corrosive liquid at Xiao Chen. He didn't know what happened to the Omnitrix, but his intuition told him that it must not be something beneficial to them. Don't move if you dare to shoot. My palm cannon will blow up your body. However, Tian Xiaoban vigorously raised his palm cannon, threatening the sour monster. Just so little time. Boom! Xiao Chen has already photographed the Omnitrix screen, and the body is surrounded by green light particles, which are particularly conspicuous in the night. What armor is this? Fluorescent armor? How can it be so dazzling? The three superpowers all jumped up their eyes subconsciously, looking at the green light with anxiety. The green light dissipated. What appeared in front of them was not the so-called steel armor, but a brand new, completely unseen humanoid creature. Especially his body is very dazzling. That diamond body almost blinds the eyes of the trio. In their eyes, this is a moving treasure house. Diamond God of War. He can turn into an alien. The Sour Strange said in disbelief. He looks very valuable, and the diamonds on him are beautiful. The snake-haired girl looked interested, looked at the sparkling Diamond God of War, and then looked at the ring on her finger. She couldn't. After a brief shock, the bald tyrant took a long breath and said, whether he transforms into an alien or uses a steel battlesuit, as long as he dares to hinder us, we will beat him down. After the other two heard the words, their expressions became a lot more stern, and they threw Tian Xiaoban aside, posing, ready to deal with the Diamond God of War. Boom! Tian Xiaoban's body fell on the ground, and he couldn't get up. He was completely overdrawn, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Xiaoban, take a good rest, and leave it to me to solve it here. The Diamond God of War slowly raised his head. His arrogant eyes swept over the three people in front of him, and he did not put these three opponents in his eyes. Good. Tian Xiaoban spat out the word with difficulty, put his trembling palm on the reactor, and pressed it hard. Monument. The steel battle suit was lifted, and Tian Xiaoban, who was sweating profusely, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The sour monster, the bald man, and the Gorgonian. The three of them are undoubtedly irritated by the arrogant words of the Diamond God of War. The previous Tian Xiaoban, seeing the three of them going together, just yelled shamelessly. How dare this radiant fellow dare to speak so bluntly, to deal with the three of them at once? Court death. The sour monster's eyes are extremely hot, and when he opens his mouth, he spit out a mouthful of corrosive liquid. What? It's disgusting. The diamond god of war frowned slightly. The soles of his feet stepped on the ground in front of him, and the ground suddenly grew huge green crystals, blocking him like a city wall. The diamond city wall, while its defensive power is amazing, also reveals a beautiful posture. Zizizi. The corrosive liquid has no way to hold the diamond at all, and slipped down the smooth diamond body and fell to the ground, just leaving some traces on it. This scene, but it stimulated the sour monsters even more. Catch him. As long as we catch him, we can have infinite wealth. Everyone sees it. He can create diamonds, and we're going to make a fortune. No more robbery to live. The bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the others, their eyes turned red, panting heavily, as if looking at their prey. No, looking at the fat sheep, looking at the diamond god of war behind the diamond city wall. Interesting, you're still the first enemy who wants to catch me because of money. The pattern is a bit low, but it is understandable. The diamond god of war walked out of the diamond city wall and commented on the three of them lightly, with a vague confidence of winning. Death is imminent, and you are still stubborn. He rubbed his bald head with his fists, imitating the way he hit Tian Xiaoban before, and slammed into the diamond god of war, tried to knock down the diamond god of war. The diamond god of war just showed a shallow smile, and that smile was full of disdain, as if mocking the bald man's self-control. The bald tyrant is even more angry. His body speed has accelerated a lot. He must knock down the diamond god of war. Boom! Until the two figures completely collided and made a huge roar. The figure of the diamond god of war, because of brute force, shook a little, but stabilized in a very fast time. The ground under his feet collapsed instantly due to the feedback of strength. However, on the other hand, those who hit people are bald. Instead, he looked like someone who had been hit. His face was red and swollen, and most of his body was bruised. He took off in the opposite direction, accompanied by bursts of screams like ghosts and wolves. The mantis arm is a car, and it is beyond its capacity. The diamond god of war gently patted the dust on his clothes and said calmly. This unexpected result made Gorgon and Sour Strange look shocked. Bald tyrant, why do you feel that you have lost more than when you faced Tian Xiaoban just now? Isn't this person Tian Xiaoban's younger brother? How can he be so powerful? You two, who comes first? Don't wait for me to find you. The diamond god of war looked at the two of them gently and asked calmly, exuding a strong arrogance between his words and deeds. Invincible god of war, diamond god of war. Let's go together. I don't believe that he can resist our offensive. The snake-haired girl bit her lower lip, leaning forward, and countless snake hairs instantly wrapped around the knees of the diamond god of war. She looked happy. You're not as good, but it's not strong enough. The diamond god of war looked at the snake hair on his knees with interest. Call out. The next moment, his right arm turned into a diamond knife with coolant, and it slashed toward the snake. Sessississisis. The snake head at the root of the snake's hair screamed in fear in an instant, and hurriedly retracted its body, as if hitting a nemesis, while the slightly slower snake head, directly connected to the hair, was cut off and fell to the ground. 4 flowers. The sword light of Lungzhou. It mirrors each other with the rays of light on the diamond god of war, full of chilling meaning. My hair was cut off directly. The Gorgon looked at the snake hair she maintained with some distress, and then looked at the diamond god of war with fear. She quietly took a step back. Aren't you Tian Xiaoban's younger brother? How can you be so much more powerful than him? The stinky sour man obviously still maintained his previous concept, and asked incredulously. What? The diamond god of war has a black question mark on his face. This little brother, did you unilaterally come out? I am the strongest one. Gorgon, bald bully, and their hearts suddenly felt chills. 0. It turns out that this kid is the strongest. He could transform into an invincible alien. The three of them stopped talking nonsense. The snake-haired girl was in charge of wrapping the body of the diamond god of war with her snake hair again. The sour monster was in charge of the sneak attack. Monument. The snake-hair girl's hair was cut off by a knife again, and it almost hit her directly. Zilala. The acid monster's corrosive liquid flowed down the body of the Diamond God of War, corroding the ground, and the corrosive liquid passed, and his body was unscathed. As for the bald tyrant's fist, the Diamond God of War did not even fight back, but instead deliberately rammed his fist with his body. In the end, the bald tyrant was holding the hand that was about to break off the bones, screaming over there. The three worked together. As a result, the three of them were killed together. At the level of Xiao Chen's cosmic powerhouse, it's not that the weak can make up for the gap with numbers, and even if they can, to what extent do they have to count? Then, are there only three of you who want to solve it? The Diamond War God's eyes were filled with cold light, and he asked slowly in a low voice. The killing intent was so real and completely unbelievable. This is a 10-year-old boy transformed. The stinky weirdo, the snake-haired girl, and their expressions were all filled with fear. They no longer took the initiative to attack, but instead, they retreated together step by step. This person, they are not rivals. The gap is so big that it makes them a little desperate. Looking for the boss to deal with this diamond monster. The sour monster's eyes burst with bloodshot, and he growled hysterically. This is the only way out. Billion. Yes, look for the boss. The strength of the boss is much stronger than ours. He will definitely be able to defeat this big green monster. The Gorgon also nodded desperately. The three of them obviously lost their fighting spirit. They were constantly thinking about how to escape the attack of this Diamond God of War, and they asked the boss to come out to support them. But the Diamond God of War took the initiative but opened his mouth, with a playful look on his face. Wait, did you just say that there is still a boss who hasn't come out? The three of them tightened their bodies and stared at the Diamond God of War, not daring to speak easily. If you don't speak, you will acquiesce. Your boss is the one named Pa Song the Clown, right? The Diamond God of War asked again. This time, the bald tyrant had a little courage and replied weakly. Yes, our boss is Lord Pa Song. His strength is very powerful. You are not his opponent. When it comes to the boss, his confidence is also more 60-80. The sour monster and the Gorgon all looked at him speechlessly. You said that big guy will definitely not let them find the boss easily. Isn't this a fool's behavior? Okay, then the three of you, one of them, go and call your boss over. The words of the Diamond God of War made everyone else stunned. What the F***K does this mean? Knowing that the enemy is very strong, are you still willing to let them find that enemy? For a while, the sour monsters and the others couldn't understand the logical relationship of the Diamond God of War. First, it's very troublesome and a waste of time for me to catch you one by one. I want to get rid of you together. Second, I am very upset with that clown and want to beat him. So please invite him over and be beaten. In the silent market, every majestic words of the Diamond God of War resounded, filled with the arrogance of being a god of war. Well, then I'm going to find the boss. The bald man looked carefully at the Diamond God of War and asked for instructions. Go. By the way, don't call me a big man or some green diamond. I'm a Diamond God of War. The Diamond God of War nodded, and then emphasized it with a serious expression. Mars. This word resounded heavily in the ears of the three people on the opposite side, but the Diamond God of War was really like a god of war, and it was full of terrifying oppression from a distance. The bald man immediately ran to the circus, directly posing for a 100-meter sprint. After running to the circus, he jumped onto the stage without stopping, directly in front of Posen, who was performing a joke. Why did you suddenly appear? Did you know that I was enjoying the food? Looking at the bald tyrant who suddenly stood in front of him, Posang's expression darkened, and a pair of horrified eyes stared at the ball monster. Being stared at like this, the bald man even has a feeling that his body is being torn apart. The boss, as expected of the boss, will definitely be able to defeat that guy called the Diamond God of War. Yes, it is like this, boss. Let me tell you that the bald monster lowered his body slightly and briefly talked about the Diamond God of War and Tian Xiaoban. Posang's expression changed rapidly, and finally, he gave the bald man a vicious look. Three frivolous rubbish. This little trouble still needs me to do it myself. The bald tyrant shrank his head, did not dare to refute, and looked very submissive. Everyone in the audience. Pasong bypassed the bald man again, with a penetrating laugh on his face. I need to excuse me for a while. Don't worry. I will be back in 5 minutes. Everyone can wait for my performance with peace of mind. Already, what Diamond Aries? He can beat this unknown freak in 5 minutes. 07. The audience in the auditorium completely lost their subjective consciousness. No matter what Pasong said, some people applauded, and they kept smiling with dementia. Go! Exclamation point. Pasong turned around. His expression became cold, like a ghost-like face, extremely ferocious. I want that guy called the Diamond God of War to die, without a place to be buried. He and the bald man quickly walked out of the circus, and before they reached the Diamond God of War, the latter's complaints could be heard from a long distance away. Your boss named Pasong. Did he become frightened when he heard my name and didn't dare to walk? Why hasn't he come over yet? Has he not had enough to eat? Zhu in God of War. Pozang's footsteps stopped abruptly. His expression was so angry that he couldn't hold back, and he gasped for several breaths before he could barely hold his footsteps and continued to walk with the bald bully. 2TM arrogant. He has to tear this B** D apart. Involuntarily, he quickened his pace and rushed to the battlefield with the bald bully. When he saw the appearance of the Diamond God of War, Pozang's anger turned a lot, and his expression was a little obsessed. This is a perfect body, not bad. It can be used as an ornament in my house, saving you from death, but it will break your limbs. Okay, so scary. Seeing the clown, Tian Xiaoban subconsciously shrank his neck and lowered his head, not daring to look at the clown. The Diamond God of War was mocking and fired on the spot. Ugly ghost. Use me as an ornament in your home? Save me from death? Seeing you like that, I will be disgusted to death by you. In an instant, the smile on Pozang's face disappeared without a trace, and his chubby body swelled even more. No one dared to be so disrespectful to him. How dare you mock him like that? Nobody. He totally D off the boss. The bald tyrant and the stinky monster stayed aside. Looking at the two facing each other, his heart became even more chilled, and he was afraid of the death of the Diamond God of War. If the Diamond God of War is killed by the boss who is not exhausted will definitely trouble them. Then what, God of War? You must be strong. Hold on within 3 rounds. Die! Pasong kicked up his feet, and a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground that did not match his soles. His body seemed to be a balloon and flew towards the body of the Diamond God of War. As if performing karate, his palms slashed towards the body of the Diamond God of War. Bang, bang, bang. The building that his palms swept across had a lot of cracks directly, and it was unbearable. The strength is actually close to the 6 monsters, and the crabs blame them. It's not as loud as I thought. The Diamond God of War's expression was slightly surprised. Afraid? Are you? Pasong noticed the change in the expression of the Diamond God of War, and he was even more proud in his heart. Until Monument. His pair of knife-like palms made a deafening sound when they severely hit the fatal part of the Diamond God of War. In mind, is the Diamond Aries body is split. Actually, the Diamond God of War didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows, and his body only trembled slightly for a few seconds. Pozang's face was completely twisted, and he couldn't control his facial expression at all. His palms swelled up instantly, he lost consciousness, and he began to make a heart-piercing scream, louder than the sound of a bald bully. Comment. Holding a pair of swollen hands, he rolled back and forth on the ground, as pitiful as a little shrimp. Beautiful, that green idiot was beaten and screamed. Ha ha ha, are you still arrogant? In their minds, the boss is an invincible existence. Even if they saw Pasong screaming in agony, they smiled and called Pasong. When reacting, all faces changed dramatically. Shit, how is the boss who fell to the ground? This script is wrong. Pozan's dress is very realistic. The clown was me. The Diamond God of War looked at Pozan, who was rolling on the ground while calling. You really chose a good name for yourself. Joker, it suits you very well. How did you come up with your brain and confront me head-on? If you want to meet him head-on, At least you have to be a character like a titanium alloy all over the body, so you can touch him. It hurts me. Pasang strongly resisted the pain, wiped away the tears that he had shed, and hurriedly got up and stepped back, pulling a lot of distance away from the Diamond God of War, as if he was very afraid. "Boss, are you all right? Do you need our help?" Seeing the cancer-eating boss, the stinky weirdo, and the bald head bullying them, his confidence instantly weakened, and he asked Pasang in a submissive manner. No need. I was just careless. I can handle this guy." Pasang is still pushing hard. After all, he is a boss-level character. How could he lose face in front of his younger brother? "Call out." Suddenly there was an axe in his hand, and a sharp mountain axe appeared like magic, showing a strange smile. "Haha, if I can't touch you with my hands, I will use an axe like chopping wood to kill you, monster. Split, come to 16 to scare me with a toy?" The Diamond God of War sneered and immediately counterattacked, taunting Pasang until his face flushed and he was speechless. "I'm going to kill you." Pasang looked crazy, waved the mountain axe in his hand, lifted up the cold blue light, and slashed at the body part of the Diamond God of War. Mound. Ping, ping, ping. Every time it collided, the body of the Diamond God of War swayed slightly, and the axe was directly shaken back, causing Pasang's palms to go numb one after another, and he almost couldn't catch the axe, no matter how many times he attacks. The Diamond God of War has always had a calm expression on his face, standing proudly in the same place, as invincible as Xingtian. "I don't believe it. I can't stop cutting you." Pasang roared hoarsely and jumped from the ground in an instant, waving the axe in his hand and falling from the air to the body of the Diamond God of War. The combination of weight and strength caused the axe to set off bursts of cold light, and the surrounding buildings appeared directly. Cracks. "It's useless." The words of the Diamond God of War made Pasang's heart beat fiercely, and he felt a trace of fear inexplicably. He raised his right arm casually and blocked it in front of him, not paying any attention to Pasang's tricks. Ping. Another crisp roar. The axe on Pasang's hand, the top half was directly chopped off by the huge anti-shock force and flew out. The bottom half was still in his hand, followed by him by the anti-shock force, and flew bald to Ba's side. As for the body of the Diamond God of War, his knees were only slightly bent, and he did not take a step back. Catch up, boss." The bald man and the others looked at Pasang, who was flying over, and they were in a hurry, using snake hair in both hands, and finally the bald man hugged the flying Pasang. "Don't worry about me. Let's see if that guy is injured." Pasang didn't care about his own safety at all, but looked at the Diamond God of War eagerly. He just wanted to know now. How different is it between me and this guy? Is there any chance of winning? Hiss. The next moment, the Diamond God of War took a deep breath, turned his arm over, frowned, and looked at the arm that had blocked the axe. "Ha ha ha. Are you suffering now? Your hands must be ripped apart." Pasang's eyes were full of twisted bloodshots, showing an excited smile, and said sarcastically, Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Tian Xiaoban's eyes opened a gap, trying his best not to look at Pasang, but looked at the Diamond God of War with some worry. "I've never been injured so badly." The Diamond God of War suddenly raised his head and turned his arm over. On the arm illuminated by the moonlight, a shallow white mark could be seen, which is probably equivalent to the kind you cut out by pressing hard on your arm with your fingernail. Mark. He was very upset. What kind of cat and dog can hurt him now? At least it has to be at the level of the 6 monsters to have face. Huh. After Pasang saw the mark, he immediately laughed out loud. Just as he was about to sneer a few words, his face turned completely dark. White stamp. After a few seconds, the print became lighter. Be sure to hurry up and send the Diamond God of War to the hospital and never send it again. The wound will heal on its own. Pasang once thought that the Diamond God of War was mocking himself in a way of high emotional intelligence. But looking at that guy's angry look, it's not pretending at all. Taste. This moment, the Diamond God of War has moved. He showed warrior-level speed and rushed to the stupefied Pasang very quickly. With a fist like a whirling cannon, his elbows bent, his fist clenched, and he perfectly hit Pasang's body from the side in a whirling manner. Body. Puff. Pasong opened his mouth instantly, spit out a small mouthful of white foam. His body bent like a small shrimp, and was knocked flying into a building with a bang. The building was smashed by Posen's body on the spot, and countless broken wood bricks pressed against his body, like a natural coffin prepared for him. From coming, and then to fly Pasong. The whole process is less than 10 seconds. The Diamond God of War even kept leaning forward and punching, staying beside the stunned bald man and the others. Old, the boss was punched and flew out. Snake-haired pretty face was covered with cold sweat. Her delicate body was trembling, and she began to fear the Diamond God of War from the bottom of her heart. We're going to rescue the boss. The sour monster scrambled to the side of the ruins, frantically scraping at the debris. Stop pulling. Maybe your boss has already been knocked out by that punch. Remind in advance that if you don't save your boss now, I will let you go to prison and get a good death. But you must fight me again, then do it well and die here. As long as you dare to find Pasong, we'll fight again. Just hold on to the determination to die here. The Diamond God of War said so. 680's domineering and unparalleled remarks directly shocked the three people present. Their bodies remained motionless, and their hands began to slowly throw up, because they could feel the real killing intent from the words of the Diamond God of War. Surrender now, before it's too late. Seeing the effect of his mind attack, the Diamond God of War also showed a satisfied expression. In the face of these scumbags, you must be violent enough. He is not a Spider-Man hero like Xiaoban. He prefers to be Batman. The three of them were about to surrender. Research. Suddenly a figure appeared from the ruins, and that figure was accompanied by countless pieces of wood and broken bricks that had been thrown away, rolling down in all directions, and some of them also flew towards the Diamond God of War, but they were shot down by his palm. It was Posen with a trace of blood on the pig's horns and a crazy expression. His magic hat disappeared, and only the hairstyle of the Mediterranean Sea was left. He looked very embarrassed. It looks like he is very angry. Ugh. The Diamond God of War sighed and looked at Pasong with cold eyes. Why come out again? If you keep pretending to be dead and wait until you're caught, you can still escape. And now that you have come out, you can't let me turn a blind eye. Bar. How do you know? You just finished saying such a domineering sideline. Haste. Pasong turned his head and fled to the circus. This made the Diamond God of War stunned, and the three Pasong superpowers all stared blankly at his back. Skinhead. Boss, have you made a mistake? The Diamond God of War is in front. Why did you go in the wrong direction? Boss, you may be a bit lunatic. This guy called the Diamond God of War is here. You're going the wrong way. The bald man shouted at Posang's back. Puff. The stinky monster and the snake-haired girl's faces instantly became extremely ugly, and the former even spit out a large mouthful of corrosive liquid and fell on the ground, both of which were shown by the bald tyrant's IQ. Show, the ultimate show. The figure of Pasong who had gone away also twitched and shouted angrily. Now, you all go to the circus stage with me. Hurry up. The sour monster, the bald man, and the Gorgonian, after the three were instructed, as if they were ready, they fled with Pasong to the backstage of the circus. Don't run. The Diamond God of War did not expect the four of them to be so spineless. Their expressions froze for a moment and immediately raised their right arm, which turned into a honeycomb-shaped Gatling and released countless diamond, shialy flying knives from the holes. One after another, the sword shadows glowing with cold light poked past. The four people who were escaping immediately dodged left and right and almost got hit several times. The bald tyrant was unlucky enough to bump into the shop several times, but even so, he didn't want to be attacked by the diamond. The diamond flying knife that fell on the ground penetrates directly to the end, and there is no trace of the knife at all, only bottomless cracks. How did you escape so fast? At this moment, the Diamond God of War, like a big boss hanging and beating uprightly, sent all four of them into the circus. He was a little unhappy, and his mood became hurried. Transformation time is limited, must be as soon as possible. Xiaoban, it's very dangerous to stay here. Come in with me. When the time comes to rescue Grandpa and Xiaowen, you will need your help. The Diamond God of War looked back at Tian Xiaoban and urged. Tian Xiaoban was still hesitating and frightened, But when he heard the second half of the sentence, he stood up again. Okay, Xiao Chen, I'll follow you. Let's say it first. You will deal with that clown. I will no problem with the other three. Let's go. The Diamond God of War smiled happily, and Tian Xiaoban quickly ran to the entrance of the circus, bypassing the ticket check, and walked directly into the circus. The auditorium was full of people, and it was very quiet. The two of them stood in the aisle between the auditoriums, looking particularly embarrassed. On the other hand, Pa Song, the bald head overpowering them, was standing on the stage, looking very embarrassed. Everyone, good evening. I'm also an invited guest to perform. My performance project is Try How Durable Mr. Clown Is. The Diamond God of War was not at all stage frightened. Facing the gazes of many audience members, he showed a relaxed look. His right arm turned into a diamond knife, and he slowly walked towards Pa Song and the others on the stage. Look at the Diamond God of War coming. The bald tyrant, the Gorgon, and the sour monster all looked extremely nervous, and they had no choice but to retreat on the stage. Why? Boss Pa Song is coming here? Pa Song, however, looked mysterious, and his eyes fell on an audience member in the auditorium. This audience member, please play a sumo wrestling with Mr. Diamond in the aisle. This is your show. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the audience laughed. Po Zhang's words seemed to have magic power, which could make them fall into laughter. And the audience who was given the order even got up and ran to the front of the Diamond God of War, blocking the way of the aisle. Control this person? The Diamond God of War looked at the person blocking him with a slightly cautious expression. He didn't dare to use too much force. It would easily hurt ordinary people. What? The man stretched out his strong arms, hugged the body of the Diamond God of War, and let out a strange cry. He really regarded himself as a sumo wrestler. It's just that in the eyes of the Diamond God of War, there are many flaws, and it is very ridiculous. He casually turned to the side and let the man rush to the open space behind him, throwing a dog and eating shit. These little tricks of yours are useless. The Diamond God of War glanced at the fallen man, then looked at Pa Song coldly and set up a honeycomb Gatling directly. He would use a long-range attack, so that Pa Song had no chance to order. But, flavor. Another, the audience who got up from the auditorium while laughing wildly, blocked the front of the Diamond God of War, and the entire aisle was blocked. He couldn't even aim at Pa Song, because the dense head in front blocked Po Zhang's figure. Why are these guys laughing all the time? When can they stop for a while? Tian Xiaoban, who stayed behind, watched the strange scene, and his heart was a little cold. The Diamond God of War also felt a sense of discomfort, staring at the crowd gathered in front of him. He knew that this group of people could not pose a threat, but the harsh laughter and weird expressions could still cause him physical discomfort. Play sumo wrestling for a while with that person called the Diamond God of War. Po Zhang's arrogant laughter sounded, and he used these ordinary people to deal with the Diamond God of War very despicably. I can't do it at all. Those ordinary people poured in one after another, and the Diamond God of War couldn't do all of them, but just protected his body and was pushed back by a large group of people. He also tried to push his arms towards the crowd, but there are always people who accidentally knocked on the auditorium next to him because of his strength and even stabbed out blood, which made it even more difficult for the Diamond God of War to do it. He couldn't gamble on the safety of ordinary people. More importantly, Xiao Chen, let's watch Mr. Po Zhang's performance together. Xiao Chen, why don't you laugh? When you encounter difficulties, you have to face him with a smile. Tian Xiaoban and Mark, the two most important relatives of Xiao Chen, were also in the crowd, walking towards the Diamond God of War. Xiao Chen, you can't do it. Grandpa and Nerd are in there too. Tian Xiaoban retreated with the Diamond God of War and said in a low voice, I know, this is the most troublesome thing, and it can only be left to them. The Diamond God of War was very troubled. He was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd and mixed into the crowd. In order to prevent anyone from being stabbed, he had to withdraw the handsome double thorns on his back. It's time to transform, and it's almost time to use this method. Wang Xian's looked at the Diamond God of War, who was unable to move an inch, and the bald tyrant said, Boss, as expected of you, you're so smart to come up with such a way to deal with him. Hee hee, Otherwise, why do I have hair on the sides of my head? But you don't? Pasong smiled slyly and patted the bald-headed bully's shiny back. It's just that Pasong didn't know that the transformation time of the Diamond God of War was limited. So they took advantage of the time when the Diamond God of War was blocked and quickly fled into the backstage of the circus, for fear that the Diamond God of War would break out and look for again. They settle accounts. This clown. It's useless to use someone manipulated against me. The Diamond God of War was drowned in the crowd. His voice was also drowned out. His mood gradually became irritable and even a little angry. Bayou. This anger will not last long, because the transformation time of the Diamond God of War has reached the limit, and the special sound effects of Omnitrix are flashing and flashing. Oops. It's time for Omnitrix's transformation. Xiaoban, the two of us hid in a place where no one was around. If we were discovered without being transformed, the consequences would be disastrous. The Diamond God of War said anxiously, stretched out his palm and grabbed Tian Xiaoban's collar directly, led him out of the crowd, and landed in the corner of the circus, behind a pile of prop boxes. The prop boxes are stacked together, and there are still gaps, which can not only hide, but also observe the outside world. Bayou. There were bursts of light behind the piles of prop boxes. The arrogant Diamond God of War returned to his human state. Xiao Chen. His expression suddenly calmed down. Xiaoban, don't make a sound. We'll just hide here. Then, what if those guys come over? Tian Xiaoban asked nervously. Don't worry. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed a ruthless color, and he said firmly, if you really get to that step, when you have to, you can directly activate the steel battle suit, blast them away, and cover our evacuation. Good. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tian Xiaoban involuntarily became serious. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at the stage through the gap. Xiao Chen, look. Okay. Xiao Chen pressed his body against the box and looked along the gap. Pasong and the others, who had been hiding behind the stage, slipped out quietly because there was no movement. Great. Okay, boss, that big guy is really gone. The bald tyrant couldn't find the figure of the Diamond God of War in the crowd and instantly said with a smile, "Sure, be quiet." Pasong reprimanded the bald tyrant fiercely and then looked around nervously. Among them, when he saw the prop box, he didn't care about his expression. That kind of big man couldn't squeeze into such a small place. Boss, should we wait for him to come back and ambush him? The snake-haired girl lowered her voice, her pretty face covered in frost. No. Pasong refused. Let's go now. We don't know where he is, and we must not stay here. Go to our base camp. He wasn't sure if the Diamond God of War was nearby, so he didn't even search, he just left. The loser is poor information. Hear their conversation. Xiao Chen was shocked. This circus is not yet their base camp. Where's the real home base? Friends, let's walk together and keep smiling. Pasong smiled again and walked to the front of the crowd. Like a king, he led many people out of the circus, including Tian Xiaoban and Mark. The rest of the people also fainted and fell to the ground. The bald tyrant and the snake-haired girl followed closely behind. They're leaving. Let's just mix into the crowd. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and grabbed it with both fists. It seems that this is the only way to follow them. Then let's go. Tian Xiaoban also judged the result and nodded helplessly. Then, Xiao Chen stood up first, showing a serious smile, and with the help of the child's body, he easily blended into the team and followed the crowd. After taking a few deep breaths, Tian Xiaoban lowered his head and tried his best to ensure that he would not be seen by the clown and walked slowly towards the crowd. Hey, sudden. The bald bully looked at Tian Xiaoban coldly and stopped the ladder. Tian Xiaoban's body froze suddenly. His movements became much stiffer, and he put his palm on the reactor. Xiaoban was found. Xiao Chen also turned his head nervously, looked at Tian Xiaoban, who had not yet mixed into the crowd, and became worried. Little devil, you look familiar to me. Hurry up, or I'll beat you up. Who knows? The bald-headed bee is just trying to scare the child. Tian Xiaoban's face was covered with black lines. He resisted the urge to scold and kept smiling as he mixed into the crowd. You're so boring. The snake-haired girl hugged Xiang's shoulders with her hands, and her beautiful eyes squinted at the bald man and sneered very, Bgf. Tonight was too embarrassing. The bald tyrant said sullenly. Being beaten twice in a row can only maintain his dignity by bullying children. The three of them are in charge of the rear of the palace, in case the Diamond God of War comes to sneak attack again. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban followed the army and came to a big truck. Pasong was sitting in the driver's seat of the car, and those people came to the empty trailer behind the big truck, standing in rows and rows. This made Xiao Chan extremely curious. Where are these people going? He and Xiaoban also followed suit. The Gorgon, the bald-headed bully, approached the car cautiously, and after watching it for a minute or two, reported a Pazangui in the car. The Diamond God of War has disappeared. I must have been frightened by us. Ran. It must be like this. The corner of Pozang's mouth twitched. He was very good at using the spiritual victory method. Sitting in the back of the car, Xiao Chun heard everything word for word, but watched the bald man and the others follow him. Xiao Chun, aren't these people too shameless? Tian Xiaoban couldn't help but scold Xiao Chun. They are in trouble. They will control the trouble these ordinary people find us. I have to find a way to control these ordinary people. Xiao Chen began to look for the next transformation option in his heart. The car started. After driving through a small town, I came to the road in the mountains outside and circled around the road again and again until I stopped in front of an open space halfway up the mountain. In the open space, various warehouses were erected, and there must be many treasures stolen by Pasong and the others. And the most conspicuous one is the clown house with a bust of Pasong at the door. That's probably the base camp. Xiaoban, let's go down first, don't follow the crowd this time, and survey the surrounding terrain. After speaking, Xiao Chun shook the Omnitrix on his wrist. Green, fully charged state. From now on, this camp will be called Xiao Chen Camp. Wow, that's great. We can finally walk in front of those thugs without any hassle, and we don't have to worry about the charging of the watch. Tian Xiaoban felt exalted, even his back straightened. Of course, Xiao Chun remained cautious, penetrated the crowd, and after realizing that there was no one behind the car, he turned over the door of the trailer and landed gently on the ground. Tian Xiaoban followed. The two quickly hid beside a warehouse and quietly watched the movement of the truck. It's all down. Don't linger on it. The bald tyrants and the stinky weirdos came to the back of the car, opened the door, and drove down a large number of people above, commanding them unceremoniously. After everyone came down, the camp immediately burst into laughter and became infiltrating. Come on, I'm going to start. Enjoy the food. Only Pasong showed an excited expression, rubbed his hands, and walked towards the clown house with a large group of people. Pasong, the bald bully, and the others led the controlled crowd into the clown house one by one, and Calm soon returned to the outside. Go, let's follow. Xiao Chun suppressed his temper, and after confirming that no one would be ambushed, he whispered to Tian Xiaoban. Really? Do you really want to go in? Tian Xiaoban's eyes were slightly blurred, looking at the bust photo of Pasang on the signboard. The red nose and makeup eyes were all scary. At this time, Xiao Chen noticed that Tian Xiaoban's mood was not right and asked with concern, What's the matter, Xiaoban? What do you think of this clown? I'm not afraid of clowns, Tian Xiaoban said anxiously and immediately stopped recruiting himself. I believe you're not afraid of clowns, but we have been in the crowd for too long just now. You need a breath of fresh air, right? Xiao Chen also gave face very much. He did not expose Tian Xiaoban and pretended to be confused. Hey, let me wait a moment. Okay, I'll give you some more time. Tian Xiaoban took a few breaths again and again. Looking at the bust of Pasong, he kept encouraging himself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. He's just a fat man with a red nose. Don't be afraid at all. He's still Mediterranean. Thinking of this, he took the first step bravely. Raise your head and look directly at the bust of Pasong. And finally, don't feel scared because of the image of the clown. Let's go. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban's growth, cast an approving look, and walked out immediately, heading toward the clown house. He takes the lead. After the two entered the clown house. It's a long corridor. There are mirrors all around the corridor, which directly mirror each other, making the figures of the two people everywhere. A lot of me and you. Tian Xiaoban looked at the mirror around him nervously and said horribly, "It's just a little trick to play tricks, don't worry." Xiao Chen was very rational. He looked at the mirror around him dismissively and continued to walk at a relaxed pace, as if he was walking in his own courtyard, and walked forward. With a very brave teammate, even Xiaoban's courage also improved. The two walked out of the mirror area like an enclave and encountered some tricks along the way. This corridor seems to be endless. After several areas in a row, the front is always dark and long. Until it was pitch black in front of Xiao Chen, and the soles of his feet continued to walk forward, subconsciously thinking that the front was still a corridor. Call out. He suddenly lost his foot. His body suddenly entered a state of weightlessness and fell down. There is a dead end ahead. It was just because the clown house was so dark that he didn't see the road clearly. Fortunately, Xiao Chen only fell down for a short while before falling onto the soft carpet, barely able to stand up again. But Tian Xiaoban at the back was hesitant. After he noticed that Xiao Chen had fallen, he stopped moving forward and did not dare to shout. It was as if the darkness would devour him. Wow! The headlights in the clown house suddenly turned on, and the light dispelled a large area of darkness, illuminating the area where Xiao Chen was. All around, Muran appeared one after another with smiles on their faces, but they couldn't laugh anymore, as if they had lost their souls. In the center of the hut, there is a huge container with a glass cover around it. Inside the glass cover is a clear black smiley face, as if something wants to run out of it. It's a smiley face. Xiao Chen looked at the smiling face in the container, and then looked at the person beside him. They also have a smiley face, the same smiley face. Moreover, it is because they came to this ghost place that they lost their laughter and just stood there stupidly. It must be the one who pounded the container. Xiao Chen reacted instantly. He looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was still standing in the corridor above, suppressing his voice. "Xiaoban, come down, jump on the carpet, and try to be as quiet as possible." Saying that, he stepped back a few steps and gave up the distance. "It's simple. Just don't make me face the clown and the darkness." Tian Xiaoban was very courageous. He took a few steps back and actually used one end to run, so that he could jump out of the corridor and landed directly on the carpet. His physical fitness was obviously not as good as Xiao Chen's, and he held onto the carpet and cried for several seconds before being helped by Xiao Chen. "Is there nothing wrong?" Xiao Chen asked Tian Xiaoban while supporting him. "All right, Xiao Chen, compared to those people's ghost appearances, I'm much better." Tian Xiaoban patted his chest and pretended to be fine, but this shot made his expression twitch. After waiting for another half a minute, the pain subsided, and Xiao Chen didn't need to change to Futian's class. Tian Xiaoban also noticed the people around him, as well as that terrifying container. "Ask for flowers. What's going on with that container? There are still many faces in it, and they're still stuck to the glass leather." Tian Xiaoban looked at the huge container with a look of admiration. First, Dong Wu, a biologist, and then Pa Song, a leading scientist. Holy crap, these scientists, they should be in textbooks. Watching their stories is no more exciting than watching theories. This is Tian Xiaoban's witty idea. Laughing, it corresponds to a human expression. That container probably holds people's smiles in it. Xiao Chen's answer was almost the same, and he immediately made a decision. "Xiaoban, we are going to destroy this container now. Go." Tian Xiaoban quite agrees with Xiao Chen's decision. It was Xiao Chen who took the lead. Tian Xiaoban was behind, and the two of them tiptoed towards the huge container, walking out until the crowd approached the huge container. "Zero. I didn't expect that, after capturing so many people's joy value. In the end, the two of you were still missed." A inside voice suddenly came from behind the container. Pa Song staggered out from behind the huge container. His pale face was illuminated by the pale yellow light. His face was bloodless, and he grinned. "I originally wanted to hide here, thinking I could ambush that diamond god of war, but I didn't expect that. The two of you are in ambush. Clown." Tian Xiaoban's expression became tense. He instantly squatted down, lowered his head, and wrapped his hands around his knees, looking pitiful and helpless. Xiao Chen did not laugh at Tian Xiaoban. but stood in front of him silently, facing the clown Pa Song without any fear. Boss, I remember him. The bald head, the snake-haired girl, and the others also walked out from behind the container, and the sour monster pointed at Tian Xiaoban and said, "He is the kid with the steel battle suit, the one who fought us before you came out." Huh? Pa Song raised his eyebrows, looking at Xiao Chen with a meaningful look. He's the kid in the steel suit, so that Diamond God of War is also a kid transformed. Could it be you? His tone suddenly became fierce. What tricks do you want? I would really like to ask, what is the function of this container? It looks like a piece of broken metal. Xiao Chen pointed to the huge container and asked deliberately. Really? The bald tyrant on the opposite side put on a not-so-smart Yazzie, blushing and holding his bald head. He directly shook out the roll of the container. 100 million. How can you, little devil, understand the great achievements of our boss? This is called the clown instrument. It can absorb people's joy value, make people lose their smiles, and only have sad emotions. With the ability of our boss, enough to make anyone his puppet. The skinhead introduces the terrifying abilities of this container. Clown apparatus. Absorb people's emotions. Okay. Pa Song interrupted the bald man impatiently, because he was very upset because he was robbed of his lines. Little devil, although I don't know what trick you wanted to become that kind of big guy. But as long as if the puppet is here, you will never dare to act rashly. He looked as though Xiao Chen was determined, and put on a complacent gesture. That's not necessarily. If you meet someone who is stronger than your illusion, then your words won't work. Xiao Chen slowly raised the Omnitrix of his wrist, turned on the screen, and 680 quickly reversed to the position of the ghost. Ghost Shadow couldn't wait and growled excitedly in the Omnitrix. Finally, it's my turn, this old and ugly clown. I've long wanted to flatten him. Boom. Xiao Chen took the Omnitrix's screen heavily, his body flashing with a green storm. Can he transform by pressing the watch? What is that watch? Porson immediately saw the Omnitrix's mechanism, and his expression was full of doubts. Get ready for the big green man. We already have enough combat experience to face him. The Gorgon, the bald man, and their expressions are obviously more confident. They think that they will not lose so badly, at least not worse than before. But the green light slowly drifted away, and what appeared in front of them was no longer the familiar Diamond God of War. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's my meal time. An ethereal, ghostly voice resounded throughout the clown house, as if with a terrifying magic power. Spectre-like existence, floating in midair, full of thrilling, murderous aura. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The bald tyrant, the sour monster, and the Gorgon. The hearts of the three of them are like the engine is starting, shattering. In front of you, it's like waiting for a god of death. Let them be so terrified that they can't breathe. Hoo-hoo. Even Pa Song, who thought he was extremely terrifying, was short of breath for a while and looked at the ghost in front of him tremblingly. It seems to be in front of this monster. His so-called terrifying tricks are like a child's existence. Ghosts are the incarnation of gathering terror, and even the god of terror. Aren't you that big green man, the Diamond God of War? How could you be like this? Pa Song wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said calmly, how could it be? So scary. This guy looks so scary. My God. The ghost hand covered his eyes and looked like he was powerless to complain. You guys really have a good purpose, and you like to make up some things on your own. When did I say that I can only transform into that alien? Human. He now has the DNA of 11 powerful aliens. No, don't worry. Everyone else, come on together and stop me from this person who is a ghost. Pa Song took a step back, not even fighting, and directly waved his hands and directed the surrounding puppets. Yes, he was afraid. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Flavor. Groups of puppets are like robots that have received instructions. Once again surrounded by ghosts, they seem to want to stage the previous drama. Joy, let you follow Posen's orders. Then I want to see what the extreme fear can do to you. The ghost's eyes suddenly released a purple evil ray of light, enticing the soul, like a circle of light, from his body as the center, spreading to all the crowds around, passing over their heads. That was the first time he used alien power on humans. I don't know what the effect will be. Bang, bang, bang. All the puppets suddenly stopped in place, and their faces that were originally extremely sad were suddenly replaced by another emotion. Fear. Their eyes also reflected bursts of purple light. World. Changed. In the illusion, the ghost's face occupies the entire sky, looking down at everyone like a ghost. Welcome to my world. Here, I will let you experience the ultimate fear. Help, help. Hell, hell. This is hell. Mom, I want mom. One after another, the puppets trembled violently and fell directly to the ground, crying and shouting, immersed in extreme fear and unable to extricate themselves. What shit jokes? What shit sad emotions? Not at all. My illusion was replaced by this guy with a more powerful illusion. Posang's expression was as ugly as eating a fly, and his fists were tightly clenched. Just for a moment. The people blocking the ghosts around are like a flock of mowed wheat, quickly falling down one after another, all of them posing a pitiful and helpless look. So scary. You, what have you done? The stinky man looked at the wailing crowd on the ground with some fear in his heart and asked, Me? I just show them hell. My hell. The ghost figure slowly spread out his arms, and Kazlan stared at them with big eyes. You guys, do you also want to experience what hell is like? What? Except for Pa Song, who could barely stand, the other three all retreated under the gaze of those eyes. How does this feel? It's scarier than the Diamond God of War. You guys have to give me this. Don't look at his illusion skills. Maybe the physical skills are his shortcoming. Pa Song stared at the ghost, desperate to slander him. Look at his thin body. Definitely don't hold your fist. This moment, the bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the others looked at each other rarely, and they disobeyed Posang's orders unknowingly. Obviously, in their minds, the fear brought by Ghost has surpassed Pa Song. Hee, you can come and try. Can you beat me? Ghost Shadow put his hands together, rubbed his joints, and suddenly a violent impulse rushed out of his heart. I want to punch people with my fists. You don't go, I go. For 0.5 inch. Seeing that his face was in danger, Pasang rushed over in a rage, and his swollen palms slashed at Ghost Shadow's body again, using the same attack method as before. Your skills are really bad enough. Maybe you haven't encountered a strong enemy before, and you think your superpower can crush everything, right? Ghost Shadow mocked lightly, looking at the split palm, neither in a hurry nor impatient. Could it be that he, like the Diamond God of War, has high physical strength and can block the enemy's offensive? The others thought suspiciously. Broken body. Until it was about to be hit, the body of the movie suddenly became transparent, as if there was no such time, and it jumped to another dimension. Ah! Pa Song made another scream, like a pig. Palms together. Swollen again.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.